Ali, another half century, your second in just your second first-class game. Looked like you were right at home out there.
Oh no, I guess it's always nice to be at Hove in front of the crowd for the first time actually, but no, I think all credit to them. I think they battled hard as well, and I think it just makes it an interesting last day for us, I think.
You clearly enjoy a battle. Is that the kind of nature of your game? Someone who likes to graft hard and soak up balls, soak up pressure.
Yeah, no, I love batting a long time. I think I just love the sort of mental challenge of it. I try and get myself in the best headspace possible, and I think having sort of battles with bowlers individually, I think just makes it a little bit more challenging, just a little bit more fun, in my opinion. So.
And in terms of challenging bowlers, Hogan and Van der Houten are two guys that know exactly what it's all about in county cricket. Must be an enjoyable challenge to be facing that kind of quality.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think two very experienced bowlers, very good bowlers. So I think it's really, really good to get that challenge and try and get through it and try and actually score off it.
Came in when Sussex. You were there when Sussex were in a bit of trouble at 19 for 3, but then a good partnership with another young player in Ollie Carter. You enjoyed batting with him?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, we played a lot of young cricket together, club, school, so no, it's just great to sort of almost feel like it's not actually a first-class game, it's actually we're just playing like we were playing for Eastbourne or something like that. So.
And do you have the same sort of conversations that you'd be having when you were playing for Eastbourne when you're out there?
Absolutely, yeah. No, nothing changes really. I mean, it was a little bit different, we were a little bit more under pressure, but no, we were still trying to keep as relaxed as we could and sort of try and talk about the football on Wednesday and just sort of just relax a bit.
And is it strange when a guy you've known since you were however old, and suddenly you're out playing first-class cricket together for Sussex?
Oh no, it is very strange to sort of look around and look at our surroundings, but in the end we just try and treat it as any other game of cricket and just try and play it as we would, not change from that. And I think that in the end is while we're trying to play, we're just trying to play like we would in any sort of cricket game, which I think can try and bring success. So.
And is that advice you get from the coaching staff and the senior guys about how you approach it, and not making any changes from what's got you here in the first place?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the coach has been supportive of my game in the second team and saying that nothing changes coming into the first team. It's just obviously the standards of bowling goes up, and just the way I approach it, they say they like my approach, and I've just got to keep that same approach and just and not sort of change anything. Just because it's a first-class game, I don't need to change the way I play. Just try and play my game.
And when Ollie departed, obviously, it was always a reassuring sight to see someone like Ben Brown come out, and you seem to complement each other well. You were still there playing solidly whilst Ben sort of played his typical counter-attacking role. It seemed like a good partnership.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's a very, very good player, and it's always nice to sort of know that if you get a little bit in a hole a bit and you're not scoring, you know that runs are going to come from the other end. It's sort of the same with Aaron Thompson and people like that. You just know runs are going to come because they're such free-flowing players, and it takes a little bit more pressure off you.
Let's look ahead to the final day tomorrow. Weather looks like we should get a full day after some frustration the last 3 days. Very interestingly poised game. I mean, firstly, what do you see your role tomorrow, and then the game is reaching its conclusion?
Absolutely. I mean, in the end, there's all three possible results. I'd like to think we're going to be on the right end of it, but I think especially for us, we just got to go out and bat the first session as we would normally, and I mean, hopefully runs will come, and if not, then I think we just got to keep batting, but hopefully get some more runs on the board, get a decent lead, and then put them under some pressure and try and bowl them out, win the game.
And finally, when you got to your 50, we saw you salute the balcony, but also the other side of the ground, was that someone you knew in the ground?
Yes, that was my mum, yeah.
And she must be very proud.
I haven't actually spoken to her yet, but no, hopefully she'll be proud of me.
Well, she'll certainly be happy you acknowledged all her hard work driving you around over the years.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Well batted.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Or hits 50 on rain-shortened day. After a difficult time with the bat, Sussex struck back at Glamorgan on day 2. The visitors reduced to 205 for 9, still 21 behind their hosts. They'd struggled to find any fluency, and the home side's bowlers had caused them all kinds of trouble. Only Daniel Ibrahim went wicketless thus far. but they'd be forced to wait on day 3. The weather prevented them from getting underway until tea time. It wouldn't take Sussex long to pick up the final wicket. The score up to 215 when Hogan was bowled by Carson, a third for the spinner. David Lloyd had top scored for Glamorgan with 38, but despite their difficulties with the bat, they were in touching distance of their hosts, the lead just 11 heading into the third innings. Spin had done the job for Sussex, Carson with 3 and Beer with 2. Sussex would do well to remember their first innings, but they couldn't avoid the damaging start. 10 on the board when Thomason fell to Van der Hoogten. And then Van Zyl followed to the next ball, Glamorgan with early momentum. Head managed to contribute just 5 before he fell to Hogan, caught at third slip. The precocious pairing of Ali Orr and Ollie Carter managed to hold firmer than their elder colleagues. They ticked the score past 50 and started to build an important partnership. Carter fell to Salter though, a catch handed back to the spinner, but Sussex's lead much healthier and their approach now paying off. Orr would succeed where his colleague had faltered though. He picked up a 50 before the close, 105 balls taken to get there, but just a single off Salter needed. He took them to 102, further boundaries taking them to 111 for 3 at the end of the day, their lead now 122. Without some ballistic hitting and bowling though, it's tough to see this one finishing in anything other than a draw. The spectacle had once again been ruined by the weather, but stranger things have happened, and these two sides appear to be pretty evenly matched.
our match between Sussex and Glamorgan. A big thank you to our LV Insurance County Championship shirt sponsor Galloway's for their continued support. This Friday is our last scheduled home match in the five-sided last T20 competition against the Essex Eagles, which is our sellout. Sharp progress in the tournament can be seen through the free live streaming on the Sussex website. And if the Sharks manage to secure a final detailed how you can purchase tickets will be made available on the Sussex website. England women are in town on Sunday for their first match being held here at the county ground. With an international T20 against India. And the second match against New Zealand on Saturday, 4th September. Tickets can be found at our home website address at www.sussexcricket.co.uk. Great to see you in the stadium. The club shop is open until close, so we'll close at 5 p.m. Capacity is limited to 4 spectators at a time. And up-to-date scorecards are available free of charge for the pick-up points in the Spanish Carnival Pavilion and outside Tony Direct's Cafe. Once again, a very warm welcome to the ground.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for what could be a very exciting final day in this round of county championship matches. This in particular between Sussex and Glamorgan. The floodlights are on, which will tell you that it's a very cloudy grey morning here on the south coast, but mercifully the rain has so far stayed away. And talking to the gentleman on the gate this morning, they seem to think that there's not much rain forecast, which might be famous last words. My name is Adrian. I'm delighted to be joined for the final day here by my colleague from BBC Sport Wales, Nick Webb, and this could be a very exciting day, Nick.
Yes, it's certainly a wide open game, isn't it? Could result in a natural chase, a natural target. If Sussex are bowled out, it could result in a declaration by the home side somewhere maybe just after lunch to try to give themselves a chance to bowl Glamorgan out. Could be a run chase. Could be a ball draw, we hope not.
Yeah, and I just wondered because from a Glamorgan perspective, who did have at the start of the game an outside chance of reaching the top two in the group, I think with Yorkshire winning yesterday, that probably puts the mockers on that. So in a sense, neither side have got, I mean, Glamorgan would need to win. I don't see much point really Sussex batting all day and then we do get a draw. So I would have thought, and this is just me thinking, that both skippers, will be keen to have some sort of a result in this game. A draw doesn't really satisfy anybody. Yeah,
Glamorgan's batting hasn't been marvellous in the last couple of games, and they're without Marnus Labuschagne, their leading scorer, who's taking it out on the second 11 attack this week. So you would have thought Sussex might have fancied their chances, albeit with a very depleted bowling attack. They did well enough in the first innings to get a first innings lead. So, yeah, you would have thought that both sides would have an eye on pressing for a victory today.
Well, the umpires are making their way out to the middle. Ben Debenham and Russell Warren are on their way, so no delays this morning. The ground looks terrific as the Glamorgan players wander out. What I would say, if you're listening to us and thinking, shall I come out down to Hove, will there be any cricket? Well, we're certainly starting on time. The forecast is good, but I would certainly bring a jumper or a coat or something, because it really isn't that warm. And I was just looking here, the 7th of July, 11 o'clock in the morning, and the floodlights are on. So what has happened to the summer? Nonetheless, we should be grateful for smooth mercies. And Michael Hogan is running down to this end of the ground. He's sprinting along, Michael Hogan. His other Glamorgan teammates are wandering out into the middle. Lots of ways you can get in touch with us throughout the day. It'd be lovely to have your company as well. You can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport as the players make their way out to the middle. Alistair Orr, who I spoke to last night, very well as well. His second consecutive half century in county championship cricket with his skipper Ben Brown. I thought he spoke well. And who did you speak to last night, Nick?
Yeah, I had a word with the assistant coach David Harrison. He was praising the efforts of Van der Hoogten and Hogan in particular, trying to play down a little the drop chances that could have cost Glamorgan dear really in this match, with Ben Brown dropped early on and Alior also dropped. Difficult chances, but you would have thought that on most days at least one of those would have been taken, and Dan Dowthwaite would have been in the wickets column. So yeah, just bowl as well as you can and try and put pressure on Sussex was the message from David Harrison.
So, as it's the last day and Glamorgan are opening the bowling, probably only right that we hand the opening over of the day to Nick.
Too kind. Michael Hogan then running away from us at the C end to bowl to Ben Brown, who's pushing forward and defending out on the offside, as I'll have to try and work a commentary position where I can actually see what's happening to some extent, because it's marvellous being straight down the wicket, but we're not quite elevated enough to see over the umpire's head. So a bit of standing up won't hurt me anyway, after 4 hotel breakfasts in a row.
Well, nice.
Not bad, yeah, not complaining. Hogan is in to bowl to Brown, and that one lifts and shoots past him chest shoulder high, and Brown just whips his head back out of the way, and that seemed to take off slightly from Michael Hogan, who bent his back into that one.
well, I think both Ben Brown and Michael Hogan were having a bit of a laugh out, and neither of them quite knew where that came from. This has been a very good wicket, but Nick's right, not far short of a length, and absolutely whistled past Ben Brown's nose, and Ben Brown showing it's a good idea to watch the ball all the way through, which he did. Whistle past the edge of his nose.
Tall man Michael Hogan can get a bit of bounce as Brown is forward defending to Joe Cook out to cover, and there is no run.
So we could well get somewhere near the full 96 overs today. If we do, we're going to be there'll be a few people looking at their watches if it does go that far with the game on this evening. I don't know if any of the Glamorgan lads are big football fans, but presumably they'll be sort of listening on the coach on their way back to South Wales, if indeed they're interested, which they may not be.
There may be a difference of opinion between Welsh and English members of the Glamorgan side, as Hogan is in and bowls, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through. Now David Lloyd is a big Wrexham fan,
right? So
not sure which side he'd be cheering for. Football fans among this particular lineup, Billy Roots probably Sheffield. I'm not sure which of the Sheffield clubs Billy Roots supports, to be honest.
Okay.
As in comes Hogan again and bowls, and that's played on the leg side and into a gap, and Brown will be through for the first run of the day. 112 for 4, leading by 123. 11 is the figure to add the lead onto the score. Matthew Maynard, coach, is a Manchester City fan, and that single brings up the half-century partnership between these two.
He joins Phil Salt, because Phil Salt is a very big Manchester City fan. Phil Salt not here, presumably he's down in Cardiff now with the England squad, and good luck to Phil if he's selected to play in the one-day international against Pakistan tomorrow.
As Hogan is in to bowl outside the off stump of Alior, who lets it go through. Just a single off the opening over delivered by Michael Hogan. He's now bowled 10 overs, 1 for 9. Yeah, Phil Salt was his last experience of England cricket was in Cardiff as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
T20 international a couple of years ago, where he was called into the squad, but unfortunately it didn't make the starting 11.
I remember talking to Phil after that, and on that occasion he was saying, it was a great experience because he was around players he'd never been probably around before in the dressing room, the likes of Owen Morgan and the like. And he thoroughly enjoyed the experience and came back really determined and said, I know how hard I have to work now to make it at this level. But I think this will be a slightly different. I think he'll want to play. I think that was a great experience. He now wants to play for England.
Yes, I mean he's mid-20s now, rather than sort of 19, 20-year-olds who'd be wide-eyed and just lapping up the fact of having an England tracksuit or whatever.
Yeah, he's 26. Later on in August. In comes Tim van der Hookten running down the hill, down the Cromwell Road, in bowls to Ben Brown, who turns that quietly onto the leg side. There's a comfortable single for Ben Brown because there is no orthodox mid-wicket, and he goes to -7 runs according to the scoreboard. So there's something not quite right with the scoreboard on the clock tower side of the ground. They haven't got the second digit in. I can tell you Brown's gone to 27 and Sussex to 113 for 4. So something not quite right there, but anyway, I'm sure the technical people are getting it sorted out. Floodlights on. And Alistair Orr, who batted very nicely yesterday, had a couple of lives, but he's waiting for Van der Hookten, who bowls. Oh, and he's got a life there as well, because he's going to get 4 runs off a thick inside edge. He was looking to lift his bat out of the way, but it clipped the inside edge. It could have gone anywhere, and what it did do, it's not fair on the bowler sometimes, it runs all the way down here to fine leg, and he picks up a boundary. So Alistair Orr goes to 58, the total to 117 for 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the best judge of
no, it wasn't.
a leave anyway, and inside edge might just have saved him from being bowled anyway.
I spoke to him last night. I wasn't sure whether he likes to be called Alistair or Ali, so perhaps if we get a chance to speak to him another time I will ask him. As in comes Van Hookten bowls, and this time he has left very well or during this innings, but he didn't there, and he played a shot to a wide delivery and could have been caught behind. I was also going to ask him about the origin of his surname as well, because it is an unusual surname, isn't it? I know, wasn't there I seem to remember there was a Scottish footballer who was called Neil Orr, so I'm not sure if that's got some sort of Scottish link. I'm not saying he's linked to that footballer at all, but I just wonder whether Orr has got some sort of a Scottish...
Irish prop forward, Phil Orr in the Union.
Yeah, well, there we are. That's interesting. It is an interesting surname. As in comes Van der Hookten bowls and let go outside the off stump by Orr, through to keeper Chris Cook. Actually, whilst I remember, this is the last county championship commentary that we'll be doing, whilst Matt Bishop, who is one of the media team here at Sussex, will be here. I know Matt's going to be here on Friday for the game against Essex. But if you're listening, Matt, or indeed the media team are, thank you for all your help over the last 2 or 3 years. I know you're moving on to pastures new, and just like to wish you all the very best for the future, and thank you very much for all your help down here at Hove. In comes Van der Hookten. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Orr, who's forward and plays defensively to mid-off. And there is no run. 117 for 4. If you're listening to us around the ground, I don't know if you are, but if someone was able to wave and let us know that we're going, there we are, thank you, sir. I think is that Tim at the back of the stand? Yes, it is. He puts up his thumb. Thank you, Tim. I think that's a wise position to be there, just slightly undercover, because there may well be a little bit of drizzle around, who knows, but it's certainly pretty overcast here this morning. As Van der Hookten runs towards us. Around the wicket, bowls to Orr, a ball that would have hit off stump, and Orr is forward defensively and plays a fine forward defensive shot back down the track. End of the over, 117 for 4, Orr on 50, Brown on 27. David Visa makes his way towards the pavilion at the far end of the ground, presumably in for some T20 training ahead of a game here on Friday night against Essex. But this is the here and now, Sussex leading by 128. We've got 94 overs remaining in the day, and Van der Hookten figures 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36.
Yeah, you would imagine that we'd see some maybe cautious cricket in the first hours as both sides test the water. As Hogan bowls, that's on leg stump and glanced away by Brown down towards fine leg. Colin Ingram comes pelting in, and his throw finds the gloves of Chris Cook, so there's no second run to be had. 118 for 4, lead 129 for Sussex. As they might fancy just opening out in the second hour of play today, maybe, as they have wickets in hand and batsmen set, as this is nicely driven into the offside by Orr, but straight to cover. Fielded by Clark, and there is no run.
I thought just talking to Alistair Orr last night that it was there was no startling revelations or anything in the interview, but I thought he spoke really sensibly and really well for a 20-year-old. Actually, probably first time he's probably done an interview, and I think there were 3 of us who were all socially distanced listening to the interview, and I was really impressed.
Yep, spoke well. Hogan is in to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through. No shot played by Orr.
I'm just looking here. It says the name Orr. So it's definitely got some sort of Scottish or Irish connotation. Origin of the clan Orr. So it seems to go back a long way. So I don't know whether there is some sort of Scottish line in Alistair's family. We'll ask him on another occasion.
As Hogan runs away from us once more, to bowl to Mr. Orr, who is on the back foot defending back to the bowler. Hogan tosses it to Carlson at mid-off to polish away at the ball. Try and keep some sort of shine on it, though it is now a middle-aged ball. It's in the 39th of its 80 allocated overs. Morgan's over rate, by the way, is +3, which is very good.
It is, yeah.
As Hogan into Orr, who defends on the offside, and there's no run. I've had a few overs of spin from Andrew Salter, but Glamorgan seem to be better this year at getting on with the over rate, although I get the feeling that in these times of sanitisation breaks and ball cleaning that the players are given a little bit more latitude than previously. Obviously there are specific allowances for those. Hogan bowls and Orr covers up everything behind it, defends out into the offside. Carlson does the single off the over. Hogan 11 overs, 1 for 10.
Elsewhere around the country, lots of this first stage of the county championship has got one more to go, but there's some interesting games around, and I think we'll have a much better idea at the end of the day who the 6 sides are likely to be that will still be in with a chance of winning the county championship. Interesting developments down at the Ageas Bowl last night. Surrey bowled out for 72, would you believe, in reply to Hampshire's 488, and now 8 for 2 in their second innings, with Burns and Stoneman back in the pavilion. So in comes Van der Hookton coming into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in on bowls, and Brown, I think, is struck on the thigh pad. We'll just wait for that call from umpire Debenham, and yes indeed it is a leg by. Sussex go to 119 for 4. Still the scoreboard on the clock tower is not showing the correct score next to the batsman. So I think we discussed this yesterday, that a couple of in inverted commas big counties, and I kind of hate that phrase, I don't know why I used it really, but Surrey and Middlesex, well, Middlesex certainly won't reach the latter stages. Van der Hookton round the wicket bowls to Orr, who covers up, plays quietly down the onside of the pitch. There is no run. Middlesex in trouble down at Gloucester, where play has been delayed until 11:30. Gloucester 198 for 6 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by a lot. I haven't got the actual figure here, but well over 300. So maybe a declaration there on Gloucestershire, who have got a chance of making it into the final 6. They're a good county, Gloucestershire. They seem to do well in T20 and there or thereabouts around championship cricket, as in comes Van der Hookton bowls, and Orr then covers up, plays into the onside, and there is no run. Good delivery from Van der Hookton that would have hit the stumps, and Orr wanders away to square leg.
Yeah, Gloucestershire were due to be Division 1, weren't they, had it not been for COVID. Something of a surprise for Glamorgan, who used to playing them in Division 2 for quite a few years.
Yeah, and Kent, who should have been in Division 1 as well, are actually struggling in this group. Bowled out for 74 in the latest match at Old Trafford. No play there before lunch, as in comes Van der Hookton bowls, and Orr covers up. Goes straight back down the track, and there is no run. Yeah,
Glamorgan did quite well the last year of, most recent year of 2 divisions. They're 4th in Division 2, so they were in contention for promotion for quite a while.
Interesting talking to Alistair Orr last night. He was saying that he decided to be a little more attacking last night in his innings, and he's just playing himself in here this morning, but he'll just be mindful of getting too bogged down. But this is good opening attack from Van der Hoogten, and Hogan is he's beaten. That's a good delivery, and he's bowling really well here, is Tim Van der Hoogten. That pitched and just left the left-hander, who played and missed outside of the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run. I mean, objective one here for Sussex is to make sure they don't lose early wickets and suddenly find they're Glamorgan are left sort of scoring 150 or something to win. So there's no hurry here for Alistair Orr, but he'll just be mindful of the importance of keeping his score ticking along if he can. But good opening spell by Van der Hoogten, who's on his way again. Figures of 2 for 36, bowls, and Orr plays this nicely through the gap as if to make the point, and picks up a single to mid-wicket. Orr goes to 59. He's pinched the strike from the skipper Ben Brown. 120 for 4. It means the Sussex lead is 131. And you're listening to live cricket, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Webb. If you're watching via the club stream, wherever you're watching from, a very good morning to you. If you're listening around the ground, hope you're nicely wrapped up against the July elements. And just to reiterate our contact details, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or via Twitter @NickWebb2017, or at BBC Radio Sussex Sport.
As Hogan is in to bowl, and Orr is beaten by that one, pushing forward. Ball through to Chris Cook. Just trying to do some fairly primitive maths. If this game were to result in a draw, then Glamorgan would have 12 points from it. They'd be on 111. And there's no real way that Kent can beat Lancashire. I mean, the Lancashire victory is still possible, but there's no play before lunch. But Kent, even if they get a draw, will be on 86. So Glamorgan would be short of at least Division 2 if they and Kent both draw their matches, as that's played by Orr to point, and there's no run. Salt of the fielder. So I suppose that's the first objective, isn't it, to avoid the third division. Sussex look to be heading that way at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yes, I think Sussex would need to win both of their matches, and probably hope that Glamorgan lose to Northamptonshire next week, I think.
So a bit more pressure on Sussex to win this one, as that's defended out on the offside by Orr. We've had some low scoring games in Cardiff, so it has been very much a results pitch this season, albeit Yorkshire game was largely rained off. Sussex won in Cardiff, and Glamorgan beaten Kent and Lancashire at home. Yorkshire, as I say, was badly truncated by the weather, as Orr drives nicely into the offside, but won't get any runs for it because Carlson makes a good scrambling stop at wide mid-off, away to his right.
Good cricket that, wasn't it? Lovely looking shot by Orr. He probably thought when he hit that was bound for 4 runs, but really good bit of fielding by Carlson. I would say he's pretty much the best fielder in this side. I mean, he's made a couple of very good stops. He's very quick, isn't he?
He is. As Hogan is into bowl to Orr, who works it on the leg side into a gap for a single. Van der Hoogten jogs across and fields 121 for 4, with Orr on 60 and Brown on 28. As they swap around for the right-hander, Orr approaching his high score, which was 67, I think you said?
Yes, it was at Leeds on his debut at the early part of June, when he batted very nicely at heading. He spent a long time at the crease, but stubbornly resisted the Yorkshire attack.
Hogan into Brown, who pushes on the offside. Wanted a single, but it was straight to Joe Cook. He thought he'd possibly hit it into a gap there. Not so. 121 for 4, 10 runs added this morning without further loss for the home side. In the first, how many overs have we had? 5 overs of play today.
Yes, I mean, you never tell with young players, but looking at Alistair, I like his technique. He's very unfussy. He leaves, he'll probably get caught behind now, but he leaves balls a little wide of the off stump, which is always a good sign. He plays very straight. He's a tall man, gets into line, so what's not to like about this young man, really? And he'll be pressing his claims and thinking, I want to be up there opening the batting or something at the top of the order for the rest of the season in the Championship. And there is lots of Championship cricket left to play as Van der Hoogten bowls, and there's an illustration with head still, full ball to the foot to the pitch of the ball, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Martin Mahoney has been in touch in High Wycombe. Good morning to you, Martin. He says, I'm looking forward to an exciting day's play. We just wanted to say that as Sussex fans we should be very proud of the way all the youngsters have handled themselves this season so far, and no matter how the season pans out in all formats, the future is looking good, and the experience these young players have gained is invaluable. As Van der Hoogten turns at the end of his run, he's in and bowls, and Orr plays this on the leg side, backward of square. It's James Wheel who runs round the fine leg boundary to field, and Orr picks up another single. He goes to 61, slugs to 122 for 4. And he goes on to say he doesn't think the England match tonight will be as easy as the last one. No, I think I would agree with you. Enjoying the commentary. Best wishes, Martin, who's up there in High Wycombe, up on the M40, around the Chilterns. So great to have your company this morning, Martin, as Van der Hoogten comes over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Brown. 2 slips as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls to Brown, who works that down to third man. Hasn't done much of a spike this morning, Ben Brown, but he picks up another single, does the skipper, and he goes to 29. Sussex 123 for 4, a lead of 134. We were talking yesterday, Nick, about the occasional buzz that we could hear of a bee around our effects microphone, and I went up last night. I always bring it in every night and disconnect all the electrical stuff, etc. And up on the roof above us is where the microphone is. There's sort of it's where seeds have grown over the years. There's some flowers up there now, and that's what the bees were interested in. They're all around the microphone, so we might hear a bit more buzzing as the day goes on, as in comes Van der Hoogten. Bowls and Orr drives handsomely. That's a lovely shot by Alistair Orr, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Backward of point, nicely played, nicely timed, which was the key to success of the shot. He goes to 65, and Sussex to 127 for 4. He said his mum was in the ground yesterday watching him bat, and he raised his bat to his mum when he got his half century, which was rather nice. So 65 to him, 127 for 4, the lead 138. And certainly, look, this has been a good wicket. I mean, it's the odd one has has been enough encouragement for the seamers, but for the batsman, reliable enough to play that sort of shot as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Orr is at it again, and that's going to be 4 more. Over pitch by Tim Van der Hoogten and nicely driven through extra cover, and that takes Alistair Orr to his highest score in first-class cricket with back-to-back boundaries. I was saying he spoke last night about that he was rather keen to get on the attack yesterday than he was in the first innings, but he's been very patient. He's waited for the ball to hit, and those 2 he seized on the opportunity. Sussex go to 131 for 4. Van der Hoogten again bowls, and Orr plays quietly to mid-wicket, saved by the energetic and enthusiastic Carlson, who dives away to his right to prevent a single. It is the end of the over. Van der Hoogten's excellent figures, just taking a little bit of well, not a battering, that would be the wrong word, and they're still very good figures. 13 overs, 3 wins, 2 for 47. Sussex 131 for 4. These 2 coming together when Sussex was 62 for 4, so it's a partnership now of 69 between these 2. But it is going to be Michael Hogan who's going to carry on with the floodlights still shining brightly.
Indeed so. If you're a Welsh sports fan and you wish to avoid certain events tonight on the football field, Wales are playing England at under-20s rugby, and you'll find coverage of that on S4C. It's around about the same time. British and Irish Lions playing the Sharks in South Africa at 6 o'clock as well. If I'm driving back late, at least the roads through England will be quiet about 8 o'clock, won't they?
Yes, I don't think there'll be many people out and about.
As Hogan bowls and Brown fiddles at that one rather, and is lucky not to get a touch.
Michael Alexander's been in touch for you, Nick. You were talking there about, I think you said David Lloyd is a Wrexham fan. Nick was just reminiscing. He's an Arsenal fan, and he says he was at Wrexham when they lost in the Cup.
Oh gosh.
In '92. He was in deep shock on the way, he says, as he went home. So crumbs, that's the best part of 30 years ago now. Where does the time go?
Hogan is in, bowls, and that's pushed on the offside by Brown. No run. Very brave of him to admit.
He is.
In that particular episode of football history.
Is the Wrexham owned by a couple of film stars or something?
Yes,
Is that right?
yes, correct.
Right.
Correct. It's all very high profile at the moment with Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, and they've sold rights to a streaming platform for TV documentaries, etc. As that's Shouldering Arms Brown there. Ball did come back a little bit. There were a few oohs and ahs, but it's through to Chris Cook without hitting anything on the way through. So I suspect it's quite a canny purchase by the actors, because they will probably make several million from the sale of the TV rights, really. It's almost self-fulfilling, isn't it? That they can at least not lose money on it, and investing in football is usually a money-losing activity at the lower levels. As again, Brown shoulders arms outside off stump. On Twitter, Robert Logan, good morning. Looks a bit gloomy on the live stream. Hope not too chilly for you both. Well, we are inside, so it's not chilly at all. We don't have anything to concern ourselves with as to conditions in the commentary box, unlike those grounds that have more of an open air element. Hogan is into bowl to Brown, down leg side, and that's well stopped by Chris Cook. I'm not sure if it flicked the pad or just went out of a footmark down the leg side, but Cook did well to prevent that one from racing away for byes. Steve West says that Glamorgan will probably need to bat 50-60 overs in order to achieve victory, therefore need to bowl out Sussex pretty sharpish in the morning session. Well, it's not looking like that at the moment, because we're half an hour into the day's play almost, and no further wickets have fallen, and Sussex have added 20 runs. Hogan bowls and Brown defends back to the tall Australian, picks up, wanders back to his place. In fact, he won't wander back to his place in the outfield, because they will head, after 7 overs today, they'll head off for a sanitisation break, which are achieved fairly promptly these days.
From reference the scoreboard, the main scoreboard. There's an electrical fault on one particular section which is going to be fixed ASAP. So when the score goes back on in a minute, they're showing a face covering, but the digit in front of the one of the digits isn't showing on the scoreboard, but it is in hand to get it fixed. It says, meanwhile, that the scoreboard to our left, which is on the Spenkama Pavilion, is showing the scores of the batsmen. So it's all up there, but they're trying to get that fixed. You'll see there now that Brown and Orr, they're both showing 9 next to their name. What it doesn't show is that Orr should have a 6 in front of his, and Brown should have a 2. So thank you very much, Graham, for letting us know about that. So don't worry, folks. The electrician is presumably on his way. As Tim van der Hookten runs towards us to bowl to the left-handed Alistair Orr, and Orr lets that go outside of the off stump taken by keeper Cook, and there is no run.
Once the electrician's done his stuff, can you send him off to Cardiff to fix the lights, please?
Oh yes, of course. Has the part arrived, or were they waiting for a part to come?
Yeah, they have. They brought in an extra temporary floodlight for the England matches last week against Sri Lanka, and I'm not sure whether it's going to be the case again tomorrow for the Pakistan ODI.
Van der Hookten bowls to Orr, who's driving against a thick edge this time down to third man. He was looking to drive that one through the covers, but he got a thickest edge all along the floor down to Michael Hogan, who fields just down in front of us at third man. And Orr goes to 70. Sussex to 132 for 4. I don't think there'll be too many people feeling for Surrey inside the ground. There's a bit of a rivalry between Sussex and Surrey, and probably a few smiles as I tell you that Surrey are now 10 for 3 at the Aegeus Bowl. As Van der Hookten on his way, just the 2 slips in place now, bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown nudges that one down to third man. Picks up a comfortable single. Skipper goes to 30. Suckers to 133 for 4. I keep on thinking the light is improving, and then I'm not so sure. I'm in one of these sort of not so sure phases now. There's lots of heavy cloud above Hove. As Van der Hookten rather trudges up the hill to the end of his run. 2 slips and a third man. A point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Orr waits, and Van der Hookten is on his way again. Round the wicket, bowls to Orr, and Orr just leans forward and plays very correctly to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Elsewhere, as I say, no play at all in the other game in this group before lunch. Lancashire 259 for 9 against Kent. And the other game in the group was finished yesterday with Yorkshire beating Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, or the County Ground, whatever it's called. Van der Hookten bowls, and Orr covers up to a ball that just came into the left-handed Orr, and he played it quietly onto the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And obviously rain around the country because there was an inspection, or they were due to start in Cheltenham at 11:30, but it must be raining again because the start has been delayed due to rain. However, they are playing at Taunton, where Leicestershire are 405 for 7. In reply to Somerset's 461, so that game looking like it's heading for a draw. Van der Hookten on his way bowls, and Orr forward to a ball of good length, and Orr just covers up, plays quietly into the offside. 2 runs coming off that Tim Van der Hookten over. Sussex 133 for 4. Orr is on 70. Brown is on 30. The lead therefore for Sussex is 144. There are 88 overs left in the day. Tim Van der Hookten, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 59. And Michael Hogan, who's got the excellent figures of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 11, will carry on from this, the end.
Going to be an issue of Glamorgan's backup seamers trying to replicate the successes of those who came before them. No play in the Glamorgan second 11 match at Newport. Northants 29 for 2 in their second innings, still 282 runs behind Glamorgan after the Marnus Labuschagne show yesterday. As Hogan bowls and Brown dabs on the onside, thinks of a single, but Ingram is in from mid-on and prevents it. Marnus Labuschagne hit 276, and there were various inquiries as to why he wasn't playing for the first. That's because the first team match here started on Sunday when Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Nisa were still in isolation, and therefore he was not allowed to play, and Glamorgan would have had to start the first day with 10 men, which obviously you don't do at professional level. Hogan in, bowls, and Brown runs it down to backward point. He's beaten the sprawling dive of Andrew Salter. Goes down to wide third man, and Brown takes the single. 134th for Sussex, lead by 145. Good to see Lucas Carey coming back to a bit of form in that game. The seamer's taken 5 wickets. There were 3 in the first innings for Roman Walker. Carey and Tom Cullen also got half centuries, so it wasn't entirely a one-man show from Glamorgan. Steve Reingold getting 47. A few low scores on the team sheet as well, and Kieran Bull, former Glamorgan spinner, took 3 wickets for Northants, presumably having a trial there, as he left the professional game at the end of last season and was training as a quantity surveyor, I believe. Hogan is in to bowl to Orr, who drives nicely into the offside, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary, James Wheel, and they go through for the single.
Sorry, Nick, I missed who was that?
Kieran Bull.
Right, okay.
He's a spin bowler with Glamorgan for several seasons, played in most of last season's Bob Willis Trophy, but was released at the end of the season and was preparing to find full-time employment outside the game. Hogan is in to bowl. Brown has nothing to do with that. Rising delivery outside off stump through to Cook, and it was letting players go is never an easy business, but Glamorgan did have too many full-time professionals last season. I think they had 23, 24 on the staff at one point, so they had to let a few go. Craig Mester retiring through injury during the course of last season as well. As Hogan bowls and Brown plays to Joe Cook at cover. No run. 135 for 4. I wonder if Brown and Orr, if they're still there at midday, we'll just have a little chat and say time to go a little bit more on the offensive.
Yeah, I think they'll be really keen not to lose wickets here against these two. I think they'll be guarding it. You know, Sussex don't want to fall in a heap here, and these two are the danger bowlers, or have been.
Hogan in, bowls, going through Lowish this time outside off stump. Again, Brown plays no shot. Michael Hogan's figures remain parsimonious. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13. But these two have now added 73 for this 5th wicket and really got their side out of the difficulty that they were in when Salter claimed return catch off Ollie Carter last night.
And it is going to be Andrew Salter who's going to take over at the far end of the ground. So we're going to get our first spin of the day. We've had an email through from Steve. Hello Steve, thanks for getting in touch. He says, good morning Adrian and Nick. He says, looking ahead to the 2022 season with Robinson and Archer involved with England, Claydon retiring, will Sussex be on the lookout for a more experienced bowler in the winter to help with our promising youngsters? He goes on to say, I think we also need another experienced top 5 batsman as well to help the batting. Your thoughts please. And he says, keep up the good work. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good question, because there are this crop of young quick bowlers: Jamie Atkins, Henry Crocombe, Sean Hunt, Joe Sarrow. Come back to that in a moment, as in comes Salter and bowls, and Orr is forward and plays quietly to short leg where there is no run. So slip and a short leg of the close fielders, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, sweeper on the cover boundary, then on the leg side a mid on a mid wicket, the deep backward square. Salter in again, bowls, and Orr is forward. Salter fields off his own bowling and there is no run, and this is the reason that Glamorgan are ahead on the over rate, because Salter does really sort of go through his overs, as in comes Salter and bowls, and Orr stretches forward, plays quietly down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Just to say to the studio that I can hear you loud and clear. And Salter is in again. Bowls to Orr, who plays this quietly back to the square past the short leg and picks up a single, as Joe Cook has to come running in from backward square leg, deep backward square to field. 1 more to Orr, he goes to 71. Sussex 135 for 4, leading by 146. Now Andrew Salter wants a change in the field for the right-handed Ben Brown. He's going to send a sweeper back to the cover boundary, I think is Colin Ingram. But other than that, the slip and the short leg remain in situ. So he's bowling here with a backward point, a mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary. In fact, they've now changed it around completely, because the fielder at point is now going to cover, and I was just extolling the virtues of Andrew Salter and how he whips through his overs, but they're just getting the field sorted out, and Michael Hogan has come trotting across from short fine leg to backward point. So I think we're ready. One more ball in this over to be bowled. 136 for 4 as Salter is in bowls to Brown. A nice looping delivery that Brown meets and plays quietly down the offside of the track, fielded by Salter off his own bowling, and there is no run. Sorry, there is obviously one more ball remaining in the over. Salter on his way, bowls, and Brown plays slightly across the line but sweeps very effectively. He's going to get 4 runs, is Ben Brown. It was outside the off stump, and Ben Brown just played that with the spin and swept the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Brown goes to 35, Sussex to 140 for 4, which takes the lead to 151 at the end of the over.
Probably the first really aggressive shot from Ben Brown today, isn't it?
Yeah. Interestingly, the question there from Steve about experienced fast bowlers around. I mean, obviously Mitch Claydon is retiring. Stuart Meeker, I guess, would be fulfilling that role at the moment. But I think that I'm just looking at this attack here, and I'm thinking, I mean, Michael Hogan is 40. Tim van der Hoogten is a fine bowler. Maybe that's the sort of bowler maybe Steve is thinking about. I mean, I'm not saying you want to take a 40-year-old bowler, but someone with sort of the experience of Hogan would be perhaps quite a welcome addition. But you want a bowler who's going to stay fit for the season. That's really important. And someone in the Hogan mould really sets the example, because he takes plenty of wickets as well. Well, it's pretty grey and overcast, Sarah, is the bottom line. The floodlights are on, but we should be thankful for small mercies that it's not tipping down with rain, which it was very much during the day yesterday. Sussex are making good progress as well, Sarah. They're 140 for 4. Alistair Orr, in just his second first-class game, is on 72. Ben Brown is on 35, so they haven't lost a wicket this morning, and Sussex now with a useful lead, leading by 151 on this last day. Meanwhile, not such good news for Surrey. They're losing wickets down at the Aegeus Bowl, now 10 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Hampshire by 406 as Hogan bowls to Orr, and Orr plays to backward point, and there is no run. Sorry to pinch your deliveries, Nick.
There we are, 140 for 4. As Emir Evans tweets, there's no early wickets. Key to today will be how the Sussex batters approach our change bowlers. Need to retain some control. Hopefully David Lloyd will be the first to come on. Great commentaries. Thank you very much, Emir. That tweet was sent with the hope of triggering a Northants-like collapse, as a tweet of his did earlier in the season. As Hogan bowls and Orr plays defensively back to him. Yes, it can happen to the best of us, can't it? You send a tweet in, and by the time the commentators picked it up, it's completely aged badly, as they say. 140 for 4 here, Sussex. But, yep, at Nick Webb 2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport if you want to contact us via the medium of 280 characters. As Hogan comes over the wickets, round the wicket rather, to bowl outside off stump, and Orr has nothing to do with that. Well, you suspect that this will be close to the end of Hogan's spell, and indeed it'll be a question of Glamorgan trying to keep control. Well, a dual target really. Obviously they'll be trying to take wickets because that's the best way of drying up the run rate often. But they will also need to stick a couple of fielders back, I suspect. As Hogan bowls, and Orr wants a single. There isn't really one there to the right hand of Joe Cook at cover. And Brown quickly sent him back. 140 for 4. Sussex's game in the first 40 minutes this morning, in this penultimate round of the group stages of the County Championship. This group stands like this. Yorkshire 9 played, 141 points. Hogan in, bowls, and that's off a thickish edge. It might have interested a fourth slip had there been one, but Orr will get a single down to third man, which prevents the over from being a maiden. 141 for 4. Lead is 152. Hogan 15 overs, 1 for 14. So Yorkshire played 9, 141 points. Lancashire played 8, 126 points. Now they'll get at least another 13,
yes,
even if they don't beat Kent, possibly 21. Northants played 9, 113 points. They lost to Yorkshire yesterday. Glamorgan played 8, 99 points. So they'd be up to 111 with a draw here. Kent played 8, 75 points. Might scramble a draw against Lancashire if they're lucky. And Sussex played 8, 71 points. So, yep, need for Sussex to press on.
In comes Salter bowls to Orr, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket and then just checks the shot, plays quietly to short extra. There is no run. I think Michael Hogan will be taken out of the attack here. I saw Chris Cook just wander up and have a quick word with his quick bowler, and now David Lloyd is going through a warm-up. So we're going to see some medium pace of Lloyd, I think, in the next over, unless I'm much mistaken. Salter in wide of the off-stump, cut away firmly by Orr, but straight to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Hogan, and there is no run. 141 for 4, the lead 152. Orr on 73, his highest first-class score. He waits again as Salter is on his way, bowls, and Orr plays this again firmly, but again straight to backward point. And again Hogan fields, and again there is no run. Salter busily cleaning the ball on his trousers, just having a think about his field. There's a stiff and a short leg. 5 other fielders saving one, just 2 fielders on the boundary at deep backward square and deep backward point as Salter's in again and bowls, and Orr stretches forward, plays down the onside of the track. Salter fields, and there is no run. Something's caught your attention.
Yeah, I was just thinking, that Surrey scores must have not updated properly. They're 10 for 3 in the 20th over against Hampshire, trying to dig it out.
Salter bowls, Orr again forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run.
So, yeah, 406 runs behind with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. That's not a great position for the Surrey boys, but they're just defending desperately from the sound of it.
Salter plays to Orr, plays to the offside. Good over from Andrew Salter, a maiden over, and his figures are 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Sussex 141 for 4. Interesting, actually, just following up on Steve's email, and thank you for that this morning, Steve, about, you know, do Sussex need a more experienced head around the younger crop of bowlers? And of course, what happens with younger bowlers as well, and I think Sussex have managed it well, that you can't bowl young 19-year-old bowlers in every single game. It's very demanding championship cricket. I think they've done a good job of rotating Atkins and Crocombe and Orr and Sean Hunt, not Orr, Joe Sarrow and Sean Hunt, and I guess that's what you have to do, and then keep some more experienced heads around when Ollie Robinson has been available and George Garton. So as I say, it's just about protecting young bowlers. You do hear so often, don't you, a young bowler bursts onto the scene, then the next minute they're out with a side strain, yeah, or a back injury. So it's just really important not to over bowl young quicks. But anyway, thank you for your email, Steve. If you want to join in our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet us at nickweb27 or at BBC Sussex Sport. Kester has been in touch from the lovely city of Budapest on the Danube. And I'll read his email perhaps as we go through the over. Dear Adrian and Nick, back with you guys again as a result of an excess of precipitation in Manchester. Yes, I think Kester is a Kent fan who's found his way to our commentary today with no play before lunch up at Old Trafford.
Welcome along, whomever you support, as David Lloyd tosses a couple of practice deliveries and will bowl his military medium. Is into the attack for the first time in this innings, and Glamorgan will be hoping that Lloyd can produce some economy, even if he doesn't get a breakthrough, as the first ball from Lloyd is played by Brown to backward point, and there's no run. There's just one slip in for the medium pace of David Lloyd. Fielders out at third man, fine leg, and on the short side of the ground, away to our right in front of the main scoreboard at mid-wicket. There's a couple saving the single on the onside and 3 saving the single on the offside. Thought they might put in a cover sweeper at some point as Lloyd bowls. That's on leg stump and helped away down towards backward square, but Dowthwaite making good ground and cutting it off just before it reaches the boundary, and they go through for a single. Lloyd really needs to keep himself wicket to wicket as much as possible, not allow Sussex any latitude, particularly on that short side of the ground. Underneath the floodlights on a grey morning here in Hove.
You know what the stats are, I probably ought to be able to look them up somewhere, but I think Ben Brown hasn't had a huge amount of a strike this morning, would be my thoughts.
Lloyd in, bowls, and Orr defends down the ground.
Oh, there's a bee. See if we can hear him. It's a pretty quiet bee, but we have got a bee around our effects night.
It's upstairs on the roof, by the way. We can't actually see these creatures. Last 5 overs, Ali Orr has faced 3.3 of them, and defends another one down the pitch. So Brown has faced 1.3 and Ali Orr 3.3 out of the last 5. So yes, your feeling is correct, and Orr's only got 3 singles off those 21 deliveries at that point in time.
I'm always impressioning that you come up with these stats. I'm hopelessly slow. So.
It just depends on being on the right website. Lloyd bowls and turned away defensively on the leg side again by Orr.
You're going to have to switch seamlessly from right arm over to line out scrums and rucks on Saturday.
Yes, yeah, I'll have to tune up the vocal cords a little bit, otherwise it'll be a bit too laid back, I think, trying to do a rugby international with well, not huge crowds, but probably 7,000 or so in the Principality Stadium. As Lloyd bowls, nice short straight delivery, keeping Orr honest there. Just single off Lloyd going over, which is what Glamorgan need. Yes, Wales against Argentina is a 1 o'clock kickoff, I believe, on Saturday. So do join us on BBC Radio Wales if you're a Welsh rugby follower for that game. Looking forward to my first rugby game for since, was it end of March, early April?
Oh, well, good luck, Nick. I'm sure you'll.
Thank you.
I'm sure it'll all work out well.
Remember the vocabulary.
We've spoken a lot about the 100 this week, and you know, I think it's unsurprising that the majority of people who've commented are county championship fans, and therefore perhaps not fans of the 100. I think it's fair to say, although we did get a couple of emails very supportive of the 100 and saying they feel if it is going to attract a new audience and the net effect is that more people enjoy cricket and more money goes back into the game, it's good. So we've had a range of views, and all we're here to do is sort of facilitate that discussion without making it a bore-a-thon for everybody. But I will read out Kester's email in a minute, who just comments on the 100, which starts fairly soon. Andrew Salter is going to bowl the next day, so it may be difficult during Salter's over to discuss this too much, but I'll do my best. He's bowling to the right-handed Ben Brown, who just may be starting to get itchy feet here, Ben, because he hasn't had a lot of strike. He's on 36, a partnership between these two now of 80, who have steered Sussex through some choppy waters. They were 62 for 4 when the pair came together, but he just may be thinking about how the game's going to develop. Because in comes Salter and bowls, and he sweeps, does Ben Brown, and a shot by the skipper down to fine leg fielded by Hogan. Nice sort of paddle sweep by Brown. He goes to with 38. That's to 144 for Kester. For 144 for 4. I'm thinking about my email from Kester. Let's do one thing at a time. As Orr takes strike, twiddle of his bat. He's a big bat twiddler, is Ali Orr. The floodlights are shining off the back of his bat as he waits for Andrew Salter. All on 73. And he waits with his bat raised. Salter is in, and Orr plays a forcing shot off the back foot into the covers. Ben Brown wanted a single, and just a sort of the odd sign here that Ben Brown is looking to pick up the singles and keep the scoreboard ticking along. He was a good way down, was the skipper. Sent back by Allior, nothing wrong with that. It was Orr's call in front of the wicket, perfectly entitled to do that, as Salter in again, and Orr is forward and plays quietly to backward point, fielded by Hogan. And again, there is no run. Lead of 154 for Sussex. Another 82 overs to be bowled in the day after this one. Fingers crossed that the weather continues to play ball. It is grey and overcast, but at least it's dry as Salter in bowls, and Orr turns that one to mid-wicket again. It's another dot ball. Orr surveys that leg side boundary. There is just the one man on that boundary. A deep backward square, so he may want to loft the ball over the infield. There's certainly no one out. Van der Hookten is about halfway back at mid-on. Salter again bowls, and Orr plays firmly through the offside to the sweeper on the point boundary. Picks up a single, does Orr. He goes to 74. All the fours for Sussex, 144 for 4, and Orr on 74. Still the short leg and slip in place for the right-handed Ben Brown. Andrew Salter, who does rattle through his overs, if he's just waiting for the ball to be returned to him from Tim van der Hookten, who's fielding at mid-off for the right-handed Brown. Salter in and bowls, and Brown again sweeps firmly, and more runs here for Ben Brown. Well, the ball seemed to bounce awkwardly for the fielder at deep backward square, who did very well to recover his composure. That was James Wheel. I don't know whether the ball came out of an old foothold or something, but he was going straight to Wheel, and then it sort of jumped away from him. The net effect is that Ben Brown gets 2, and he goes to 39. Sussex 2-1 at 46 for 4. The lead is 157. So I'll just read this email briefly. He says, I think I heard one in favour of the 100, along with you, Adrian, in the belief that it could well attract new fans to the game of cricket. Well, for all the razzmatazz, not to mention the dosh being flung at the 100, it would be an appalling mistake by the ECB if it didn't. He goes on to say he thinks the board should resign if it's not a success. So there we go, that's Kester's view. And he goes on to say, good for Nick for mentioning this. Has there been any opposition to the effective loss of money to the traditional game? Regards, have a good day's commentary. That's Kester. Yeah, I think we have discussed it a lot, the 100, Kester, and thank you very much for your email. Yeah, you know, I'm in the camp if it's a success and it brings a whole new generation of supporters to cricket and that benefits all formats of the game, then good. But I think I do also understand a lot of money has been thrown at the 100, and it frankly needs to be a success, and I think they are virtually giving tickets away at the moment. Someone showed me one of their club's games at the Oval that are coming up, and I think tickets are virtually being given away at the moment, Nick.
They were certainly very cheap earlier in the year, but I think they're currently relatively expensive, as that is Lloyd bowling to Orr, who drives it back to him, and Lloyd for some reason tosses it back to Chris Cook, whether he was just wondering if Orr was straying out of his ground. And eventually it comes back round the field. Yeah, I think Welsh Fire tickets have gone up a little bit from in recent weeks, from what I understand. No doubt there is a great marketing strategy at work somewhere, as Lloyd bowls, and that's driven on the offside by Orr to Hogan at mid-off, and there is no run. In terms of developing the popularity of cricket for youngsters, obviously they need to have heroes of either gender, but certainly I think the programmes for children are just as important in stimulating that interest in the game. As Lloyd bowls, and that one keeps a bit low and beats the forward prod of Orr, going through on the second bounce to Chris Cook. So I'm delighted to see that Dynamo's cricket, having had something of a difficult start last year because of coronavirus, didn't always happen in all clubs, but that's doing well this season, I understand. That and All Stars, which covers the younger 5 to 8 age group. Dynamo cricket from 8 to 11, as Lloyd is in to bowl, and that's played on the leg side by Orr, no run. And I just hope that actually there's a further layer put in by the ECB to cover those from 11 or 12 through till 15, 16, which I know a lot of the clubs do anyway, but kids transitioning to a hardball game and something more approaching the adult game. That's nicely driven by Orr through the offside, but unfortunately for him, he's picked up Douthwaite on the extra cover boundary in front of the scoreboard, and they'll just go through for a single. So you've got All Stars from 5 to 8, Dynamo's 8 to 11-ish, and it might be one to think about putting in an extra level to assist the clubs, because there's a lot of facilitators trained by the ECB. I know that a lot of the clubs run age group programs, but it would be nice maybe to have a bit more centralised support for that system, to take kids through till 15, 16 when they're able to start, in a lot of cases, playing some sort of adult cricket. As Brown defends out on the leg side, there's no run. 147 for 4, just the single off the Lloyd over. Glamorgan keeping it tight as they would have liked, but the ball is in Sussex's court at the moment at 147 for 4, leading by 158 after the first hour's play here at Hove.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Nick. You know, there has been a lot of money spent on the promotion of the 100. That, you know, we hope that other areas of the game won't suffer because of that. Paul has been in touch. Hello, Paul. He says, hello both. Do you think Glamorgan and other clubs who currently have very few, if any, playing for England or the 100 franchise teams have a better chance of winning the One Day Cup? Sussex are going to lose a lot of players to the 100. I think we counted 8. But as Andrew Salter is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Alistair Orr, well flighted, and Orr drives to cover, and there is no run. I mean, I think clearly those who are losing less players and don't have a lot of England players will have a chance in the 50 over. But I think I said yesterday, I'm really looking forward to the 50 over competition. I think it could be some really good cricket. As in comes Salter and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I'm trying to think of sides who that might affect, who aren't going to lose that many players and have got strong squads. I also wonder whether with all these, you know, with the increase in cases, how that's going to affect the 100 as well. We were discussing up with lots of players going from different clubs to centrally, how that's going to work. And but anyway, I'm sure that's all going to play out over the next few weeks.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to learn what the bubble rules are for those new squads.
Yeah. Salter in Briars, and well fielded, good cricket, nice looking shot by Orr. Billy Root with a very fine save, and not easy there because he's fielding right by the matting, which is covering a couple of tracks there. He didn't take his eye off the ball, and it was a good piece of fielding.
Oh, it's a nightmare that, isn't, fielding by matting or an artificial strip on the square.
In comes Salter, bowls. Orr is forward, plays quietly back down the track again. There is no run.
Sometimes it can be in danger of rearranging your dental work.
Yeah, absolutely. All on 75, Brown on 39. There's Salter in again, bowls, and Orr plays quietly to short leg, another dot ball. Ron has been in touch. Hello, Ron. He says, does anyone remember the name Ian Barlow? Could you tell me which county he played for? One of my cleaners this morning asked me, will I be listening to the football tonight? And he said, I replied, football's coming home, I've heard it all before. But he would be listening as in comes Salter bowls, and Orr turns that on the leg side and picks up a single to backward square. One more to Orr, he goes to 76. Another over in which Ben Brown didn't face a delivery, just the one run coming off of the over. Orr pinches the strike, he goes to 76. 148 for 4, the Sussex lead is 159. And Alistair Orr 76 not out. As I say, Ben Brown on 39. Just finishing this off, Ron says, I told her I'd be listening to Lancashire trying to beat Kent in the county championship. She then told me that her boss married a first-class county cricketer called Ian Barlow. I've been an avid listener to commentary now for 52 years. Whilst I seem to remember the name, I can't recall which county he played for. If anyone could help, I'd be most grateful. Ian Barlow. There was a Graham Barlow, wasn't there, who played for Middlesex. So I'll see if I can have a route around during this next over.
David Lloyd to continue, conceded just 2 singles off his 2 overs, so these two relatively experienced players, David Lloyd and Andrew Salter, doing the containing job at the moment, but how much longer can they keep it going? As Lloyd is bowling to Orr, defends that one to mid-on. In terms of losing players, I mean, Glamorgan lose a few batsmen, but they should have enough bowlers left, you would have thought. Glamorgan lose to the 100. David Lloyd, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook and Tim van der Hoogten out of this team, and they won't have Labuschagne or Nisa available because they're going home in a few weeks to Australia, as Orr defends to mid-off, Hogan fields, and there is no run. But they will have Hamish Rutherford, a New Zealand test player, to try and hold things together at the top of the batting order, so that Glamorgan, in terms of batsmen, would have, out of this team, break off as Lloyd bowls, nicely driven by Orr, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Out of this team they'd have Joe Cook, Billy Root, Kieran Carlson out of the top order. Nick Selman, you would assume, would come in, Rutherford to come in, and Callum Taylor, who's one of the 12th men for this game, would probably get a chance, batting 5 or 6, you would imagine. As Lloyd in bowls and Orr defends to cover, and there's no run. Tom Cullen probably take over the wicket-keeping gloves. They also have an option to give some experience at some point in the competition for 17-year-old Alex Horton. Then in the bowling attack, they just lose Van der Hoogten out of this, and you've got the likes of Lucas Carey and Roman Walker in the second 11 at the moment, who do have first team experience. Sam Pearce is the other squad member in this at the moment, as Lloyd bowls outside off stump and cut away by Orr. He'll get at least a single. He'll look at coming back for a second, but Ingram's throw comes in, and they can't get back for the second. 149 for 4, Sussex, leading by 160 runs. You would hope that Rory Smith may be fit after more hamstring problems to play a part in that one-day cup campaign. Jamie McIlroy maybe, another seamer who's had injury problems, and of course Prem Sisodia among the spinners to come into the reckoning. So yeah, there are plenty of familiar names will be available to Glamorgan for the one-day cup.
That sounds like a pretty strong squad to me, Nick.
You would hope it would be competitive, and you would hope that Glamorgan would seriously target the competition, given that they're less disadvantaged than others by those absences. Lloyd bowls, and Brown chops it down to point. No run.
Well, we won't come across each other in the group stages.
No, and
maybe later on.
Maybe indeed. The unfortunately, the knockout stages are very hurried. It's not great scheduling in this competition. The quarter-finals of the 50-over competition on Saturday the 14th of August, semi-finals on Tuesday the 17th, and final at Trent Bridge on Thursday the 19th of August. So
yeah, it does really come.
It's a nightmare for spectators, frankly.
Yeah. So if you go all the way to the final, you could play 11 50-over games in about 3 weeks. I mean,
it's not great, and it does smack of the competition being treated with not the seriousness that it might be by the schedulers.
Andrew Salter's going to start another over from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Alistair Orr, who nudges that one back to the square on the onside, picks up a single as Ingram comes in from deep back the square to field. 150 up for Sussex, which gets a ripple of applause around the ground. Ali Orr to 78, 150 for 4. I was just looking at this score from the Aegeus Bowl, where Surrey are 12 for 3 in 25 overs against Hampshire. Hashim Amla has got 1 run in 49 balls.
Oh.
And Ryan Battelle 3 runs in 35 balls. Some very good bowling figures there, or economic ones, as in comes Salter, bowls to Brown, who plays it to backward point. There is no run. Keith Parker, 8 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 1. And Kyle Abbott, 12 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 5. So Surrey digging in. Wow, that is slow. In comes Salter, bowls, swept. Oh well, it's missed everybody. He was looking to sweep there, Ben Brown, but it's eluded wicketkeeper Cook. And the ball rolls down, and the thump you could hear there, whereas the ball hit the advertising hoardings just down below us. Sussex won't worry about that. 4 more to them. They go to 154 for 4.
Yeah, Chris Cook won't be happy with that one. It's a big swing of the bat that possibly distracted him, kept a little bit low, and shot through everything.
So 4 more to Sussex. And Brown just waits. Sussex opening fixture is up in Cumbria, as in comes Salter, bowls wide of your stump, and Ben Brown hammers that through the offside, picks up a single. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. He was looking to play that little ball through extra cover, I think, was Ben Brown. Nonetheless, he picks up another single.
You're not happy about that venue, are you?
Well, no, it's a long way, but I'm really happy about the venue. It's at Sebra School, and I'm told by our colleague up in Lancashire, it is the most beautiful setting. So I'm really looking forward to the match. Maybe not the long journey up there.
And maybe not the technical arrangements for an outground.
Yeah, it is an outground, but I'm told it is absolutely beautiful. So Sussex begin their campaign against Lancashire. That's a game you'll be able to hear online. Long way for spectators to go, as in comes Salter and bowls, and played down the ground by Alistair Orr, who picks up a single, and a well-judged single. Ben Brown had to scamper towards the striker's end. Orr safely home. He goes to 79, Sussex 156 for 4.
Just a bit more intent about the batsman in this over, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I think that having negotiated Van der Hookton and Hogan and not lost a wicket, Sussex have probably got their eyes on just stepping through the gears a little. 78 overs left in the day after this one, as Salter is on his way over the wicket bowled. And Brown, that's going to be 4 more byes. Now I wonder if that was a chance. Because Andrew Salter kicks, no, it's byes, so it didn't come off the bat. But again, Chris Cook misses it, and again it goes away for 4 runs. And Andrew Salter is not best pleased with his wicketkeeper and captain. 4 more byes. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. And Sussex 160 for 4 with 8 sort of free runs there, really.
Get your legs together, Chris.
Yeah, he wasn't happy, was he? Sort of wanders away. The Sussex lead 171. I guess the one thing Ben Brown will be thinking here, or the Sussex camp will be thinking, if indeed they are thinking towards setting Glamorgan some sort of a target, they'll want to have plenty to bowl at, but also the wicket isn't really misbehaving here. And so will Glamorgan, if a carrot is dangled, will they decide to go for the carrot, or will they just think, you know what, we'll just play for a draw?
Well, if they think that the priority is to ensure second division, then they might not have too much of a dart at it, because a draw would probably do them in terms of ensuring second division, with Yorkshire winning and Lancashire potentially well set. Chasing the top 2 might be a little out of their reach, but I think that it's probably the stage where they'll get to tea and see how many wickets down, and whether it's a realistic prospect at that stage. But Sussex at the moment lead by 171, and we've got 47 minutes to go until lunch. Wonder if they extend that to 2:50ish, if they have a go. Sussex, not on that occasion, as Orr plays defensively. If they fling the bat a little bit before lunch, whether a target of 250 in something like 64 overs would just give Glamorgan a bit of a chance. Be quite demanding anyway. As Lloyd in bowls and played off the back foot through the offside by Orr. Douthwaite fields at cover, single taken, 161 for 4. I think a lunchtime declaration. I mean, Sussex really got nothing to lose, have they, in terms of the group situation? No. So if they declare at lunch, that avoids losing a couple of overs for the changeover of innings. There's Lloyd into Brown, who plays and misses, trying to force through the covers, but beaten by that one, through to Chris Cook. 161 for 4.
Yeah, interesting sort of equation. I was going to make a point then. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say, Nick, so I'll try and remember what I was going to say.
Next delivery from David Lloyd is on its way to skipper Ben Brown, who's beaten again outside off stump. As if there's just a little bit of movement for David Lloyd.
Yes, I was going to say, we did ask people for their views on the 100, and we've had plenty, so thank you for those. Perhaps also we could ask people what their views are on the county championship this year, because we're talking about 2 divisions. There is no decision so far yet about whether this format of a conference-style county championship will remain for this season, or whether we'll go back to 2 divisions next season. We're quite interested to get people's views on what you think of the championship structure now, and whether this should be retained for next season.
As Lloyd is in, that's down leg side, and helped away. He's a little bit lucky there for David Lloyd, because Ben Brown has hit it down to fine leg, and it is the Century Partnership. It's come off 31 overs for Sussex, so just a shade over 3 runs and over. Century Partnership between Orr, who has 80, Brown, who has 41. There have been a few extras chucked into the mix in that partnership as well. 162 for 4. Lead 173. Lloyd bowls, that's close to LBW, that is out. That is the end of the partnership, and Ali Orr has gone, just missing a straight one, and David Lloyd tends to skid them through. And that looked a very decent appeal from this juncture anyway. And Sussex are 162 for 5, leading by 173, but well batted to Ali Orr for a career best 80 to follow up his 67 in the opening game.
Yes, indeed, and I think there was no question about the decision, but let's just listen to the applause, because I'm sure the Sussex supporters who are here will give the young man good reception as he makes his way off. Let's just have a little listen.
193 balls, 10 fours. And to have a player who's made a real impact in his first 2 championship games in the first team is a real bonus for Sussex, you would imagine, this season in the temporary absence of Phil Salt.
Yes.
And indeed Tom Haynes.
Yes, indeed. He's batted very nicely indeed. Well, the trudges up the steps, but he should be very pleased and very proud of the way that he's batted. And the new man who's coming in is another young man, but this time a 16-year-old, Daniel Ibrahim, who scored a very nice half-century in the first innings. Yeah, so just coming back to this, so are you in favour of the conference system? Is it a good idea? My main reservation is that the final 4 batches of the championship, if you're not in that first division, Nick was saying you're perhaps playing for a place in the second division. There's talk about rankings and various things. I'm not entirely sure how that works, how much intensity that might bring to the last 4 games. Also a suggestion of prize money, but I can't believe that's a fortune. I mean, that would certainly be an incentive to sides to finish higher up. But I do think certainly in these early games that it's provided quite a bit of interest, having this structure. So, but it doesn't matter what I think. What do you think? Should we be keeping it the same? Let us know. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one who takes easily to change in the game, but I'm quite interested in this format continuing, because it does provide a bit of jeopardy and interest at the midpoints of the season. Andrew
Salter comes in and bowls to Ben Brown. And Brown plays quietly to mid-off, and there is no run. 162 for 5, so the lead up 173. Salter in his 16th over, figures of 1 for 41, including 2 maidens. He's got a slip and a short leg in place. He's lost his partner after a partnership of 100 exactly between himself and Alistair Orr, as Brown sweeps down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Ben Brown? He goes to 41. That's to 163 for 5, which brings in the young 16-year-old Daniel Ibrahim. I know his dad's was at the ground the first couple of days, and I would imagine he's here again today. Made quite an impression. He's in his second county championship match as well. Made 100. Didn't make 100. He made a half century at Leeds on his debut. And a half century in this match as well. He waits as Salter is in bowls and wide of the off stump, and he thought about having a crack at that, looking at cutting it away through backward point, but a bit of lift from Salter, a bit of encouragement, and the ball is taken this time by Cook. Salter in again bowls, and Ibrahim displays quietly away on the offside, and there is no run. Ibrahim remarks his crease. Floodlights still on. Cloudy grey morning here in Hove on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Wales, as in comes Salter on bowls, and Ibrahim plays quietly into the offside. There is no run, or BBC Sport Wales I should say. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Webb. Another 76 overs left in the day after this one, although we would almost certainly lose 2 overs if there was a change of innings between the breaks. Tim van der Hookten is spending a long time shining the ball at mid-off. There would be a new ball available to Glamorgan in 24 overs after this one, which may or may not be significant. Salter again in and bowls. Ibrahim drives pleasantly to van der Hookten, who fields. Then there is no run. An end of another economic Andrew Salter over. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Sussex 163 for 5. Lead by 174. Daniel Ibrahim yet to score. Ben Brown on 42, and within sight of what would be the 44th first-class half-century of his career. The Sussex skipper, who averages a more than reasonable 39 in first-class cricket, having scored over 8,000 first-class runs.
So the departure of Orr, will it mean that others will open up? I mean, it's a big responsibility on Ibrahim, who obviously batted very nicely in 2 out of his 3 innings so far with half centuries, but something of a different imperative on him now to try and push the score along, though I'm sure the captain will take the initiative in that, as Lloyd bowls to Brown, who drives into the offside and will take a single out to Cook at deep cover point. 164 for 5, but it's not like a first innings situation where you can just have a look, take your time. Something of an imperative on Sussex to get on with it. On the other hand, something of an imperative not to fall in a heap and lose the last 5 for 30, so maybe they'll carry on playing things on merit for a little longer as Lloyd bowls and Ibrahim defends on the leg side. No run. Floodlights have been on all morning, and we've needed them really, because it is where are we? Early July. You wouldn't have thought so, the weather this week, would you?
No, it's ridiculous. It really hasn't been great. I thought I saw the weather forecast earlier on in the week said things were improving, but I'm not sure they are. You know, looking at the weather forecast this morning for the next few days at least.
Lloyd into bowl, forward comes Ibrahim. Ball just trickling up to mid-off.
When I say improving, I think it's meant to be dry, and I think Sussex will be very grateful, because I've got a T20 game here on Friday night against Essex, and having had so many games rained off, I certainly want rain interfering. I think the forecast is good for Friday, but thereafter I think a bit showery, and certainly no signs of any sort of prolonged warm weather at the moment from what was being said this morning.
The Women's International here on Sunday. As that's down leg side from Lloyd, but Ibrahim misses out slightly as he doesn't get a touch on it. The Women's International T20 series between England and India. Friday night they play at Northampton. Sunday afternoon 2:30 here, and then next Wednesday evening up in Chelmsford.
Yes, it's sold out here on Sunday, which is really good.
There's Lloyd in to bowl and played into the offside, but well intercepted by Joe Cook, moving to his left from cover, and Ibrahim can't get off the mark quite yet. 164 for 5, Sussex leading by 175 here on BBC Sport Online. Yes, I think a lot of county fans are still slightly confused by the format this season, because it is the first time it's been tried. Lloyd bowls outside off stump. Ibrahim shoulders arms. 164 for 5, Sussex leading by 175. So just to reiterate, the first and second in each of the three groups will play in Division 1. The third and fourth in each group in Division 2. And the 5th and 6th in Division 3. Now, you'll play the 4 other sides at that level whom you haven't met yet, and you will take into the game the average of the 2 points against the side from your group. So, for example, if Glamorgan and Northants were to be 3rd and 4th, Glamorgan would get the average points of their 2 games against Northants in the first part of the season, which is a little confusing, but I suppose it's to make sure it's manageable at the end of the season with 4 games in 4 weeks before the Bob Willis Trophy final, which doesn't decide the county championship, which I think is a bit odd. It might be a bit
I agree.
meaningless in late September.
Andrew Salter comes into bowl to Ben Brown, who sweeps, and is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It just drops short of Hogan, who comes running in from fine leg. Brown goes through another single. He goes to 43, 164 for 5. Sorry, 165 for 5. Yes, and in fact that final of the Bob Willis Trophy, I think, starts around the 26th or 27th of September. It's really quite late.
Yeah, it was last season, wasn't it?
Well.
But then last season it did actually decide the champion of the county game.
Yes, and I think they did get some decent weather as well. Salter back to his mark. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim, who is yet to open his account. An email from Phil, which I'll read in a moment. As in comes Salter bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays down the offside of the pitch. Salter fields of his own bowling. Hello Adrian, says Phil. I was very pleased to have visited Hove on Monday and Wimbledon yesterday. Oh, lucky you. He says, luckily I was under the roof. I'm watching on the stream today with a nice little recovery in place, I hope, for Sussex. Salter over the wicket bowls, and Ibrahim with a play and a miss outside the off stump taken by Cook. There is no run. He says, a quick televisual query: when you show the side on camera featuring the main scoreboard, the tens digit of the batsman's scores is not apparent. Is the scoreboard 40 or just my view of it through the stream? Yeah, it is a technical fault, as in comes Salter and bowls, and played by Ibrahim into the offside, and there is no run. I'm grateful to the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, who's pointed out that it is an electrical query, and the electrician is apparently en route at some stage to fix that. So yes, you're quite right, the tens digit is missing. But if you're looking at that scoreboard, it'll tell you that Ben Brown's should have a 4 in front of the 4, and Daniel Ibrahim's, he hasn't yet to score. Salter is on his way, bowls, and Ibrahim is caught in 2 minds between going forward and playing back, and in the end the ball ends up in the gloves of keeper Cook, and there is no run. Thomas Cooper has been in touch with a message with
From Ireland?
yes, for a question for Nick, as in comes Salter bowls, and now Ibrahim is on his way as he plays that to Colin Ingram fielding on the cover boundary, and the question is about Colin Ingram. Ended the over 166 for 5. Sussex lead by 177. Ibrahim on 1, Brown on 44. He says, why isn't Colin Ingram's occasional leg spin being given a go? As Mitch Claydon was laying around him. Does anybody think outside the box anymore? Thanks for your excellent commentaries. Especially when Mitch Claydon was laying... I don't know what he means by that, but...
Laying around him while hitting out, I suppose.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Thomas, for your email.
Yeah, Colin Ingram doesn't seem to have bowled much the last couple of years, because he didn't play much cricket at all last year, and might be a bit rusty on that front. Used to be a regular for Glamorgan in T20 cricket, a regular bowler that is, and was quite often used in the county championship a few years back, but maybe it's fallen, his leg's been fallen a little bit into disrepair through lack of use. But it's an interesting query. Lloyd is in, and Ibrahim will get a single down to fine leg with a little turn of the wrists. Ingram is the fielder there, but yeah, Labuschagne obviously has been preferred as a T20 bowler this year, so Ingram might be a bit out of practice as a bowler and concentrating on improving his form with the bat, which has not been up to his own high standards. I think one brilliant innings in T20. Lloyd in, bowls, pushed out on the offside by Brown, no run. Be interesting to see if Ingram plays in those 4 championship matches at the end of the season, because we're allowed to play 2 overseas. Labuschagne and Nisa will have departed. Rutherford is the new signing, Hamish Rutherford of New Zealand. As Lloyd is in, bowls, and that's turned nicely through the leg side by Brown. They'll take a single, but Dowthwaite is there and getting his throw quickly in. Short boundary away to our right, so quite often just singles to the boundary riders. 168 for 5, Sussex. John Noakes on Twitter. Good afternoon to you, John. This year's championship format has allowed all counties to compete for the title and provided the opportunity to play different sides, which makes for a more interesting structure, particularly for those sides who'd been marooned in Division 2 for a long time. Hope it continues. Thank you, John, for those thoughts. As Lloyd is in to bowl and turned away on the leg side again by Ibrahim for the second time in the over, down to fine leg. So it's just ticking along in singles in this over. 3 off the first 4 balls.
Bryn Wilkes has been in touch as well, Nick. He says, greetings from a Glamorgan fan in sunnyish Scotland. So I don't know whether you live there, Bryn, or maybe you're on holiday. He says, on the championship format, I think the conferences are highly preferable to the old 2 division setup. He does say, I'd also be tempted to go back to last year's regional system to allow old rivalries to redevelop while encouraging away fans to travel. More to come on that.
As Lloyd is in to bowl, and a whippy turn of the wrists by Ben Brown sends the ball out to Dowthwaite at square leg again single taken, 170 for 5. He goes on to say, I share the concerns about dead rubbers in the 2nd and 3rd divisions in phase 2, but in any league structure there will always be games which don't mean much at the end of the season. Yeah, I think particularly for those sides that are less in contention for honours, if you like, that it's always a chance to try out new younger players who are keen to impress. As Lloyd bowls and played on the leg side, dot ball by Dan Ibrahim. So 4 singles off the over, 170 for 5, Sussex leading Glamorgan by 181 runs with 27 minutes to go before lunch. Bryn goes on to say, on the topic of tickets being essentially given away for the 100, while I'm very much in the anti-100 camp, I don't understand why counties don't drastically drop their prices across the formats, particularly for the championships. He says, bums on seats are priceless, plus you can always supplement meagre ticket revenue with beer and burger sales. It's something I've always felt about sports with low attendances. Dare I say, I'd include Welsh regional rugby in that. He's enjoying a stunning Glamorgan chase. Oh, he says, enjoy a stunning Glamorgan chase. That's from Bryn Wilkes. Bryn, thank you very much for your thoughts. Good to hear from you, Bryn. So, update coming in a few moments' time
to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, but in the meantime it's going to be Andrew Salter who's going to carry on this spell from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44. Sussex 170 for 5, a lead of 181. And Ben Brown within 4 of his half century. As Salter on his way bowls to Brown, and Brown is forward and plays quietly down the onside, and there is no run.
He's bowled timidly, Andrew Salter, to be fair, hasn't he?
Yes, he has indeed.
He's done the job, done a containing job so far.
Good job for his skipper. Salter again. Salter in again. Bowls. Oh, that loops over the wicket keeper. Yes, well, Sussex continuing to make good progress here. They have lost a wicket. Alistair Orr, the young 20-year-old from Eastbourne, he's been out for 80, but batted extremely well. Sussex 171 for 5. Ben Brown, the skipper, is on 46. So Sussex now with a lead of 182 and a maximum of 72 overs left in the day. So we may well get some sort of a run chase for Glamorgan here later on in the day. No such exciting cricket down at Southampton, where Surrey are crawling along. They are 18 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Hampshire by 397. I was giving an update and I rather missed what happened there. I saw the ball loop over the wicket-keeper's head.
Yeah, it was, I think it was a reverse sweep, where it just, as you say, caught the bat fairly gently, lobbed over the keeper's head, but fell fairly safe, just behind Chris Cook and David Lloyd, running backwards from slip.
Salter again. In bowls wider of the off stump, and Ibrahim just leans and plays pleasantly into the offside off the back foot, footed by Ingram in front of the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side. One more to Ibrahim, he goes to 4. So this is 172 for 5. It brings the skipper Ben Brown back on strike. Slip on a short leg, keeping him company. And Salter on his way, bowls, and Ben Brown just plays quietly on the bounce to a fielder at short leg, who's Kieran Carlson. There is no run. Salter again. And bowls, and Brown uses his feet and plays smartly back to Salter, who feels of his own bowling, thinks about shying at the sumps, but he can see that Ben Brown is within his ground and decides to hang on to the ball instead, and is in again. Bowls. Brown using his feet, driving to mid-on, picks up a single, fielded down in the distance by Tim and Hookton. Ben Brown picks up a single and he will pinch the strike. End of the over. 174 for 5. Is that going to kick over to 170? Yes, no, 173 for 5. Ben Brown to 47, so the lead is 184.
They're very quick on the trigger on the scoreboard, aren't they? It's the run's up almost before it's been completed in some circumstances.
Yeah.
So lead 184. I don't think that unless they go berserk in the next 23 minutes,
no,
they're going to declare at lunch.
No, I'd be surprised. Steve's been in touch. Steve Heisman, who says, "Hi team, many thanks for your commentary. Could please tell me why no fast or medium pace bowler from both teams today haven't used the slower delivery? Is it banned?" Well, it's certainly not banned, but you see certainly a lot more slower and deliveries in the shorter formats.
Lloyd in, bowls hammered out into the offside by Brown, but finds cover, and there is no run. It is an interesting point, isn't it, that you know, in an over of T20 cricket, which obviously we've been playing for the last few weeks, you will typically see at least 1 or 2 slower balls from the fast bowler in any given over, but not so in this. There's Lloyd into Brown, who defends to mid-on, and There's no run.
Ron Nuttall has been in touch, Nick. He says the one good thing about this new format is that every county has an equal opportunity to win the championship, whereas only those in Division 1 previously had that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, at the start of the season, I feared that Glamorgan might not be able to compete with the likes of Lancashire and Yorkshire, who obviously have been in the first division for a few years, or particularly in the case of Yorkshire. As Lloyd bowls and turned on the leg side by Brown, he'll take a single out towards mid-wicket. But in the end, I mean, Glamorgan had the better of the draw up at Headingley, and they beat Lancashire at home, and had an evenly fought if rain-ruined game at Old Trafford. So Glamorgan have actually played, Glamorgan having been in the second division for 16 years or so, have actually played better against the sides you'd have thought would be stronger on paper, and really risen to the occasion. As Lloyd bowls, Ibrahim drives, Lloyd gets a fingertip to it on the bounce and diverts it to Michael Hogan at mid-off, no run.
I mean, when this decision is made, and I presume it would be a decision that would be made by the counties and by the chief execs of the counties, and you would hope that those chief execs would get the views of, you know, the players, the supporters, and give a view of a club as a whole. I mean, you're never going to get everybody agreeing, but before we get a decision on what's going to happen next season.
As Lloyd into Ibrahim, who again turns the wrists on it, takes a single out to square leg, 175 for 5. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that decision to be taken. I would have thought before October, November, by the time, well, as you mentioned, the current format doesn't finish until Bob Willis Trophy Friday the 1st of October it's due to finish. So...
And I don't know what the view would be here. I don't know whether, you know, Sussex would court the thoughts of members or players, or how Sussex would arrive on what their decision would be in kind of a former structure.
Lloyd bowls and again a single taken on the onside this time. Ben Brown down to Dowthwaite at backward square, 176 for 5. The lead 187. Sanitisation time, 3 singles off David Lloyd's over. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 13. So, yeah, well, Dowthwaite and Wheel have been a touch on the expensive side on this game. Glamorgan have at least found decent run strangling from Salter and Lloyd, who've bowled tidily and prevented Sussex from really going on the offensive. 176 for 5, 187 the lead. 18 minutes till luncheon. I mean,
you know, I've never agreed with this, but I know there is some thoughts around the structures that when you have players playing in the first division, that technically a first division would be the best 9 sides if you were doing it equally, Nick, and so therefore you've got the best players playing against the best players, and there is a school of thought that says that's the best way of grounding players to play Test cricket. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, when you think about this club, for example, who have predominantly been in the second division for the last 5 years now, that they have produced from there 2 England bowlers in Jofra Archer and Ollie Robbins. So I'm not sure this argument about you can only have test match players who are playing first division really washes, to be honest. But I know some of the, inverted commas, larger counties do feel that that's the case. And the conference system would do away with that. So, you know, there's all sorts of discussions around it.
Yeah, I mean, it is, I think, good for the 18-county game, which is being put in slight jeopardy, I would have thought. Oh, umpires nipped off for a moment.
Yeah, I think umpire Debenham nipped off.
Is that a convenience break, maybe?
Well, I think it might have been a sanitise and a convenience. He was there rather longer than a sanitise break. We'll
yeah, short side of the ground. The toilet's nearer than on that side than in his changing room.
It is going to be Andrew Salter who's going to carry on. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 46. In comes Salter over the wicket bowls. Brown is driving firmly into the covers, and that's going to be another half century for Sussex skipper The 44th first-class century of Ben Brown's career. He raises back towards the dressing room, 50 in 81 balls in 148 minutes with 4 fours. And well done the skipper, because he came in when Sussex were in a bit of trouble on 62 for 4, and he steered them towards a respectable total. Salter is in bowls to Ibrahim, who works on the offside to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been an innings where he's had to change gear, isn't it? See, obviously the boat rocking slightly when he was in, and then this morning to try and move up and accelerate gradually.
Salter in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Ibrahim, and there is no run. And actually, I used to get slightly irritated when you listen to people talking about First Division cricket, because for a while, Ollie Robinson was taking stacks of wickets down here, and when people were talking about England, his name was never mentioned. Salter in bowls and pulled away by Ibrahim. That's an attacking shot, short, and pulled onto the leg side down to deep mid wicket. Fielded by Wheel in front of the Spenkama Pavilion. One more to Ibrahim. He goes to 6 for a total of 178 for 5. When it was clear that he was is a very fine bowler. So I do think there is a little bit of, if you're in the second division, perhaps it doesn't count as much, which is nonsense. In comes Salter again, bowls to Brown, plays to backward point, fielded by Cook. There is no run, but I think there were probably plenty who disagree with my view. So Salter wanders back to his mark. 2 runs off the over so far. We've got 10 minutes to go until, a bit more than 10 minutes actually, 15 minutes to go till lunch, as Brown drives down the wicket onto the leg side. Just a single. Ben Brown holds his bat up to the dress. I think he's not happy with the piece of willow that he's got, Ben Brown. I think he wants a new bat. And in fact, he's going to wander off straight away and get it, as in comes the 12th man, who has been young Archie Lennon, but I don't think that is Archie Lennon who's coming out.
Looks a bit bigger than him, doesn't
he? Does, yeah. He's a slight build, Archie Lennon, but the 12th man is running out with a variety of bats.
That's the other one that was in the original Sarrow, wasn't it?
Yes, and Joe Sarrow, I think, is a bit bigger than that, so yeah. I'm not sure who that is on.
That's the 3rd bat change of the match, I think.
You're right. Yeah, he's got a new bat just for skipper, and it's also allowed the Glamorgan 12th man to come out and collect some jumpers as well. End of the over. 179 for 5. Lead of 190. 70 overs remaining in the match. And just the 1 wicket has fallen this morning, that of Alistair Orr, who was LBW to David Lloyd for 80. And we're going to get a change of bowling just leading up to the lunch break, and it is going to be Tim van der Hoogten, who I think, for the first time in the match, is going to bowl from this end, the C end of the ground.
Indeed, he's been coming down the slope mostly in some excellent spells. Just conceded a couple of boundaries to push his figures up to 2 for 49 off 14 overs. Was certainly very tight in the first innings. 21 overs, 3 for 45. Michael Hogan has bowled with great economy and great skill as well in this match. But Van der Hoogten to try and get a breakthrough before lunch here on BBC Sport Online with Adrian Harms and myself, Nick Webb. As Van der Hoogten just lobbing a couple of semi-deliveries to Carlson before he gets back into action. Bowling to Ben Brown, and Brown gets that one. Sounded high on the bat, or maybe glove. Didn't quite have the best view of that, but certainly wasn't off the middle. Played out on the offside. Brown on 51.
Surrey score is of interest to anybody here at Hove, but just in terms of a crawl of an innings, Surrey are 22 for 3. They face 33 overs down at the Ageas Bowl, and Hashim Amla has scored 3 in 78 balls.
Wow.
In 104 minutes.
Wow.
That's called digging in.
Van der Hoogten bowls and played away on the onside for a single by Ben Brown. 180 for 5. 1-9 won the lead. I batted an hour without scoring once in a university game.
Did you?
Yeah.
Which university?
Bath.
Right. Was that in a What was the match situation?
Yeah, I was out for a duck in an hour, but I say in my defence that it did help us get a draw
Right.
out of the game, having been, I think it was a second 11 game, probably was. I wasn't good enough for the first most of the time. Van der Hoogten bowls and allowed to go through by Ibrahim. When I got in, it was something like 26 for 4, and shortly after that it was something like 26 for 7. So we weren't going to win the match. Can't even remember what we were chasing. But the amusing thing was that I had a 50 partnership and I didn't score in it because the other bloke at the other end bashed a 50. I was out just before the end, but we did get the draw with 8 down.
Yeah, well done you.
Hoogten bowls and Ibrahim plays to mid-on. Had there been any spectators, they would have been slow hand clapping long before the end, I think. But yeah, that's the situation that Surrey are in, and if they finish at 20 for 3, some 5 hours time, I suppose they'll have done a job.
Well, they might feel they've kept themselves with a chance of reaching the top 2. I think it's getting a bit brighter here at Hove, actually.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Ibrahim on the defensive, plays it back down the pitch. Hogan jumping around a little bit as if he might have an over before lunch. We've seen a longish spell from Andrew Salter from the top end, the Cromwell Road end.
We were talking about Harry Swindles yesterday, the wicket keeper for Leicestershire, and batsman as well. He's made 165.
Wow.
Ed Barnes, who's batting at number 9, has made 78.
Oof. There's Van der Hoogten bowls and played defensively by Ibrahim to mid-on. So Tim Van der Hoogten just conceding the single in his over. He's 15 overs, 2 for 50. Sussex 180 for 5, lead Glamorgan by 191.
And Leicestershire, who at one stage were 272 for 7, are 464. So I saw all sorts of records maybe on the verge of being broken at Taunton in that game.
Yeah, that'll be a high-scoring ball draw then, won't it?
It will be a ball draw. And Somerset have so far used 8 bowlers in order to try and break that partnership. Elsewhere, no play before lunch, due to start at just 1:10 the game between Lancashire and Kent at Old Trafford, and indeed, as Nick was speculating, the Glamorgan bowlers have switched end, and the more senior partner, certainly in terms of age, has perhaps decided he doesn't want to run up the hill anymore. He's going to run down the hill, and I think he's probably fully entitled to make that decision. Play starting at Cheltenham College at 1:10 as well. No play so far there today. You'd imagine Gloucestershire will probably declare, because they're way in advance of Middlesex by 300 and lots. Middlesex will be hoping to avoid another defeat. I think that will be their 8th if they lose in the Championship this season. They've lost more games than anybody else.
You would have thought that Lancashire would probably declare against Kent, wouldn't you, with a lead of 160 and try and bowl Kent out a second time, having dismissed them through the efforts largely of Jimmy Anderson, with a little backup from Danny Lamb.
Yeah, and I think a win would guarantee them a top place as well, top 2 place. In comes Hogan, bowls to Ben Brown, who plays in the air to mid-wicket, fielded by the tall figure of James Wheel, who hasn't been trusted with the ball so far today. He was a little wayward yesterday. 180 for 5, the lead 191. And so we'll just have to see what happens as the game develops this afternoon, whether we'll suddenly see Sussex having probably thought they've got the game. Well, they won't want to make the game completely safe, because then there'll be no carrot to dangle to Glamorgan, if indeed that's the tactic. Hogan in, bowls to Brown, who plays very straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Slip is the only close fielder. There's a third man, a backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary over by the clock tower scoreboard. An orthodox cover a mid-off, but on the leg side, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The floodlights are still on. There's low cloud hanging across Hove. Anyone coming to the coast hoping to get a suntan will be sorely disappointed, as Hogan is on his way again. Bowls, and Brown again plays carefully to be offside, and again there is no run.
Buffeted by the wind, I think.
Yeah, you would
more
be.
like this week.
Yeah, the seas look pretty angry
Oof.
this week down on the south coast. As Hogan wanders back to the far end of the ground. And don't forget commentary on every ball of every game of every county across the BBC right through the season. And indeed for the next 3 afterwards, as in comes Hogan over the wicket, bowls, and a good delivery that would have knocked out Ben Brown's middle stump, but Brown is forward and solidly forward, placed to mid-on. And there is no run.
Yes, it's good to have the certainty of that commentary deal from BBC Sport and the ECB.
Yeah.
And look forward to playing our part in this in the next 3 years.
No, absolutely.
If selected.
Yeah, let's hope we are selected. Hogan turns again. 40-year-old Michael Hogan runs in, bowls, and Brown with that little shot that he plays, where he sort of plays that little pull shot off of one leg to mid-wicket. It's a classic Ben Brown shot. On this occasion he doesn't get a run, and he rehearses where he was hoping the shot was going to go. He picked out the fielder there on that occasion, who was James Wheel. Brown remains on 52. If you're looking at the scoreboard thinking, well, that's not right, because it only shows 2 against his name, we did think there's been a slight electrical fault on the scoreboard, and so the 10s digit is missing, but it will have a 5 in front of Ben Brown. Kendall Ibrahim on 6, as in comes Hogan, bowls, and Brown just plays that quietly into the covers, finds the gap between cover and cover point, allows him to go through a single off the last ball of the over. Sussex to 181 for 5, Brown on 53, Ibrahim is on 6. Sussex BBC.UK or Nick Webb
2017.
2017, I lost my mind completely there on Twitter, or you can also tweet at BBC Sussex Sport if you'd like to talk to us about anything ranging from the structure of the county championship to this game, or anything cricket, or indeed cricket. Well, yeah, we'd like it cricket related really, but anything you want to talk about, please get in touch.
You'll find no expertise on any football matters from me anyway. I think I'd better crank up the broadcast machine next door to speak to the good listeners of BBC Radio Wales, so I'll leave you, Adrian, to steer our online audience through to lunch.
Andrew Harrison has been in touch. I'll read Andrew's tweet in a moment. Thank you, Nick. As in comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown up on his toes and plays that skillfully back of square on the offside. And there is one more to the Sussex captain. He goes to 50. I thought that was going to kick over to 55. Maybe he was 53 before, in which case I wasn't paying attention. But apologies, he goes to 54. 182 for 5. Andrew's a Kent fan enjoying the live stream and the commentary. Thank you, Harrison. Andrew, kind of you to get in touch. Seagulls make me homesick for Margate. I'm in Hamamatsu, which I probably pronounced incorrectly, Japan, not as glamorous as Budapest, where Kester was listening. As in comes Van der Hoogten, moles to Ibrahim, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Cook. The reaction of the slip was that didn't miss the off stump by very much, but Ibrahim won't be worried about that. Hamatsu, H-A-M-A-M-A-T-S-U in Japan. Thank you, Andrew. Hearing all sorts of things over here, Andrew, about obviously the Olympic Games, which are due to start any time soon, but I think still problems with COVID in Tokyo. Well, it looks likely the games will go ahead, but maybe with limited crowds, seems to be the latest suggestion. Van der Hoogten again, number 64 on the back of his shirt, runs in and bowls, and down the leg side, and Ibrahim rather feels he misses out there and looks heavenwards as if to say, yeah, I should have clipped that one away. Although there is a man at fine leg and another man at deep mid wicket. Andrew goes on to say, I hope the current format of the championship continues, a bit spicier than 2 divisions. A shame the 100 will mean the final game starting so late. Yeah, the final round of matches from memory will start, I think, on the 30th of August, and there'll be 4 championship matches in September. The fixtures to be decided, of course, as Van der Hoogten is in the bowls to Ibrahim, who's hit on the pad. There's a an appeal from Van der Hoek, who looks disappointed, but my first look at that was probably sliding down the leg side, although Van der Hoek had his hands on his head, and his appeal for a third wicket turned down by umpire Warren. Sussex to 183 for 5. The digital clock on the scoreboard clicks over to 12:58, and I think I ought to know this, but I'm uncertain as to which clock they use. There are 3 clocks here, all showing different times. The clock up by the scorers shows 1:05. The digital clock shows 12:59, and the clock on the clock tower scoreboard shows about 2 minutes past 1. So I'll have to wait and see which one of those the umpires are going by. I suspect the digital one, as Van der Hoek is involved to Ben Brown wide of the off stump, and Brown looks to thrash that one away through the covers, but he doesn't time it, and the ball rolls out to Michael Hogan, who fields at mid-off, and there is no run. And if indeed we are going by the digital clock, I suspect this will be the last ball before lunch, because Van der Hoek is in no particular hurry to get back to his mark and deliver this final ball. So a good morning for Sussex, who began on 111 for 4. They've lost the wicket of Alistair Orr for 80, as Van der Hoek is in and bowls, and Brown plays into the offside. The digital clock has indeed flicked over to 1300 hours, and Van der Hoek is already halfway back to the pavilion. He's decided that indeed will be the lunch break, as has the Sussex skipper Ben Brown, and the players make their way off the field, with Sussex reaching the break 183 for 5. In terms of the match situation, it therefore means that they lead by 194. Ben Brown is on 54. Daniel Ibrahim is on 6 for man out. Alistair Orr, who was LBW to David Lloyd, for 80. So we have another 67 overs remaining in the match. I guess it remains to be seen whether Sussex will look to set Glamorgan some target this afternoon, or whether they'll be content just to bat through and secure a draw. Certainly it looks a good batting pitch. There hasn't been an awful lot of spin there for Andrew Salter, and although we did get one delivery that misbehaved from Michael Hogan that rather leapt at Ben Brown, other than that the pitch is played very well. So applause around the county ground as people disappear to go and grab a bite to eat, or cup of tea, pint of beer, or whatever they want to do. Thank you very much for listening this morning. Nick and I are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in good time for the resumption of play at 20 to 2. With the effects might bubbling away, and then you can listen to the sounds of Hove, and no doubt the signs of the seagulls. So from myself, Adrian Harms, and Nick Webb, thanks for listening, and we'll be back with you after lunch.
Orr hits 50 on rain-shortened day. After a difficult time with the bat, Sussex struck back at Glamorgan on day 2.
Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. Lunch here at Hove. Sussex 183 for 5. Skipper Ben Brown on 54. It means the lead now for Sussex is 194. Alistair Orr making 80 for Sussex, the young 20-year-old from Eastbourne. Maybe down at GS Bowl. Surrey in their second innings, 24 for 3. Still trailing Hampshire by 392. But of great interest here at Hove this afternoon, the sight of Jofra Archer, who's been recovering from an elbow operation. Back in the outfield doing some bowling with the backroom staff here at Hove. So it looks as if Jofra Archer's comeback is continuing. But in terms of the game, Sussex 183 for 5, lead by 194.
Our umpires, Ben Devon and Russell Warren. To resume the Sussex innings, wearing number 40, Dan Evenham.
Welcome back to Hove for the penultimate session of this game between Sussex and Glamorgan. The Sussex batsmen Ben Brown and Daniel Ibrahim are making their way out to the middle. I think we've got a bit of Rolling Stones in our ears. So hopefully if they're listening in the studio they could turn that off. That would be much appreciated, much as we like the song, but it is difficult to commentate.
Yeah, it's rather presumptuous as well. I mean, I don't know your people in the studio and they're already asking us to spend the night together.
Yes.
I'd say.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Glamorgan players are making their way out, so I will put in a call.
Right. Well, I tell you what's happened in the morning session is that Sussex added only 72 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. That wicket was Ali Orr, the 20-year-old, playing his second championship match, and followed up 67 on debut with 80 here today in the second innings of 193 balls.
Sarah. Hello, could whoever's producing turn off the feed for me?
Took hit 10 fours, 193 balls. Ali Orr, his trapped leg before to David Lloyd, and Ben Brown reached his half century off 81 balls. And well, I just wonder whether Sussex need to go on the offensive. Edward Bevan, my colleague at BBC Wales, says surely Sussex need to push on to give their bowlers enough time to dismiss Glamorgan. Thoughts from Byron Hopkins. Very enjoyable to be at Hove on Monday, and well done all the Glamorgan supporters who have endured some mixed weather, that's putting it politely, to be there all game, including the Balconeers and Alan Tucker. The question is, will Sussex set a target as Hogan bowls, and the first ball is turned off his hip by Ibrahim, and they'll go through for a single. Not much sign of it before lunch, says Byron. You would have thought that Sussex would have had a good discussion and set themselves a target, if you like, of we will be so many runs ahead by such and such a time, and give us ourselves however many overs to try to bowl Glamorgan out. As things stand, that's a maximum of 64 to bowl at Glamorgan, as that ball is hit away nicely by Brown, but down to backward point. Another single. Michael Hogan, having been going at 1 run and over, suffers the indignity of seeing singles taken off consecutive balls. Weather here, well, cloud remaining reasonably high, but by heck, with the lights on all day, it really looks like April or September. the fringes of the season rather than early July. Hogan in, bowls, Ibrahim pushes on the offside, thinks about a single. Billy Root is quickly in from Gully to do the fielding. Ibrahim 7 not out. He was top scorer in the first innings with 58. Brown is on 55, and are the lights going off? It appears so.
I think they are. I'm not sure it's that much lighter, but it's they're certainly going off. Well, that's encouraging.
So the floodlights off for the first time today. They flickered into life just before the start at 11. There's Hogan in to bowl. Ibrahim drives, but straight to mid-off, off the back foot. No run.
Quite stylish, isn't he, Daniel Ibrahim? He certainly stands and hits the ball with good power.
Yeah, this depleted Sussex side, to be fair, has given a really good account of itself against a Glamorgan side that in itself has lost their best batsman and certainly one of their best, if not the best, bowler. Hogan in to bowl. Ibrahim drives nicely down the ground, or up the ground as the case may be, up the hill, and has got 4 runs there. Up towards long on as Kieran Carlson jogs off in pursuit. A couple of players on the ground heading for the nets, and Carlson goes to retrieve the ball from next to one of the motors. 189 for 5. The lead therefore is now exactly 200.
That was a slight sign of intent, I thought.
Yes. There's definitely been a recalibration at lunch, hasn't there, from the home side. Hogan in, bowl a short delivery that Ibrahim thinks about hooking, but I don't think he played the shot seriously, just went through with it after it had gone through. So 6 off that. Sussex lead by 200 as they continue. They will have now a maximum of 63 to bowl at Glamorgan once they've started this next over.
Sounds to me like the refuse vehicle might have arrived round the back of the media centre here where we're commentating from. The light is much better. I don't know if it's the weather is coming in from the sea which is behind us, but certainly skies do seem to be a little brighter. And as Nick was saying, the floodlights are off. 66 overs left in the day. Lead of exactly 200. I mean, I guess in any sort of run chase, what you don't want to do is to set the opposition a target that they think, well, they've got no chance of getting, because then it just does bat out time. You've got to, if you could have a run chase, and Chris Cook has clearly recognised that now, because there are no slips in place, as Van der Hookton is on his way to bowl to Brown, and Brown is beaten outside the outside by Cook, and there is no run. So the field has, well, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a third man, a fine leg, and a deep mid wicket, all on the boundary. So 4 men out, then 5 men in. 3 of those on the offside, saving 1, 2 on the leg side. So I think Cook has decided that Ben Brown and Sussex are looking to move things along here. Van der Hookton in bowls, and good delivery right up to Ben Brown, who can't do anything about that, just plays it quietly into the offside, and again there is no run.
Well, we were at the lunch interval. News from the world of rugby union that a member of the British and Irish Lions management has tested positive for COVID. 2 players and 2 other staff members are in isolation, and they're frantically doing some last-minute PCR tests to enable this evening's game against Sharks to go ahead. It's been pushed back by an hour.
Van der Hookton in and bowls, and Brown works down to the offside, takes a single fielded by Salter in the covers. Brown to 56, 190 for 5.
So with that Lions tour in difficulty, weekend game already off, and the events that have surrounded England cricket this week with an entire squad in isolation, you do wonder whether the next few months of sport could actually be more seriously affected than things when they eventually resumed last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Van der Hookton on his way, bowls. Oh, and even looking to play that one in the offside. comes off the inner edge of the bat and dribbles down to square leg for a single to Ibrahim. He goes to 12, the total to 191 for 5. I mean, I saw Ashley Giles was quoted yesterday on the BBC as saying that everything's hanging on a bit of a knife edge at the minute. I mean, it might be the same with the Lions, you know, Nick. If you suddenly get a load of players going down, and will it go ahead? I know everybody wants it to, as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Brown plays through the covers to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's James Wheel. No, it's not, it's Joe Cook, I'm sorry, gets in the throw. Brown to 57, 192 for 5.
And while obviously it's very much better this year that people on average are getting a lot less sick with COVID. If society is opening up, there'll be more social contact and maybe more matches postponed in sport as a whole.
And Hookton bowls, dribbling down the ground, good shot by Ibrahim, and that's going to be 4 runs. Belted down the ground by the young man, he goes to 16 and Sussex to 196 for 5, and unquestionably there is a stepping on the accelerator here from Sussex.
Yes, having dismissed Glamorgan in 65 overs in the first innings, they will now have slightly less than that if they were to pull out now. And, well, if they bat for another 5 overs, that's then down to 58 to dismiss Glamorgan. And David Harrison making the point, the Glamorgan assistant coach, is that it would not necessarily be the same as a final day pitch, even though we're on the final day obviously, but it's probably only had the wear of a third day of a pitch. So there were signs of 1 or 2 keeping low in the morning session, and maybe a little bit of turn. Hogan is starting a new over, bowls, and Brown runs it down to point, but straight to Salter, and there's no run. As some more letters disappear from the scoreboard, which was suffering a slight hiccup as in terms of the batsmen's scores in the morning session. So we'll have to trust the smaller scoreboard away to our left. 196 for 5, 207 the lead. Hogan bowls, Brown swings and misses. Ball just back of a length outside off stump. Brown trying to crack it away through the offside and didn't make contact. Glamorgan have got a cover point fielder on the boundary, third man. Fine leg is more or less on the boundary. Square leg. So Glamorgan going on the defensive in what's something of a ritual passage of play, really, because we've got a fairly good idea of what's coming. As Hogan bowls, good straight delivery that Brown can't get away. Plays to Salter at backward point once more. You would have thought that Sussex would try and open up. We've seen a couple of nice straight drives, one from either batsman.
Seeing that we were speculating that Lancashire might declare an overnight score, they have, and they've already taken 2 Kent wickets. Kent 31 for 2 at Old Trafford. Jimmy Anderson with one of those, unsurprisingly.
As Hogan bowls and Brown plays to mid-on, and there's no run. How can this happen if everyone stays in their bubbles, asked Steve West. Yeah, well, obviously the bubble rules are probably not as strict as they were last year, when professional sport was struggling, or doing its best to come back in. Cricket, for example, professional cricket started in August for the county level, and July for England. As Brown drives nicely onto the offside, but will only get a single. Ingram picks up on the cover boundary, cuts his throw in. 197 for 5. And well, you wonder whether professional sports organisations are going to have to say, well, it is horrible for Beazle to be effectively locked up, but if you want games to go ahead, maybe, and sadly, that's what professional sports people are going to have to do, is retreat, to their homes, to their hotels, and cut everything down. Hogan bowls. Ibrahim works him nicely off his legs into the onside, picks out the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. Single taken, 2 runs off the over. Sussex are 198 for 5, and the lead is 209.
A different side to Daniel Ibrahim. The innings we've seen in the county championship so far, he's come in the first innings with some responsibility about steering Sussex to decent totals. It certainly was the case at Leeds, and indeed here in the first innings, where he was very patient. But here he's in a situation where perhaps the shackles are off a little bit, actually, because Sussex are looking for quick runs. We've seen a couple quite aggressive strokes by the young man. He's about to face Tim van der Hoogten. Now, interesting days and weeks ahead, I think, Nick, in terms of sport. As Van der Hoogten is on his way, bowls, and is he LBW? Yes, he is. And having just said he made a big heave at that, didn't he? Did Ibrahim? And he's been trapped. Did he hit him on the foot?
I didn't see the umpire was on my way to
unfortunately, because we are right behind umpire Russell Warren, it's quite difficult to see. But Ibrahim's been giving out LBW. He's looking to hammer that down the ground. Sussex certainly looking to get on with things here, and obviously some sort of a run chase is on Ben Brown's mind. And I apologise, I rather took Daniel Ibrahim out there, but he was definitely playing an attacking shot. He is on his way though, 17, and Sussex 198 for 6.
Yeah, he was slightly down on one knee, trying to whack it through mid-wicket, and the ball was on off stump, and I think because the batsman was crouching slightly, meant it was the right sort of height for a dismissal. But credit to Ibrahim. I mean, playing his second first-class game, and he has sort of obeyed team orders there, hasn't he, to try and get on with it. Played a couple of nice shots, and then he's got out 58 and 17 to follow 55 and naught, so he can be pretty happy overall with his contribution in the first 2 games in the championship.
Absolutely. Before lunch we had an email in from Andrew, who was a Kent fan, who was been drawn to our match because there was no play at Old Trafford, whichever is now, and he was saying that he was over in Japan in a place called Hamamatsu, and Ray got in touch, and he says you've got Hamamatsu spot on. It's actually quite nice there, and some of the local food is fab. So Ray has obviously been there. I don't know whether that was on a holiday. Might have been out watching the Rugby World Cup. I don't know. What was that, a couple of years ago now?
Yeah, 2019, yeah.
So, thank you for getting in touch. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to give us an email, or you can tweet us at NickWeb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport. Van der Hoogten 3 for 58 now. He's had a good match.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he?
And he's on his way to bowl to the new batsman, who's Will Beer. He's in a bowls, and Beer plays that one back to the square on the offside, fielded by a tumbling. Who's at a backward point?
Lloyd.
David Lloyd, number 73. He's now holding his back as he stands up. I think he's okay though.
For Welsh viewers tonight, the under-20s match between Wales and England. England supporters may pick it up as well. That's at 8 o'clock on S4C.
And Hookton in and bowls. Beer plays straight to mid-on, and there is no run. Where's that being played, Nick?
That's at Cardiff Arms Park. The whole of the under-20s Six Nations is being played at Cardiff Arms Park. They're playing 3 matches a day there.
Is that for COVID reasons?
It's just to keep it all relatively secure, rather than the usual format, which follows that of the senior international Six Nations.
And Hookton on his way bowls. Beer plays straight down the offside of the track. There is no run. I mean, I'm presuming, and I don't know too much about the rugby calendar, but because of everything that's been put back so far, presumably it's going to be a very little of a closed season, isn't there? I mean,
well, players have to have some time off, don't they?
With the Lions.
ideally recommended a 10-week off season, including obviously something like a month's complete break and then a 6-week return to schedule.
And hooked in again, bowls, and Beer is forward, plays down the track, so 4 drop balls to Will Beer. He needs to get his eye in a little, but certainly the skipper is showing signs that he wants to get on with it since lunch. The scoreboard is still broken away to our right hand side. Not all of it is broken, but the names of the batsmen are no longer up there. There was a problem before lunch which they were on the case of, so I'm sure that's continuing as in comes Van der Hookten bowls, and Beer just plays straight back down the track. No run, wicket maiden from Tim Van der Hookten, who's bowled extremely well. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 58 for the tall, fast bowler. And it has to be said that he and Michael Hogan, without being disrespectful to the backup bowlers, in fact Andrew Suter's bowled very tidily, but in terms of the pace and seam attack of Glamorgan, I think it's fair to say once batsmen have got through Hogan and Van der Hookten, life has looked a little easier.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Glamorgan turned to Salter and Lloyd first up this morning to keep things tight. Salter's done a decent enough job, and Lloyd's figures 7 overs, 1 for 13, so you can't complain about that. Salter 19 overs, 1 for 49. That wicket's coming last night when he had Ollie Carter caught and bowled. But Wheel and Douthwaite not used today as Hogan bowls, and Brown squeezes one off an angled bat down to a backward point. Glamorgan has certainly covered that area of the ground, that quadrant of the ground, because that delivery, Salter was back towards the boundary at backward point, third man back, cover back as well, but recognition that Brown liked to play in that area maybe. Beer, the field is slightly more attacking. In fact, there's no cover sweeper, which I'm slightly surprised at. 3 outfielders at third man fine leg and square leg. Hogan in to bowl to Beer, who turns him off his pads down towards square leg for the single. Beer is off the mark, and Sussex's 200 is up to the merest ripple of applause. Actually, that's probably because a lot of the members can't see the smaller scoreboard or aren't looking at it. They're mostly looking across to the main board away to our right, the clock tower, which doesn't have the score on it at the moment. Hogan to Brown, who may have inside edged that one onto his body somewhere as he walks away to contemplate life, and it's a dot ball. 63 overs remaining on the board, so that means if Sussex were to pull in now, which I don't think they're going to, that is a maximum of 60 overs in which to dismiss Glamorgan if you take off the 2 for the turnaround. Anyway, only Ben Brown and his teammates will know their intentions. Hogan in to bowl. Brown giving himself room, moved outside off stump there and played his way to mid-wicket in the end, as if he was winding up for a big swipe through the mid-wicket, but in the end played it fairly conventionally.
Just trying to think, so what's the lead now? 212.
They want an extra 40, but they're not accelerating as I thought they might be.
No.
There's a couple of nice straight drives in the overs just after lunch. Hogan in, bowls, Beer chops it down to third man for a single, so they're ticking along in singles.
I wonder if they've got sort of a number of overs in their mind that they think they need to bowl Glamorgan out. I mean, you know,
they're going to need
50 overs at least, aren't you?
Yeah.
To bowl a side out.
Relatively inexperienced or out of practice bowling lineup. Beer and Carson might do some damage with a spin, but it doesn't look to be turning that dramatically for Salt, even though he bowled tidily. Hogan bowls, and Brown with that little one-legged whip to square leg goes through for another single. So Sussex ticking along. 5 in that over off Hogan. Beer has 2, Brown 61, 203 for 5, lead 214.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to lose 2 overs as well for a change of innings, provided that comes at some stage between lunch and tea. So that will just leave 60 overs left in the day. So just supposing, I don't know, so take 10 overs, they score another. I mean, I don't think we're all going to be interested in chasing sort of 260, 270 in 50 overs. I don't think that's enough of a carrot. You know, maybe 240.
This isn't quite bubbling up as we'd hoped, is it? I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I was just sort of thinking, you know, if you've got a chase at 4 and over, you think that seems like a reasonable chase. So if it was 240 in 60 overs. But that's not going to happen. Van der Hookten over the wicket bowls and down the leg side, well taken by a tumbling Cook, and there is no run. I mean, Chris Cook has now got 5 fielders back on the boundary. He's got a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, cow corner, almost, yeah. And then on the offside, a sweep on the cover boundary and a third man. He's got 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg.
I think we must pray for our colleagues Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent and Mark Church of BBC Radio London. Surrey 30 for 4 in the 44th over.
That must be some sort of a record. Van der Hookten in bowls. Brown punches that one. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ben Brown. Well done the skipper. Slightly overpitched, hammering the ball through a wideish mid wicket for 4 runs.
That's the one he's been looking for in the last 5-10 minutes, isn't it? Giving him going over to the offside and trying to create space to hit through leg.
Yeah, Brown to 65, and now that fielder at mid-wicket has gone down to mid-on, long on. So there are 4 men guarding that leg side boundary, so the Sussex intention is there, and Chris Cook has set the field accordingly. Still the 3 men saving, 1 on the off as Van der Hookten in again. Bowls to Brown, who works that down towards third man. They'll take 1, fielded at backward point by David Lloyd. How many? Who's out now, Nick?
Ryan Patel's just gone, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 16 off 86 deliveries, leaving Hashim Amla still there, 3 not out off 108 balls. He's been at the crease 2 hours and 20 minutes for his 3 not out.
Extraordinary, isn't it? I mean,
you'd think that runs would come almost accidentally more quickly than that.
Absolutely. Well, Surrey in survival mode. Van der Hookten runs away from us, in bowls to Beer down the leg side, rather misses out. Will be annoyed about that because it was wide down the leg side, a little tickle on that. We've got 4 runs out to fine leg, be missed, through to the keeper, no run.
So Surrey are still 386 runs behind Hampshire as they try and bat out time to save what will be a huge defeat if they don't manage to bat out time.
And I would imagine if they lose that, they're probably not going to reach the top 2 in their group, which will not please the Surrey membership, I would think. Van der Hookten on his way, bowls to Beer, and Beer just plays solidly down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run.
In this group, Lancashire looking as though they're going to collect victory over Kent and all but ensure a top 2. Kent are 40 for 3 now in their second innings, 145 runs behind. Only 1 wicket for Jimmy Anderson so far.
Yeah, what's going on?
7 for 19 in the first innings, 1 for 12 in the second.
Van der Hookten waits. For Will Beer, the field has come up slightly in at the mid-on, and the almost sort of deep mid-wicket is about 2/3 of the way to the boundary now as Van der Hookten is in and bowls, and Beer pulls that onto the leg side, runs here. It's just going to be a single, a good bit of fielding by Douthwaite in front of the Clocktail Schoolball. Gets in the throw, 1 more to Beer. He goes to 4. Has that gone up already? He has. He goes to 3. Scoreboard is very quick. 209 for 6. Sussex lead by 220. Actually, just looking at that group of this is the current order of things: Somerset, Gloucestershire, Hampshire, Surrey those 4 counties in contention for the top 2 spots. 18 points at the start of this round of matches, separating Somerset in top and Surrey in 4th. But it looks like the game with Somerset and Leicestershire will be in a draw. I think Gloucestershire and Middlesex the same. So if Surrey were to lose at the Ageas Bowl, I think they are out of it.
Just a little point there, Adrian. Gloucester and Middlesex are only on day 3 because they started a day later at Cheltenham.
Thank you, my mistake. So Gloucestershire are in a good position to win that game.
Yeah. Here comes Hogan then, bowls at Beer and beats him outside off stump. Ball going through lowish to Chris Cook.
So and you think Gloucestershire, if they can get 2 decent days in, then they've got a massive lead against Middlesex.
Yeah, they're 400 ahead with 4 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
2 young Price brothers batting together at the moment.
So they would be well clear. So yeah, you'd always have Gloucestershire and Somerset.
Yeah. West Country rampant. London despondent as Beer picks up a single down to 3rd man. Dowthwaite is the fielder on this short corner of the ground in front of the hospitality suites. As we've been, if you are just joining us for the first time today, the pitch is towards the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. It's about a 50-metre boundary on that side and maybe 65 to 70 over to our left, the old pavilion area. Hogan to Brown on 66 not out. Hogan races in bowls, and again Brown working on the leg side absolutely deliberately, even though the ball was probably on middle and off. Takes a single out towards mid wicket. 2-10 for 6. The lead 2-2-1. That's more than Glamorgan scored in the first innings when they bowled out for rather disappointing 215, with everyone getting, or most people getting in and then getting out. Short ball from Hogan, balloons through outside off stump, and Beer plays no shot.
I think when you're setting a run chase, you've almost got to be prepared to lose a game to win a game, Nick. I believe that. I think if the batting side think there is just no chance, you're going to really struggle to bowl a side out if they're in defensive mode. But if they're thinking they could win the game, you've got to keep them interested. I know it's a tricky equation, but Sussex, I don't think, have got a lot to lose here.
Hogan in bowls, nicely driven through the offside by Will Beer, but in fact it's off a thickish edge and down to Dowthwaite at 3rd man. I thought initially he'd hit it squarer than that, but just a single taken by Beer. He moves to 5. 212 for 6. 223 is the lead, with maximum of 58 overs for Glamorgan to bat. Now 3.5 runs an over is not hugely formidable, but I think it's going to be I suspect that the way Brown's playing at the moment, it might be something in the order of 4 runs and over by the time he declares, maybe a little bit more. And as you say, not much incentive left for Glamorgan. Hogan in to bowl to Brown, who gets a short ball and just swivels round, hits it out to mid wicket for a single. Root does the fielding. 68 to Brown, 213 for 6, 2-2 for the lead. Little consultation between the 2 batsmen. Brown make a habit of this, hitting everything to leg as he's doing at the moment.
I would say Ben Brown's 2 favourite shots are he does play a lovely extra cover drive, and he does love that shot on the leg side. The scoreboard is back working, so the electrician has done his job. So well done all. 213 for 6. And that shows us 60 overs remaining, of which we will lose 2 if there is a declaration. So we're just sort of working things out. At the moment, it would be Glamorgan would need 224 in 58 overs. So that's right. That's about 4 an over, isn't it? Give or take a bit.
Just under 4 at the moment.
Yeah. So they might, I don't know what they're going to get to sort of, are they going to leave Glamorgan sort of 55 overs, something like that? Let's see what happens. Van der Hookton runs away from us, comes into bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown is a thick inside edge. The ball goes down to deep square leg. There are 4 men patrolling the boundary as Douthwaite comes trotting in. Brown to 69. 2-1, 4 for 6, lead of 2-2-5. Brings Will Beer on strike. Now, it was interesting, Will Beer came down the wicket there and just had a word to Ben Brown. I'm just wondering now, I think Will Beer is just surveying that leg side boundary, because there's only 2 men back now, the 2 other fielders who were on the boundary, and now saving the single. Van der Hookton is on his way, bowls to Will Beer. Well, I guessed that wrong. Beer just plays it straight back down the track on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, Van der Hookton is obviously confident of his ability to bowl straight and prevent the hoik on the leg side.
Yeah, and he's bowls with good pace as well, so not a lot of time to get in position and swat the ball away to that short leg side boundary. Van der Hookton again. He's in and bowls, and this time Beer does turn it on the leg side. They're going to take 1 down to fine leg. They're thinking about 2, but there isn't a second run there because Colin Ingram is in very quickly, and that's a very fine bit of fielding with a good throw right up the top of the bails to keeper Cook.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see that Colin Ingram is moving quite decently around the outfield for a man who hasn't played a 4-day game for 3.5 years. So the knee job obviously worked anyway, a couple of seasons back.
Yeah, he looked okay. He's down there at fine leg. So Van der Hookton is on his way to bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown plays that neatly down to third man for Lady. Could go for 4, no it doesn't. Wheel comes round to field, but Ben Brown showing his intent is very quickly back for the second run as the Sussex skipper, who's always a busy cricketer. He goes to 71. Sussex to 217 for 6. It means the lead is 2-2-8.
Graham Smith suggests that the best outcome for Sussex is to be bowled out quickly, given Glamorgan's batting woes.
That's interesting.
Ray Blight sent you a recipe.
Oh, right. A Japanese one. Okay. Van der Hookton is in and bowls, and Brown plays down the offside. There is no run. Oh, what's the recipe? Is it involved?
It is. It's just loading. Unagi chazuki. Freshwater eel.
Ooh, crumbs,
with
really?
Green tea or broth poured over steamed rice.
Ooh, I'm not sure about the eel. Van der Hookton in bowls and hammered away by Ben Brown. Is it going to be caught? No, he's not. It just bounces in front of the sweeper on the cover back. Oh, there was a second there. Ben Brown wanted a second, and he's a little bit annoyed with Will Beer that he didn't want to come back for the second. What it has done, though, is it's allowed Ben Brown to retain the strike, which is probably what Will Beer was thinking. End of the over. The 2 good friends, because they are good friends, stand and lean on their bats. 2-1, 8 for 6 are Sussex. Ben Brown on 72. The lead is therefore 2-9. John has been in touch. John Logan, who says, "Hello, Adrian," and that must be Welsh, Nick.
Where are we?
Hi, Adrian, and is that hello, Nick?
Pronoun da, no, that's good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Nick. I'm impressed. Enjoying the commentary and the stream, hearing the herring from time to time makes me feel as though I'm by the coast. Regarding the county championship format, as a Yorkshire supporter, I've enjoyed this conference format. It's been good to play sides that Yorkshire haven't played against for some time. In Group 3, for example, Glamorgan and Northamptonshire have competed very well, and I wouldn't class them as Division 2 sides. The surprise for me have been the performances by both Kent and Sussex, who I would have expected to have been doing much better. Going forward, I think the conference divisional format is worth persevering with.
Thank you for those thoughts as Michael Hogan starts a new over 2. Ben Brown on 72 not out and starting to open out as he clips one off his legs down to square leg. They take a single. 219 for 6. The scoreboard fully in operation. Good afternoon to Aled Burkitt, who says he's looking forward to a Macy Cup game, Usk against Panteg tonight. That's the midweek evening competition, 20 overs I believe in South East Wales, so let's hope the light stays for that one. Something of a local derby, Usk against Panteg. Hogan in to bowl. Beer hits him over mid-on, and has he timed that well enough to reach the boundary? Carlson is off in pursuit. He's just pushed it back inside the ropes, and they'll take 3 runs. Alid is watching us while on paternity leave.
Oh, congratulations.
Welcome to young Burkitt to the world of cricket viewing stroke listening.
Read you, John just finished off his email, and I'll read you after this ball. He was talking about the conference system.
There's Hogan bowls and pushed by Ben Brown out on the offside. He was looking for the single, but it wasn't there.
So John finishes off saying, however, in my cynical mind, whatever supporters, players and teams would like, the ECB would do the complete opposite. I just hope the county championship is not further marginalised. Kind regards, John. Thank you for your email, John. Wherever you're listening from, very good afternoon. I'm guessing here Sussex might be thinking 250 as a target.
As Hogan bowls, and an odd shot from Brown up to mid-on, goes through for a quick single shy from Carlson, misses the stumps. I think Brown was okay anyway. 223 for 6, Beer 9, Brown 74.
Makes the lead 234. So I reckon they're going to... I'm guessing here 250 and 55 overs, Nick. Which is 4.5 and over, roughly, isn't it?
Yep. Hogan bowls, short delivery. Beer pulls, but is a bit late on the shot, and it sails through to Chris Cook.
Do you think that'll be attractive to Glamorgan? They've got the option, haven't they, of starting. And
I think they'll play till tea and see where they are.
Yeah.
If they're maybe not more than 2 down at tea, they'd have a go for it, possibly. But obviously without Labuschagne, it's a bit more difficult. Hogan bowls up in the block hole. Beer steers it away on the offside. Single taken, 224 for 6. Brown 74, Beer 10. Lead 235, 58 overs remaining. So take off 2, and even if they declare after this over, then that's a maximum 5 to bowl at Glamorgan. So I think we're getting into the time of hit out or get out.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they're going to want to for much longer. You mean, 250 and 55 overs sounds to me like a fair declaration. It's 4.5 and over, as Nick says. Glamorgan might see how they go. If Sussex take a cluster of wickets, they've got the spinners. They can get plenty of men around the bat. So I think many more, and Glamorgan probably won't fancy chasing it. I reckon another dozen or so runs as Van der Hookton on his way. He comes in and bowls to Beer, and Beer clips that one down to fine leg. Picks up a single. Does Will Beer. He goes to 11, I'm sorry. 225 for 6. Lead is 236. And the skipper is on strike. He's on 74. We're at one stage 62 for 4 in this inning, so it's been a good recovery. But now it's all about how many runs they're going to ask Glamorgan to chase, and in what time scale, more importantly. Van Hookton in bowls, and Brown with a bit of a mow across the line. That wouldn't have been any cricket textbook. Ben Brown then rehearses the shot that he was thinking of playing, which I'm not sure that was quite the shot. I think he was looking to thump that one down the ground, but the shot he rehearsed was a little caress of the ball down to third man. There's a fielder walking around the boundary down there, all in his whites. I'm not sure who that is. He's off the field though. As in comes Van der Hookton. Bowles and Brown looks to pull that one on the leg side. Thick inside edge. They've taken one. I think they'll think about two. No, they don't, because Ingram is there very quickly. Gets in the throw. Ben Brown rehearses the shot. He goes to 75. 2-6 for 6. Lead 237. As Michael Hogan just cleans the ball. And Beer waits, and Van der Hoogten is yet again on his way. Bowls, and Beer up on his toes, plays quietly straight back down the track. Van der Hoogten fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Mitch Clayton played some pretty aggressive shots, didn't he, when he came in the other day? Was it 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
Yeah, you'd think. Well, Mika had a little dab as well. Maybe that sort of approach is called for.
As Will Beer might swing one over this for a 6 on the leg side as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Beer works out into the offside. He was looking for a single, but it wasn't there. It was very quickly in was David Lloyd to prevent the single. One more ball to go in this over. Then the overs available will drop by one more. If there isn't a declaration, we're down to 54. Van der Hoogten has got 4 men back on the leg. Well, is Carlson going all the way back? Yes, he is. 4 men back now on the leg side boundary. There's 6 men in total on the boundary as Van der Hoogten is in. Bowls wide of the off stump. Beer with a nice looking shot to extra cover. There is no run. It is the end of the over.
They're staying on.
They are staying on. No declaration as yet. 2-6 for 6. So the lead is 237. And we've got a sanitised break. And at the moment, as we stand, Glamorgan would, there'd be 54 overs left to chase the run. I don't think, this is my own mind, this isn't a Sussex perspective, in my own mind, I think you've got to give yourself enough time to bowl the opposition out, and you've got to not set a target so such they think, well, we can't be bothered to chase it. So, and I think we're getting to that sort of equation now.
Yeah, I'm afraid, I mean, it may be that Glamorgan will dash for victory, and it may be that Sussex will skittle them out, but I'm afraid the chances of either of those two happening are receding rather at the moment, and I think it's difficult to tell. I mean, obviously I've only watched Sussex for 7 or 8 days this season, and you've watched them every day, but I think Ben Brown has been a little bit conservative here.
I mean, I wonder whether there will be a plan, I'm sure, which I guess the senior players and the coaching staff.
Well, they may think it'll turn square and 50 overs will do.
Maybe. We've had an email in from Tommy Svensson, who lives in Stockholm. Hello, Tommy. And he says, hi, Adrian. There are days that turn out absolutely perfect. Today is one of those for me.
Pleased to hear it.
I'm fully vaccinated, and I flew to Nice yesterday. So here I am on a sandy beach enjoying the sun and the blue Mediterranean Sea, and best of all, listening to your cricket commentary from what has been for me, since I first discovered cricket in the summer of 1963, my home of cricket. Great that the game is on again. Hope there will be enough time for a Sussex win today. Regards, Tommy. Well, how lovely did you get in touch, Tommy? Nice, sunshine, blue sea. It's but a dream for us at the minute, Nick.
Yes, any sort of overseas travel. This is
it's tricky.
Probably the longest period that I haven't been overseas for work or a holiday for years, to be honest. Did manage to sneak out of the country just about legally beginning of October last year for a family holiday in the Mediterranean, but on that occasion we left, I think, with about 12 hours to spare. We wouldn't have been able to travel the following day. So yeah, well, this is interesting. Andrew Salter is coming on, so this will give Sussex a chance to attack the spinner, and Brown tries a reverse switch hit, which he will get 4 runs for, because the man Douthwaite got a hand to it but didn't quite get enough down in time. And an aggressive shot from Brown, and I'm a bit surprised they've brought on Salter.
Yeah, well, certainly Ben
or
Brown,
any spinner given for that.
Yeah, I think Ben Brown has thought, right, here we go. I can really step on it now.
230 for 6. And it's not as if Glamorgan have put on a joke bowler who'll try and lob a few up to induce a declaration.
No.
Salter into Brown again. What will he come up with this time? Another of the same shot. This time David Lloyd manages to get everything behind us, and it's a single down with the switch hit from Brown. It's not quite a reverse sweep, is it? It's more of a reverse pull.
Yes. Well, we said 250, Nick, so if it was 250, 231...
242 the lead now.
242, that would be 242 in 54 overs. Well, I think it's... yeah, so if they could get to 250, so they got till 250 in 54 overs.
Yep, so maybe look for another couple of boundaries in this over, but it's the relatively new man Will Beer on strike on 11 not out. And the field is considerably closer for him. There's still a sweeper on the offside, there's square leg and a halfway out mid-on as that's down leg side, and Beer tries to smash his away and misses.
250 in 54 overs would be at a rate of 4.62 and over.
Quite demanding. Salter in to bowl to Beer, who sweeps again and might just bisect the field here. No, it's a diving stop by Wheel, who flicks the ball to Cook, and they come back for 2 runs. It's interesting to see how the double fielding technique that started in T20 is now coming into the Championship as well, isn't it, where one player pulls off a boundary stop and flicks the ball to a colleague. Salter bowls, Beer hammers that one up towards mid-wicket, but he's picked up the fielder. Single taken. 234 for 6, lead 245. Perhaps Chris Cook was just getting bored and thought that something is more likely to happen with a spinner on. More chance of getting one of these out.
Yeah.
Salter round the wicket to Brown, who tries the reverse yet again and misses.
He's annoyed, Ben Brown.
End of the over, 8 off. 234 for 6. Batsmen meet mid-wicket. They're staying out.
So what do they need here to get a 250 lead? They need another 5.
They are.
So it'd be 250 in 53 overs, so that's not far short of 5 over. I would be really surprised if Sussex go more than another over here. For 2 reasons. They've got to give themselves enough overs to bowl Glamorgan out, but they've got to give Glamorgan enough of an incentive. I mean, I just believe you've got more chance of taking wickets if added to the fact, let's be honest, we want to see an entertaining end to the game, and I'm sure the spectators do as well. So it's always difficult judging a declaration, but I reckon another over.
This may well be the last over then from Tim van der Horten from this C end of the ground.
Yes, he's coming into bowl to Will Beer, who's on 14, Sussex 234 for 6. He's in and bowls, and Beer with a player to miss. Swing and a miss. Oh, he
felt the draft from here.
Yeah, he missed that by a long way, didn't he?
Hey-ho. Second 11 are back underway in Newport. Northants 59 for 3 in their second innings, all 3 to Lucas Carey. Northants 252 short of avoiding an innings defeat, or losing to Labuschagne as it's called, after his record second 11 score for Glamorgan yesterday.
Well, Van der Hookton on his way to bowl to Will Beer. He's in and bowls, and Beer with a swing, and that's going to be 4 runs. Hammer the ball straight down the ground. Beer goes to 18, 238 for 6, so the lead now 249, and I think we'll have a declaration at the end of this over. And
this is surely it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, and I think we could well be on the verge of a declaration here, Danny. Sussex 238 for 6. It means they lead by 249. We've got 55 overs left in the day, so it would mean Glamorgan would need to score almost 5 and over to win this game. So we could be in for an exciting afternoon. Ben Brown is on 80, Will Beer is on 18. And meanwhile, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey are really crawling along as they attempt to draw their game against Hampshire. Surrey are 45 for 4, but they've taken nearly 50 overs to score those runs. And the South African's Hashim Amla has scored 7 runs and he's been batting for nearly 3 hours. That's pretty turgid stuff. Surrey 45 for 4, batting out for the draw.
Here it's far from that.
Now the scoreboard has said Sussex lead by 250, so I wonder whether the scorers think that's an important landmark. I certainly do.
Come on, Ben.
And whilst we like Duran Duran, we don't really need them in our ears, do we, at the moment?
Please shut them up.
Yes, please turn the feed off. Van der Hookton runs away from us, comes into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown hammers that one away. Thick outside edge, down towards third man. Brown picks up a single, he goes to 81. Total to 240, is that going to go up to? Oh, the scoreboard's gone off again now, which is not desperately helpful. I will be really amazed if this isn't the declaration. What have we got? 2 balls left in this over?
Yeah, I think so.
The scoreboard is...
The other one's stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, 240 for 6, lead 251.
Van der Hookton in bowls, and Beer, oh, nothing wrong with that from Van der Hookton, wide over the off stump. That was the final ball of the over. Brown and Beer are not going to come off, which I am surprised about. Lead is 251. We've got 55 overs left in the day. We will lose one of those, so 2 of those rather. So the minimum or the maximum amount of overs Glamorgan could face would be 52. So it would be a run chase of pretty much 5 and over now. I mean, there's obviously a plan that's been hatched here. I mean, this wouldn't just be down to the skipper, would it? It'd be down to the coaching staff as well, who just perhaps feel, I don't know, I'm only surmising that maybe with a relatively inexperienced attack they don't want to open the door, but I think you've got to leave the door open.
Yeah, Salter then.
Look at the field.
To continue, not a fielder in sight for Brown as he laps this one down towards fine leg. It runs down toward the boundary beneath us. Carlson, though, has time to run round from the 45-degree position and field just inside the ropes. They've gone through for 2 runs, 242 for 6, 52 overs as things stand for Sussex to propel at Glamorgan. Brown on strike on 83, reverse this time, and gets a single down to Root at third man, and brings Beer on strike. Brown 84 off 128 balls, so decent strike rate of 2 runs every 3 balls, the equivalent of 4 runs and over. But although we've had a fair degree of aggressive shots in the last few overs, just surprised that that process didn't begin 20-30 minutes earlier. As Sussex did have wickets left, could always have blocked it out for a few more overs if they had gone pear-shaped. Salter bowls, Beer down the wicket, hits it up towards long on, single taken. 244 for 6, Beer to 20 not out, and Glamorgan have done a fair containing job really. They've never let Sussex get away, although they would obviously have hoped to take more wickets this morning, indeed just 2 falling today, so they haven't really put any pressure on Sussex in turn. As Salter bowls, and it's a low full toss in the end as Brown comes forward and drives along on for the single. So that's 6 runs off 5 balls so far this over, as we wait to see at the end of each over. Sorry, it's 5 off 4. There's miscounting deliveries on the board. 245 for 6, lead 256 as Beer cuts down towards backward point. Dowthwaite jogs in, gets there in front of Ingram. Could also have fielded it. Now, will Brown try and stick this one onto the pavilion roof? I wonder. Finish with a flourish. 246 for 6. Salter in, bowls. No, it's his favourite reverse, and this time he misses. Is it declaration time? It would appear not.
No, they're not going to declare. So the lead is 257.
Yes.
So Glamorgan would only have to survive now 51 overs. There's for what it's worth, there's a new ball available to Glamorgan in the next couple of overs if they decide to take it. I think with every over that slips by here, there are two things that it means that Sussex have got less time in which to bowl Glamorgan out. But if they're looking to dangle the carrot to Chris Cook, so actually if it were now, Nick, because it can only be 51 overs, the lead is 257, so it's over 5 and over now. It's over 5 and over.
That ain't much of a carrot.
No.
That's
so,
not even a fun-sized carrot.
Van der Hookton is going to come into bowl to Will Beer. He's on 21. He's in and bowls, and Beer strikes that away on the offside and takes a single to back point. Beer to 22, 1 run short of the 50 partnership now between these two. Coming together when Daniel Ibrahim was out for 17. Van der Hookton figures of 3 for 78. There are, every fielder is on the boundary now. So 9 men circling the outfield as Van der Hookton is in. Bowls to Brown, who looks to pull this down to fine leg. That could go for 4 actually. That's a good save by Ingram down on the boundary, who did really well actually. Raced around and prevented it going for 4, but Brown comes back for a couple. He goes to 87, is that going to go up to? Yes, 87, 249 for 6. 50 partnership. 61 balls in 45 minutes.
It's decent, but it's not spectacular.
Yeah, maybe. 87 to Ben Brown in 131 balls. Van der Hookton looks to come in again. 249 for 6, lead of 260, in and bowls, and Brown pulls it on the leg side, and that's gone for 6 runs. That has gone a long way. That's a good pick up by Ben Brown. He slammed the ball over the little corporate hospitality boxes on the leg side, and we're going to get a delay because we're going to need a new ball. So Ben Brown is now within sight of his 20th first-class century. Another couple of blows like that and it'll be there. 3 more balls left to go in this over. So if Sussex were to declare now, Glamorgan would need 266 to win in 51 overs. So that is over 5 and over. We'll have to wait and see whether that's a carrot or not. In the meantime, we're more concerned with the fact that the umpire needs to go off and get a new ball from the box that's kept over in the Spend Karma pavilion to our left. Umpire Warren has gone trotting over. I'm glad to see he's trotting back again. Sometimes the umpires sort of seem to walk back when they come and get a ball, but he's trotting back to try and hurry things along a bit.
I mean, Glamorgan will be disappointed really that they haven't got themselves a victory target by bowling Sussex out in this second innings. So have to give credit to Ali Orr and to Ben Brown, all making 80. Brown 93 not out now, but I suppose after not getting wickets in the first hour, they've been largely on the defensive, done quite a good containing job.
Van der Hoogten again in around the wicket bowls, and Brown steers that one down to fine leg, picks up a single, his 94th run, 257 for 6. And there is 2 more balls left in the over. I guess the other thing, and I'm just being devil's advocate here, Nick, is that Sussex might be thinking to themselves, well, there's only been, how many wickets gone down today? 3 wickets gone down. The wicket still looks, 2. The wicket still looks a good one. Yes, I'm sorry, 111 for 4 they were overnight, so nearly 150 runs and only 2 wickets down. So it's clearly a good batting deck, and maybe that's a concern, but Van der Hoogten round the wicket. Oh, that's a full toss, and Will Beer works it down to 3rd man. Van der Hoogten smiles. There's no malice intended there. That's kind of slipped out. Has that been signalled?
No, it wasn't a no ball.
It wasn't a no ball.
Kept an eye on the square leg umpire. I think the batsman had a look at the square leg umpire as well, who signalled no, it's legit, just about.
Now I wonder whether Ben Brown just might fancy bringing up his 100 here with a 6.
6 and declare, that would be spectacular.
It would be. In comes Van der Hoogten, round the wicket, comes in the bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown pulls the ball away on the leg side. It's gone all the way for 6 runs, and what a way to go to your 20th first-class century for the Sussex skipper. That's a wonderful shot. He pulls the ball away over deep backward square. He raises his bat. I don't know if that's his family who are over on the far side of the pitch. What a way to go to your 100 for the Sussex skipper. 100 in 134 balls, including 6 4s and 2 6s. And let's listen to the applause as the skipper runs towards the pavilion, arms aloft. Teammates are standing on the balcony applauding. And Ben Brown runs up the steps. Well batted the skipper. It's the 6th that scored up his 100. His 20th first-class century, also the 6th that prompts a declaration from Sussex, who have declared on 263 for 6, and it means a total of 274 set for Glamorgan in, I think, 51 overs. We'll have to see whether that's carrot enough, but nonetheless, that's a pretty special way to go to your 100.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? But Van der Hoogten over pitching, bowled him a low full toss, trying to pin him in front, but Brown obviously with a good eye smashed it away for 6. So well batted, Tim. 134 balls, 6 4s, 2 6s, and that brings the declaration. Glamorgan need 274 off 51 overs. Will we see a run chase? Will we see Sussex piling on the pressure? Or will we see something deathly in between?
Well, Nick and I are going to take a little breather, make ourselves a cup of tea. I've got a Mars bar looking at me as well, so I'm going to eat that as well. So if you'll forgive us, we're going to rest our vocal cords for a few moments. We'll leave with the sound of the gulls and the ground staff busily preparing the pitch. We'll be back with you shortly.
a quick reminder that tea will be taken at 20 to 4 this afternoon. Please welcome our umpires Ben Debenham and Russell Warren. Here's the Sussex team led by their captain Ben Brown. To open the Glamorgan second innings, wearing number 57, Joey Cook, and wearing number 73, David Lloyd.
So, welcome back to Hove. Cup of tea made and vocal cords replenished or refreshed. And Glamorgan here need 275 to win. They've got 51 overs in which to get them in. Whether that is sufficient to carrot, got to score at just over 5 and over. Ben Brown, the Sussex skipper, go to 100 with a 6 off the final ball of the Sussex innings. Just wonder what your thoughts are here, Nick. I mean, that's scoring at 5 and over is quite a tall order. That being said, it's a relatively inexperienced Sussex attack, save Claydon and Mika on a short leg side boundary. Whether it's enough of a carrot, I don't know what you think.
I'd be sceptical, to be honest.
Well, in comes Claydon, running in to bowl the first over down the hill, bowls to Joe Cook, who lets that pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
I mean, Joe Cook may well have the next game as well, but he's a young player fighting for his place in the side, so difficult for him to start playing shots straight away. David Lloyd is naturally aggressive anyway, so things are going to happen early on. They're going to come from the more experienced right-hander of the pair.
Claydon bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Brown on the bounce, and there is no run.
Second bounce, isn't it? It's keeping low a little bit, isn't it?
It did dine in. John Logan's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian and good afternoon." Nicky says in Welsh, "I'm listening stroke watching from the Sheffield, South Yorkshire, from Sheffield stroke South Yorkshire. Apart from the small village in Derbyshire, Sheffield is about as far from any coast you can get in the Great Britain, so the coastal herring gulls are a welcome sound effect." Well done so far to Sussex for frustrating Glamorgan's pursuit of victory as Claydon comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Let go by Cook, there is no run. Should Sussex dangle a carrot to entice a run chase? Personally, I don't think they shouldn't even offer them a compulsory lick. Declare at tea with 30 overs to go, please. Well, they haven't done that. There is a run chase. Whether Glamorgan will go for the carrot, we don't know. Graham from Merthyr says he doesn't think this is enough of a carrot for Glamorgan, as in comes Claydon bowls and Cook is quietly forward placed to mid wicket and there is no run. Apparently Graham says an update on the lights is that the part required for the Cardiff lights is on its way from the USA apparently.
Well, yeah.
Has that been the case for some time?
I knew it had to be sourced from the USA. Whether it's being borne by herring gull across the Atlantic, the time it's taking to get here.
Claydon bowls, let go by Cook outside the off stump, through to keeper Brown, and there is no run. 3 slips are waiting, Carter at first, Thomason at second, and Daniel Ibrahim at third. Will Bear is at point. Alistair Orr is at cover. Travis Head at mid-off. Stuart Mika mid-on. Stian Van Zyl at mid-wicket. And down below us to our right is Jack Carson, who will probably do quite a bit of bowling, I'd have thought, in the next 2 or 3 hours. As in comes Claydon bowls. Cook lets that one go outside the off stump, so nothing there. No runs scored, no wickets taken. An over that was comfortably enough played by Joe Cook at the end of the over. The first over of the triple I, so 50 overs remaining in the match. Depend of how many overs we get. If Glamorgan decide they're not going to go for this run chase, if they consider it's too tall an order, we we'll find that we get within 15 overs of the end and the captain shake hands. We shall see how it works out. But Glamorgan are going to need to score at 5 and over, which is quite a tall order.
Yeah. I mean, not to make out that Glamorgan are a one-man team, but with Labuschagne in the ranks, you would think they would have been considerably more likely to go for it. Colin Ingram might find his mojo as Mika is in to bowl to David Lloyd. Full toss that he punches back to the bowler. No run. A few full tosses from this end, didn't there? Van der Hurten bowled a couple.
Did. Yeah, that was a real loose spell, wasn't it? Just looking elsewhere. Surrey still crawling along at the Aegeus Bowl. 57 for 4 in... I'll tell you the overs in a minute.
Mika in, bowls down leg side. Lloyd helps it away down towards backward square. May just bisect the fielders. There's a sliding attempt by Van Zyl on the backward square leg boundary, but David Lloyd couldn't have placed that better if he'd rolled it over the boundary ropes from a metre out, because he managed to absolutely bisect square leg and fine leg, and those are the first 4 runs of the Glamorgan second innings. 4 for naught, chasing 275 in 51. As Mika into Lloyd, again a very full length ball that Lloyd does well to dig out and play on the offside.
Yes, of no real interest apart from the fact that it's an incredibly slow reply from Surrey, who are digging in trying to save the draw just down the coast at Southampton. They're 58 for 4 off 57.1 overs. Hashim Amla has made 16 off 143 balls, and he's been in for 197 minutes. Mika
into Lloyd on leg stump as well, but Lloyd can't get much if any bat on that, and it rolls down the short leg, and Brown collects.
In this group, the only other game going on, because the game between Northamptonshire and Yorkshire finished yesterday, Kent up 88 for 4, still needing another 97 runs to avoid an innings defeat at Old Trafford.
Mika in, 2 slips in the gully, bowls another full toss, and there's an appeal as it hits Lloyd on the pad.
I think it hit him somewhere a bit more painful than that.
Well, he's taken a leg by off it anyway, wherever it is. I think they'd be a bit more distressed if it had been central anyway.
He did look marginally painful, didn't he?
May have been above the pad.
Strange over, isn't it?
Yes.
Two full tosses, a ball down the leg side, then a straight one, and a real mixed bag from Stuart Mika in this opening over.
5 without loss with the leg by to add to Lloyd's boundary, and he'll get to bowl at left-handed Joe Cook. 2 slips in the gully, again employed by the home side as Cook drives at this one, but times it nicely, but it hits it straight at the cover fielder, and there is no run. 5 off, Glamorgan 5 for naught, off 2, having been set 275 in 51.
Yes, and we can see on the scoreboard it says to win 270, so that will help Nick and I's maths as we go along.
And it's a welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra who've joined us to see how Glamorgan go about this target, or how Sussex go about bowling them out, or whether we all shake hands at 5 o'clock and go home. I understand there are other sporting events on this evening. There's quite a lot of rugby on, I believe.
Mitch Claydon running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to David Lloyd, who punches that down the ground but can't get past Stuart Mika mid on, and there is no run. So as Nick was saying, Glamorgan set 275 to win, and after Sussex declared on 263 for 6, Ben Brown, the Sussex captain, going to his 100 with a 6 over deep backward square leg, his 20th first-class century, and that prompted the declaration as Claydon is busily running in bowls to Lloyd, who plays quietly into the offside and takes a single into the covers, fielded there by Travis Head. Much earlier in the day, Alistair, or young Sussex left-handed opening batsman, making his best score in first-class cricket in his second match. He made 80 before the late flurry from Ben Brown and Will Beer, an undefeated partnership of 65 for the 7th wicket. But whether it's enough of a carrot to entice Glamorgan, we'll have to wait and see. Glamorgan 6 without loss as Claydon down the hill bowls, and Joe Cook, the tall left-handed opening batsman for Glamorgan, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no up. And just see Russell Warren, the umpire, just sort of glancing skywards. The lights are off. They've been on for much of the day, but they're currently off. There's a lot of cloud around Hove, but the forecast, if it's correct, is that we should have a dry afternoon. So
remarkable pictures being posted from Taunton, where Somerset and Leicestershire have drawn.
Claydon on his way, bowls, Cook solidly forward, plays it straight back down the track to a ball of good length, and Claydon feels of his own bowling, no run.
But the darkness of the cloud at Taunton looks as though
wow,
an apocalypse is near.
It looks like a night game, doesn't it? That's extraordinary. Is it teeming with rain? I'd be surprised if it's not.
It's cooled off anyway. Rain, yes. Rained off with the game still in its first innings.
Claydon in bowls, Cook covers up to a ball of good length that was pitching round about middle and off, and plays it down the onside to Stuart Meeker. At mid-on there is no run. Sussex with out their usual opening bowling attack here, no Ollie Robinson, because he's in self-isolation, as indeed are some of the younger bowlers who would probably have played in this game. The likes of Jamie Atkins, Henry Crocombe, Sean Hunt are all in isolation for COVID reasons, as Claydon is in bowls and driven by Cook. Nice looking shot, 2 mid-off, fielded by Head, and there is no run. End of an over from Mitch Claydon that yielded just the 1 run. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1, and Glamorgan are 6 without luck. Joe Cook yet to score. David Lloyd is on 5. Glamorgan needing another 269 to win this match, with 48 overs remaining.
And Adrian of Sussex's young tyros there, who are unable to play in this game, but a couple of familiar faces that you saw on the outfield during the luncheon interval.
Yes, we saw Jofra Archer being put through his paces and seemed to be bowling at pretty much full pace, I thought, later on in the session.
As Meeker is in to bowl to David Lloyd, again it's overpitched and clipped away to mid-wicket. Van Zale is on the boundary in front of the scoreboard, and they take a single, 7 for 0.
He started off it was during the lunchtime interval. He was initially bowling off just 3 or 4 paces, Jofra, at a very military medium, but he seemed to extend the length of his run-up and the speed that he was bowling, and looked to be bowling, as I say, something like his quickest at the end of the session. So that was one England player who was looking to be back on the road to recovery, we hope.
As Meeker is in to bowl to Cook, who leaves it outside off stump. This is the left-handed Joe Cook rather than the right-handed skipper Chris.
And the other one was Chris Jordan, who suffered a slight groin injury here in the T20 game against Surrey just over a week ago. But Chris was out doing some fielding routines and also some sprinting, Nick, wasn't he, at the far end of the ground? And he looked like an Olympic athlete the way he was sprinting up and down. It was extraordinary. So I think we can deduce his groin is okay.
Meeker is in to bowl wide of off stump. Cook goes for it, probably shouldn't have, as he was in danger of getting out to a very poor delivery there as it went through to Ben Brown. Yeah, Jordan also doing a few fielding drills before they had to get off and let the players in this match get on with it, but certainly good for both Sussex and England to see those two on the road back to fitness. Meeker is in to Joe Cook. That's a poor ball as well on leg stump and clipped away to backwards square. Should be an easy 2. It's hauled up just inside the ropes in front of the main stand. Away to our left, and Joe Cook is underway, 2 not out, 9 without loss.
I can see sitting over there in a chair on the boundary edge is the Sussex 12th man, or one of the 12 men for this week, who's young Archie Lenham, the 16-year-old who bowled at Cardiff. We saw him last Friday, Nick. Sitting there watching the cricket very closely.
As that is a better ball from Meeker, and Joe Cook squared up, plays defensively on the offside. Young Lenham getting Glamorgan in a spin, taking 4 wickets as Sussex pulled off A victory and the T20 on Friday night. Sussex back in action here this Friday night in the Blast. Glamorgan a week Friday, their next short format game. Mika bowls and Joe Cook covers up, lets that one go through outside off stump, the ball dying slightly as it reached Ben Brown. Ankle high, 9 without loss after 4 overs now. Glamorgan having 275 off 51.
Yes, and who knows, particularly with Jofra Archer, in terms of his recovery and recuperation from this elbow injury that he's had for some time. As we all know, he had surgery a few weeks ago now, but clearly he's back on his feet. We saw him doing some running the day before last, some bowling today. Who knows? I mean, at some stage he's got to play. I mean, I don't know, could he play in a T20 match? There's a game here on Friday night against Essex. Or will they wait until the 100 or maybe the 50 over competition? We don't know. But the good news was he looked to be back bowling, and as Nick says, that's good news. As in comes Claydon, running in bowls to David Lloyd, who works the delivery off middle and off down to fine leg and picks up another single. Does Lloyd, who goes to 7, Glamorgan to 10 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales, 5 Live Sports 6, wherever you're listening, or you may be watching on the Sussex live stream. The sun is trying to come out, Nick. Something we haven't seen all day.
Well, I was looking forward to midsummer on the south coast of England. It's been blustery and autumnal most of the time.
In comes Claydon over the wicket bowls to Cook, who shakes as if to drive through the covers and then rather wisely decides to let that one pass through outside the off stump to Ben Brown. Yeah, you haven't brought great weather with you. But to be fair, Nick, the weather's been awful on the south coast. Sussex have lost 5 games in the T20 to the weather. And you can just tell by the outfield, which is lush green as if it was April, just the amount of rain there's been here. And we must credit the ground staff, who yesterday particularly did a sterling job allowing 40 overs to be bowled. As in comes Claydon, bowls, Cook covers up with a high left elbow and plays it quietly to Mika at mid-on, who trots into field, and there is no run.
The truth is that Adrian Harms is the long-lost rain god from the Douglas Adams novels, where I don't know if you remember it, Adrian. There was a lorry driver who was a rain god without knowing it, and said it's always raining because the clouds followed him up and down the motorways.
Claydon, 3 slips go down. He's in around the wicket, bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward, plays down the track. And there is no run. Surrey have lost another wicket down at Southampton. It is not that of Hashim Amla. Surrey are 60 for 5, would you believe, in 60 overs, as they clearly try to bat out for a draw that would, I think, keep their increasingly remote chances of finishing in the top 2 in their group intact going into the last round of matches. Amla is on 22 off 151 balls.
Oh, he's hurried up.
He's been batting for 208 minutes. In comes Claydon, round the wicket, bowls to Cook, who drives handsomely. Good shots, good bit of fielding. It could be a run out here if all hits the stumps, which he doesn't, but that was a brilliant piece of fielding. It was a lovely shot by Joe Cook out into the covers. Alistair Orr dived full length, fielded the ball. Lloyd was committed to the run from the non-striker's end, realised it wasn't there, turned round, and I suspect had Orr's throw hit the stumps, that Lloyd would have been run out. He almost looked as if he'd given that up, but Orr didn't hit the stumps. It would have been a good hit because he's probably 20 yards away or so. As in comes Claydon again, bowls to Cook. He plays very solidly, the tall left-hander, out into the offside, again fielded by Orr, but not with the same drama as with the last delivery. And Glamorgan are 10 without loss. Cook on 2, Lloyd on 7. There are 46 overs remaining in the day, in which Glamorgan, if they're going to win this game, need to score 265 runs. I think that would have been close if Orr had hit it.
Yeah, I think Lloyd was in a bit of trouble there. Extraordinary stat from that game at Southampton. Keith Barker's bowling figures, 16 overs, 2 for 2.
How well? So quite a lot of maidens in
14
there.
of them. Yeah, absolutely. Stuart Meeker to bowl from the sea end, running up the slope at the county ground Hove, away from us. as he bowls to Lloyd, who hits that one over square leg for 6 runs. There were shouts of catch, but the ball thudded into the main scoreboard, the clock tower scoreboard, and well, Mika keeps bowling full tosses.
Well, that was an awful delivery, wasn't it? A swing delivery down the leg side, and David Lloyd just played through the line of the ball, clipped it. He didn't smash it, he just clipped the ball over square leg for 6. Easy as you like.
16 for naught. Tim van der Hoogten bowled a couple that Ben Brown smashed away earlier, and now Mika's also bowling full tosses from the sea end. That's a much better delivery, and shouts initially of catches. Lloyd drove it back, but Mika fielding in his follow through, and you wonder what sort of instructions have been given to David Lloyd, the naturally aggressive opening batsman who did carry out that role in T20 and has now been promoted this season to do it in the Championship as well, as Ibrahim comes in to silly mid-on next to the cut strip and forcing Cook, the non-striker, to run wide. Mika bowls, and Lloyd plays the ball on the bounce to 16-year-old Ibrahim, who had an excellent first innings of 58, was last out, and then in the second innings he gave his wicket in the cause, really. Leg before for 17.
Yes, he looks more than 16, I think it's fair to say, Daniel Ibrahim, but he batted very nicely in particularly the first innings.
As Mika is in to bowl down leg side, Lloyd tries to flick it away, but grubbing through to keeper Brown, low down.
You were talking, Nick, about Surrey, who are not having a great time in Southampton, and the other side based in the capital Middlesex are having an equally miserable time down in Cheltenham. They're 8 for 2 in their second innings, having been out for 101 in their first innings, and in line for, I think it would be their 7th defeat.
That's the next delivery. Oh, there's Lloyd pushing forward inside edge, but it bounced out safely on the leg side. A much better delivery from Mika, who's bowling a few licorice all sorts at the moment.
Yes, Middlesex so far up to this match, Nick, had played 8, won 1, lost 6, and barring a rearguard action, they're going to be 7th, and Gloucestershire could probably cement their place in the top 2 in the group.
Mika is in, bowls to David Lloyd, who turns that one nicely through the leg side. There's a despairing dive by Van Zale at mid-wicket, but can't prevent it, going for 4 runs, 20 for Norton. David Lloyd has 17 of them. And I think for listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra who are joining us for the first time in the game, it's probably worth emphasising the extent of the absences from this match. Sussex with 8 players absent for COVID-related reasons, players in isolation, including the England Test player Ollie Robinson, together with the likes of Phil Salt, who is not playing in this game before because of injury, but could well play up for England tomorrow in Cardiff, together with Archer and Jordan, and who we've been talking about, and George Garton in isolation with England.
Then comes Claydon, bowls to Joe Cook, who works out into the offside, and there is no run. Just particularly, it's a very good point you make, Nick, and interesting, as we know, with George Garton, who was away with England in the squad for the 3 one-day internationals, didn't play in any of them, which did seem slightly odd, particularly the third one when England had won the series, and then finds himself having to go into isolation for 10 days. So bad luck for George. And you were talking about Phil Salt, if he were to play for England. That'll be interesting tomorrow. Let's break off for a moment as Claydon is in and bowls, let go outside the stump, taken by Cook. You were talking because he was born in Wales, Phil Salt.
Yep.
And what's the statistic there, Nick, of the last Welshman to play for England?
Well, it depends whether you go Welsh by heritage or Welsh by birth. Last Welshman by birth, Simon Jones, 2005. Last by heritage, Geraint Jones, 2006. So it's at least 15 years, whichever way you measure it.
I think you'd go by birth, wouldn't you? I don't know. Anyway, We shall see. Claydon busily running in around the wicket bowls to Joe Cook, who covers up outside the off stump, plays into the offside as 3 Sussex fielders all hare towards the ball, and the race is won by Alistair Orr.
I wouldn't like to tell a chap called Geraint Jones that he's not Welsh, though.
Oh, no. Either way, though, whether you talk about Geraint Jones or Simon Jones, it's been a long time.
Yeah, too long. James Harris has come close. He's been in an England senior squad without actually getting onto the pitch, I think, in T20 format.
Claydon again, around the wicket bowl, walls to Cook, who's solid before, placed a backward point fielded by Beer, and there is no run. Glamorgan 20 without loss, needing over 255 to win. After this there are 44 overs remaining.
And Phil Salt, of course, was in England's T20 squad 2 years ago in Cardiff, but again got the tracksuit, but didn't get a game.
Yes, so we wish Phil well. He's nursing a finger injury, which doesn't seem to affect his batting, it has to be said, as in comes Claydon bowls. Oh, that's kept low, and I can only assume maybe that Joe Cook got a little nick on that.
Or did he just get outside off stump?
Possibly. There was no appeal.
No, maybe bat, otherwise there would have been an appeal, I think.
There's a bit of noise in the background here. I think there's some vehicles behind the media centre here making a bit of a noise, but there was no appeal from Claydon when I thought there might well have been. Good over so far from Claydon, very economic. One more ball of his 4th over to be bowled. He's in and bowls, and Cook stretches forward. It's another maiden over from Mitch Claydon, who's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. Joe Cook is on 2. David Lloyd is on 17. Glamorgan are 20 without loss, as the scoreboard unhelpfully disappears. It's back again. And Glamorgan needing 255 to win here at Hove. 44 overs in which to score them. Also, of course, Sussex to take the 10 wickets that they need, and I can see already that Jack Carson, the young off-spinner from Northern Ireland, who's creating quite an impression around the county circuit, is already getting himself warmed up.
Yeah, the match at Taunton then, Leicestershire just managed to nudge into the lead before the heavens opened. They're 475 for 7, having just overtaken Somerset, and very much match drawn there. They're at an early-ish tea at Old Trafford as Meeker is in to bowl and Lloyd is forward defensively, no run. Kent 74 all out. Lancashire 259 for 9 declared overnight, but they didn't play until after lunch, and Lancashire have claimed 4 out of the 10 wickets they need. Spread around in this second innings after the Jimmy Anderson show. First up, Kent 88 for 4, still 97 runs behind, so they've still got a bit of work to do to avoid defeat there. That in this group 3. Meeker in to bowl to Lloyd, down leg side, poor delivery, well taken by Ben Brown, tumbling across to his left.
I don't think it'll be too long before we see a change at this end. Stuart Meeker hasn't really got his range at all in his 4th over. His figures don't look too bad, do they? Well, they're not great, 0 for 17, but I don't think he's even bowled as well as that, really. There's been several deliveries that have slid down the leg side.
Meeker then runs away from us once more past umpire Warren. Bowls to Lloyd, who drives, hit that one nicely out into the offside, but Jack Carson was everything behind it at cover, and it is a dot ball. So yeah, Sussex slightly short of experienced backup in terms of the seam department for the veteran Claydon and the experienced Meeker, with Dan Ibrahim, 16-year-old, in his second match, purveying a few overs of medium pace probably. That's on leg stump. Lloyd tries to work it away, but is hit on the glove, and Ibrahim fields from silly mid-on. Stian van Zyl we saw deliver some military medium in the first innings, and did take the wicket of Billy Root, Glamorgan's second top scorer. But you would have thought that Jack Carson, who's had such an impressive season, young man from Northern Ireland, Meeker bowls, that's down leg side as well, and Lloyd again misses out as he tries to work it away. Jack Carson had 25 wickets coming into this match and added a further 3, so he's on 28 at the moment, and will be playing his first championship match in quite a while. The responsibility would be on the spinners to work some miracles for the home side. Glamorgan 20 for naught. Mika into Lloyd. Is that caught a slip? Yes, he is. He's marching off without waiting for the umpire, and David Lloyd has gone. Thomason taking the catch. The ball seemed to loop up in the air. I thought initially it might have come off the boot, but there was definitely a bat involved. Lloyd knew it, and he has gone for 17, and Sussex have the breakthrough with Glamorgan 20 for 1 in the 8th over. 8 overs complete.
Well, I was speculating as to whether Ben Brown might be considering a change, because Stuart Meeker, I think even he'd be honest enough to admit, that hasn't been the best opening spell. His figures don't look the worst by any manner of means. But he's bowled quite a bit down the leg side. He's been hit by a big 6 for David Lloyd, but he got that in exactly the right place. So what do we know? And the dangerous David Lloyd is on his way. If Glamorgan are going to have a dip at this, you'd have thought Lloyd would be one of the key men. So
yeah.
That could, I mean, any wicket is welcome clearly for Sussex, but in terms of whether Glamorgan will decide to go for this or to play for the draw, we'll have to see. But it is Colin Ingram, as you say, the new batsman who is coming wandering out. 20 for 1.
And Ingram, for listeners who haven't been with us previously, is playing his first championship or 4-day match of any sort for 3.5 years. His most recent game was in September 2017. He has been a 1-day specialist, and he's been called back into the red ball team after Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Neser were forced to isolate after contact with COVID case. Nick Selman. So listen to BBC Sport Online, BBC Sport Wales, BBC Radio Sussex Sport.
Yeah, that's what can Mitch Clayton do. He's bowled a very good spell so far from the Cromwell Road in. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 2. He's in and bowls, and Cook covers up to a ball that would have hit the stumps. Played quietly to mid-on, footed by Stuart Meeker. And there is no run. It's been a grey day down here. We've just had a very, very little sunshine, the odd glimmer of sunshine across the ground, but predominantly it's overcast. It was so dark, the lights were on pretty much all the way up to lunchtime. But at least it's dry, and for that we need to be grateful in what's been a pretty few damp weeks here on the south coast. Claydon again. 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery from Mitch Claydon. But Cook actually turned his head then. I don't know if he's expecting that to bounce a little more than it did. Nonetheless, it went through to keeper Brown, and there is no run.
Yes, he maybe thought that would be whistling past his chin. In the end, it was probably about chest high, but
yeah,
didn't look entirely composed dealing with it.
No, he didn't, and he just slightly turned his head as Claydon is bustling in, encouraged by that. Bowls to Cook, who plays it onto the onside, and it's a comfortable single in the end as Meeker comes in from mid-on to field, and there is no run. There is 1 run, I'm sorry, when I'm talking about Cook goes to 3. I was just looking to see how many catches Aaron Thomason is taking. He's making a bit of a name for himself fielding in the slips. I'm looking at his batting stats. Oh yeah, Aaron Thomason has taken 13 catches this season.
Useful.
Claydon over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. Yes, he's turning himself into a good slip fielder. Department West Sussex, when Chris Jordan is playing, pretty much everything gets taken. It's a real collector's item if Jordan drops one. It used to be much the same when Michael Yardy was playing here as well, who was a very fine slip fielder. But it is a specialist position, isn't it, fielding in the slips? And Thomason is turning himself into a very fine slip fielder. As Claydon over the wicket bowls, and covering up is Ingram, who hasn't got a name or a number on his back. And he plays that without timing out into the offside. There was a howl from the slips, who I think momentarily thought that that had breached Ingram's defences.
Well, I suppose his performance in this match might go some way to, and this innings, he's actually playing the first innings, might go some way to determining whether he's a first pick for those final 4 championship games of the season.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. Clayton on his way, bowls, and Ingram is very solidly forward, plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Orr. There is no run. End of the over, 21 for 1, 40. He's going to go up to 41 overs remaining in a moment. I'll wait to see if that clicks over. No, 42 overs remaining for Glamorgan to score 254, and that's the best part of 6 and over now, which I think is stretching the imagination.
And with 9 minutes to go till tea, probably 3 more overs with a little bit of spin involved, you would have thought, and Sussex probably could do with the wicket to give themselves serious hopes in the final session of this match, which has seen us lose 101 overs to poor weather. So maybe you can't put too much blame on the two sides if this game does fizzle out. Mika will try and make sure that it doesn't as he comes in to bowl to Joe Cook, who dabs it into the gully area, and there's no run. Cook 3 not out off 31 deliveries. Does have the air of a young player digging in and trying to fight desperately to retain his place in the side.
Good opportunity for him in some ways, Nick, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be delighted to get through even with, 40 not out or something, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
As Mika bowls and Cook drives nicely into the offside. They'll go through for a quickish single, but it's safe enough as the ball was well to the right of Stian van Zyl, which brings his fellow South African Colin Ingram onto strike. Cook goes to 4, 22 for 1. 275 is what we must say now is a nominal target, but really it's 41 overs after this for Glamorgan to bat out, or further 9 wickets for Sussex to claim for a second championship victory of the season, and to complete the double over the Welsh side, whom they defeated in Cardiff in round 2. It's way outside off stump, and Cook, Ingram has nothing to do with it. I mean, Mika does have the wicket, but his radar's a bit wonky.
Yeah, that was well wide of the off stump, wasn't it? Ben Brown taking that almost in front of Ollie Carter of slip.
Mika in from the sea end, bowls shortish and cracked away by Colin Ingram. That's a nice way to get off the mark, however long you've been playing the game. Just beating backward point. Racing away to the short side, where Ibrahim goes and picks it up. 26 for 1. Ingram gets off the mark with a boundary 5th ball.
Too much width, wasn't there? Good shot, shortish offside boundary, and it was 4 for the moment it left the bat.
And for Welsh viewers and listeners of this game, it really would be good to see a bit of Colin Ingram in full flow. We've only seen it briefly this season during one T20 game. Mika in to bowl to Ingram on the back foot, out on the offside. Van Zyl fields, no run. Must be something of a culture shock really for a batsman playing red ball cricket for the first time after so long.
Yes, absolutely.
There's been something of a hired gun around the world, Colin Ingram. Likes life in Wales, we're led to believe, but not able to settle here permanently. There's that outside off stump from Mika, allowed to go through by Ingram. No shot essayed. 26 for 1 at the end of Mika's over.
Yes. It was correct, Danny. Sussex declaring on 263 for 6 and going to that declaration with the skipper Ben Brown, who hit a huge 6 not only to prop declaration but also bring up his own personal 100, which was the 20th first-class century of his career. So Sussex setting Glamorgan 275 to win this match in 51 overs. Glamorgan have already lost a wicket. Stuart Meeker claiming that wicket of David Lloyd. Glamorgan are 26 for 1. It remains to be seen whether they'll take this carrot and go for this run chase or whether indeed we're heading for a draw. Meanwhile, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey continue to try and grind out a draw. They're 75 for 5 against Hampshire, still needing a highly unlikely 341 to avoid an innings defeat. So it's going to be Jack Carson. I was slightly... The sun's back with us, Nick, which is good.
Slightly surprised by that?
No, I think no, I think they were quite right to get the spinner on. I'm quite surprised it's from that end.
No, I meant surprised by the sunshine.
Oh yes, Carson comes in and bowls to Ingram, who forces that back on the offside and picks up a single.
Yeah, Joe Cook just nudging that one away down towards Short's third man. As in our ears we get the smooth sounds of ABC when Smokey sings.
Oh.
From the Alphabet City
I'm impressed.
album.
Is that Martin Fry?
That's the guy.
Yeah. Oh, well done you.
Gold lame suit and all that.
Carson. Around the wicket bowls, driven by Ingram into the offside, there is no run. Was it called the Lexion or the Lexicon of Love?
The Lexicon of Love, indeed, their debut album.
So we're not old fogies really, Nick, are we? Carson, 27 for 1 are Glamorgan, in and bowls and forced off the back foot by Ingram into the covers.
And if you like the Lexicon of Love, there was also a much ignored album many years later, I think possibly about 10 years ago, Lexicon of Love 2, which I thoroughly recommend.
Right. Similar records or just longer, or? In comes Carson bowls, Ingram steadfastly forward, plays back to Carson. There is no run, but there'll probably be this and one more over before tea, I would think.
Same sort of lush orchestral style to part of it. You know, if you like the original ABC, check out Lexicon of Love 2. Carson with a floating delivery played by Ingram through the covers. They'll take one as Wilbeer chases back from point to field. One more to the total. Both batsmen on 5. Glamorgan 28 for 1. We've got 40 overs left after this. Score 247, so it's 6 plus and over. And Lloyd already back in the pavilion. Carson, a short leg and a slip are the close fielders. End of it over from Jack Carson. I think we've got a couple of minutes until tea. I'm sure that the another over, and it's going to be an over of spin, so we're going to get spin from both ends, and it's going to be Wilbeer who is going to come into the Sussex attack. Cook on 5, Ingram on 5, the two batsmen having a natter in the middle of the pitch. I thought the Sussex will get a whole host of fielders around the bat here. Final over before tea. Glamorgan not threatening to have a dart at this total, which we speculated maybe a bridge too far. On a wicket where we've seen was increasing score. Well, no, 226, 215 and 263 are the scores so far, but we have just got a slip of the short leg. Wilbeer then to deliver his leg spin from around the wicket. He's got two left-handers to bowl at the moment, so one less problem to worry about as forward comes Ingram to defend out on the offside, and there's no run. Nice bit of sunshine for a few hundred spectators. Not sure if the Balconeers are still here. Hopefully they are, the Welsh supporters group. That's turned away from Beer, turning into Ingram, and he's cracked it away for a single out to point. But a little bit of turn there, or reasonable degree of turn but Ingram was able to watch it comfortably enough onto the bat. So they'll be heading for tea very shortly, as Cook doesn't play a shot, but it came back quite a long way. It's not really being fizzed through by Beer at the moment, but certainly he is extracting a degree of turn into the left-handed bat, of course. And Cook might think twice about padding away again. Beer bowls. Cook does feel the need to play that one, and off the bottom edge and boot it trickles down to the keeper. So a little bit of pressure building on the young Glamorgan opening bat. 29 for 1, Joe Cook 5, Ingram 6, Lloyd the man out, caught it slip off Meeker for 17, as Beer bowls and forward thrusts Cook, shouts of catch it. Unfortunately for Sussex, the ball was running out on the offside, and the short leg is of course on the leg side, otherwise it'd be a silly point.
Did look like it turned a little bit, though. Not hugely.
Yeah, Beer is getting a bit of spin. Stood up to try and peer over his head on his bowling. That one turned sharply and it's gone through everything for, I think, byes. It's running up towards the boundary and it has gone through for 4 byes, and that one really did turn sharply from Will Beer, so a little bit of encouragement, even though they've conceded 4 runs there for Sussex. Just one off the bat in the Beer over. But Glamorgan take tea at 33 for 1 after 12 overs. There are potentially 39 remaining for Sussex to claim 9 wickets. And if Beer continues to extract that amount of turn, they may be able to put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan. So we're back at 4 o'clock to see how this final session of the match unfolds. Glamorgan 33 for 1, nominally chasing 275. That doesn't look on the cards, but Sussex in still with an outside sniff of victory, but they'll have to go some with 9 wickets still needed. Adrian Harms and myself will be back at 4 o'clock on BBC Sport Online.
So as we go into the last session, just a quick recap. The Glamorgan lead 242 to win. For Sussex lead, results are umpires for the final time, Ben Devenham and Russell Warren. Then from the Sussex team, led by their captain Ten Brown. And to review, the Glamorgan's Colin Ingram and Joe Cook.
So a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the final session of this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan, and having lost the best part of the day, or certainly 100 overs, to bad weather during the 4 days, we're now blessed with glorious sunshine, lots of blue sky around Hove. The clouds look nice and high, and the equation here is that Glamorgan need another 242 to win in 39 overs. I have to say I think that's pretty unlikely. From a Sussex perspective, excuse me, we did see a ball before tea, which did turn extremely sharply, which will give the Sussex spinner some encouragement. The off spin of Jack Carson, who's got 2 slips and a short leg. Short extra cover as he comes into bowl to Colin Ingram, who plays quietly to that short extra cover, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Carson wanders back to his mark in his second over, picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 for 39, and he's in again and bowls, cut away by Ingram. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Alistair Orr, a young man who batted very nicely today for his 80, his highest first class score, opening the batting. He's now twirling his arms around. I wonder if he bowls as well as he fields out there in the sunshine. Down on the cover point boundary. And Carson comes in again, bowls, and stretching forward is Cook, plays into the offside. And there is no run. Joe Cook on 5. He's placed 39 balls, as Nick Webb, my colleague from BBC Sport Wales, was saying, is a young batsman who's fighting for his place in the side. I don't think he'll be interested in smacking the ball around. I think he'll just want to get a nice knot out if he can, as Carson is in and bowls, and he just plays very quietly down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And Nick currently doing his hourly update. He'll be back with us shortly. And for the time being, it is going to be Carson who turns at the far end, got his sunglasses on, comes in and bowls, and swept by Cook down to deep backward square, where it's fielded by Mitch Claydon. Gets in the throw. Good to speak to Mitch the other night after his announcement that he's going to retire from first class cricket at the end of the season, but made it very clear he wants to play in the 50 over competition, which is coming up in a few weeks' time. Cast in again, bowls, and driven by Ingram to short extra cut, fielded by Dan Ibrahim. It is the end of the first over after tea. Glamorgan 35 for 1, needing 240 to win in a maximum of 38 overs. The first of which those overs is going to be bowled by the leg spin of Will Beer. He's going to bowl from this C end of the ground. There we are, heard it on the announcement. Thank you very much, everybody, for your emails, etc. And Sussex have now got men all around the bat. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg, as well as a shortish mid-wicket, as in comes Beer around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Cook. Full toss driven away, only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's a single to Joe Cook, who goes to 7, and Glamorgan to 36 for 1. Just saying, Nick, probably the best way of the match now. It's a glorious afternoon.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very ironic. Beer again around the wicket, bowls, gives up plenty of air, and pushed into the offside by Ingram picks up a single, fielded in the covers by Stian Van Zyl. Ingram goes ahead of his partner, he's on 8. 37 for 1, 238 needed to win, but only 37 overs remaining after this one. Beer again, bowls, forward comes Cook, very much thou shalt not pass, and again there is no run. Beer again. In and bowls, and forward comes Cook, plays quietly into the offside. Well bowled, Will, is the cry from somewhere in the outfield. But certainly after tea, these two batsmen are just getting themselves set again. There's no hint at the moment of an acceleration from Glamorgan. I think the visitors have probably settled for a draw as in comes Beer and bowls. Cook forward again, plays quietly into the offside. And there is no run. One more ball to go in this. Will be his second over, figures of no wicket for 3. Beer tosses the ball from hand to hand. In again, bowls. And Cook drives handsomely. That's a lovely shot. Yeah, that's a shot what will do Joe Cook's confidence a world of good. Albeit rightly giving the ball a bit of air. And Cook's eyes lit up as he drilled the ball for extra cover all the way along the grass. Nice shot by the tall left-hander. And Glamorgan took 41 for 1 with Cook on 11, Ingram on 8. 37 overs remaining in the day. And Glamorgan needing 234 more runs to win.
Yeah, from the world of rugby, things are getting more awkward in South Africa. The Georgian party have now got a further 6 positive cases who are due to playing South Africa in a warm-up for the Lions. The Lions game on Saturday has been called off. All sorts of problems there, as Ingram plays defensively on the leg side, and Thomason chases it back from short leg enthusiastically. Carson then from top end, the Cromwell Road end, 41 for 1 Glamorgan. Sorry to give anyone palpitations. Carson bowls, Ingram tries to force it away but doesn't really time it. The ball just jams down into the ground, rolls out on the offside. 41 for 1, and we're in the 15th over. 36 potentially remaining after this. As Ingram pushes forward, as he caught it slip? No, it was off the pad.
Or was it dropped?
Or was it dropped? I thought it was taken by Travis Head there.
We shall see. Carson was up.
Ball back in his hands. Ingram tries a sweep shot, and he succeeds in a sweep shot because he's hit it for 6, a low flat 6 on the leg side, and Ingram with a decisive response to being beaten for the previous delivery. Smashed that one away. 47 for 1 as the Sussex players retrieve the ball from in one of the little hospitality boxes there.
Don't think I could find the ball.
Now they've got the ball, or a ball. Very short boundary on the leg side for anything that Colin Ingram actually middles. 50 metres away, and now there appears to be some damage to the ball as umpires are off. Mr. Warren is off in search of the box of balls.
Well, there comes Brenda with the ball. Didn't know Brenda was here today. Well, she's always here, but I didn't know she was allowed to bring the balls out, but there she is.
Is she a
stalwart
an official?
Sussex supporter? No.
Just a supporter?
Yeah.
Entrusted with the ball carrying duties.
Yeah. She's certainly standing out there, isn't she? I'm sure that's Brenda. She's a long way away.
Well, it's
so she's
a lady in a long coat.
Yeah. Anyway, the umpires are now going to take an age to decide what ball best fits the one that's there. Dear oh dear.
Yeah. It's a good job the sun's out, otherwise I'm not sure how many of these spectators would be still with us. In fact, I'm amazed that there are one or two still in the shade in the grandstand.
I know, I certainly wouldn't be sitting here, but I'd be getting myself in. It's rare enough to see the sun, isn't it?
It has been this week. As I've been saying throughout this season, Hills make cricket a summer game. As it doesn't appear to be at the moment. 47 for 1 Glamorgan. We're in the 15th over. They are, I hesitate to say they're chasing, because they patently aren't chasing it at the moment. Unless we get a volley of those Ingram offensive blows, but I think that was just because he saw something that he fancied and laid into it. A ball is back with Jack Carson. Ingram is on to 14 with that blow. 2 slips and a short leg, so Sussex are giving the young spinner a bit of support as Ingram forces away it on the offside, and there's no run as Ibrahim runs backwards from short extra cover to collect rather. So plenty of blue sky around at the moment. Carson into Ingram, and the ball ends up there in the hands of Slip, but patently off someone's pad. Whether it was Ingram's or the keeper's, I'm not sure. 47 for 1, 15 overs gone for 12 p.m. and well, Sussex fans will be hoping for something to happen pretty soon. Glamorgan supporters hoping, no doubt, for a few more of those Ingram blows to entertain us, but the odds on the draw are shortening by the over.
They are. It would need a rapid collapse here of wickets or some very quick runs if we're going to see a positive result either way here. Comes Wilbeer around the wicket in bright sunshine, bowls to Cook, who places back to the square on the onside. Picks up his 12th run. As we were saying, I think Joe's Cook agenda here will be get some time in the middle, get yourself penciled in for the game against Northamptonshire next week down at Cardiff.
I mean, he should be alright, because the other opener, Nick Selman, presumably hasn't been doing much, even if he's well enough after suffering COVID himself.
Slip, leg, slip, short leg of the field is clustered around the bat as Beer is in bowls, and there's an appeal. I'm not entirely sure what for. The ball ballooned away on the offside. It wasn't near a field, or whether Beer thought it had hit the pad, I don't know, but either way, a false alarm. 48 for 1, Cook 12, Ingram 14. Wilbeer again on his way, bowls and forward very solidly and stoutly is Colin Ingram. Plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Come on boys, you can hear these Sussex fielders all geeing each other up. 35 overs remaining after this, Glamorgan needing 227 to win, so the required run rate is sort of inching up towards 7 and over, which I don't think is realistic, to be honest. Beer in again, bowls and played quietly by Ingram out into the offside. He picks up a single fielded by Stian Van Zyl in the covers. Not had a great match as Stian, out first ball in the second innings and scored 5 in the first. Sussex overseas players not firing in this match. Travis Head making 47 to be fair in the first innings, but then missing out in the second, just making 5. Beer again, bowls outside of the off stump, not taken cleanly by Ben Brown.
Kept low.
I'm not sure it turned too much, but Ben Brown scrabbling around trying to stop that one. I missed the umpire's signal there, but I'm assuming it was a bye that's brought up the 50 for Glamorgan, the half century.
It is according to the scoreboard.
Is
that bye or leg bye?
I think that is bye. I think that's one bye, I think.
It's an extra.
Yeah, it's an extra. It's not off the bat. As Beer is in again. Round the wicket, bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Brown. Round about his midriff. End of Will Beer's over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. Joe Cooker's got 12. Colin Ingram has got 15. Glamorgan as a total have 50. They've lost 1 wicket. David Lloyd for 17 to Stuart Meeker. And the equation, if we are to get a positive result, is that Glamorgan need 225 to win, and they have 35 overs in which to score them, so that'll tell you that it is something like almost 7.5 and over they would need to score at.
So it's just a question of whether the Sussex spinners can work some magic in the next 45 minutes or so to keep this going into the final hour, as Joe Cook stretches forward and defends the first ball from Jack Carson. In comes Carson, bowls, Cook stretches forward, lets it go through to Ben Brown, outside off stump. Glorious conditions. Glorious conditions. What a shame the cricket is not quite matching it at the moment. Not quite as glorious as Cook pushes forward, gets it off something of an edge down on the offside, but there's no run. It's a little bit tame, considering we had a good back and forth in the first innings of this match, and certainly the low scores suggested that we might be in for a close contest, and one which would produce a positive result. As it is, it looks as though they're going to have to settle for 12 points apiece from this match, as Cook pushes forward and defensive mode again. Two slips, short leg. Ben Brown backing his bowls to Cook. Looked a bit of a faster delivery and beat him outside the off stump. Ben Brown whipped off a bail just in case, but Cook had not shifted out of his crease. 50 for 1, it remains 17 overs gone, 34 maximum to go. It doesn't look likely to happen as things stand.
No, it doesn't. As Nick was saying, we have lost 100 overs in this match due to the bad weather. Elsewhere, Surrey continuing to crawl along down at the Aegeas Bowl, 80 for 5 as they try to bat out and to secure a draw. Hashim Amla, 26 of 185 balls in 251 minutes. That's 4 hours to make 26, but he's doing a good job for his side. Whether it'll be enough for Surrey to secure a spot in the top 2 of that division, I think is doubtful, though. As in comes Beer, round the wicket, bowls wide of your stump, hammered away. That's 4 runs. Nice shot by Colin Ingram, too wide from Will Beer, who's got licence here to really chuck the ball up, give the ball some width, and see if he can take some wickets. Runs that you would have to say at this stage fairly immaterial. That option. Raining at Birmingham, where the game between Warwickshire and Durham is rather petering out into a draw, neither side of into their second innings yet, as Beer is in and bowls. Ingram just leans forward and plays with soft hands into the offside, and there is no run. Kent look to be slipping to defeat if there's enough time for Lancashire up at Old Trafford. Kent 118 for 5, still needing 67 to avoid an innings defeat. Beer again in bowls. Oh, and then a wicket! There's a loud appeal. All the Sussex players are dancing around. I don't think Colin Ingram... Yeah, Colin Ingram's just pointing to his thigh pad and saying that was it. It was caught by Aaron Thomason at short leg. I thought it was an appeal that actually lacked a bit of conviction, really.
It might have been off the glove on a good day, I suppose, for the bowling side.
Yeah, the ball ballooned to Thomason, who was fielding at short leg. Beer again. Bright sunshine and bowls. Forward comes Ingram, plays quietly into the offside. Beer retreats off his own bowling. Again, there is no run. 54 for 1, Glamorgan. 33 overs remaining after this one. Looks like a broken window there in one of those.
Oh yeah, that's maybe that Ingram sweep slog.
Yeah, smashed a window. So the maintenance men over there repairing things. As in comes Beale. Well, it turned a little bit as well, but Ingram just waited and punched that through the covers for 4 more. Nice looking shot by Colin Ingram, who's going to use this. He's an experienced player, and he will know that time in the middle is better than hours and hours in the nets, and much more fun as well. He goes to 23. That was a nice shot. No one's sweeping on the cover boundary, so once it passes the infield, it's just going to race away for 4. Oh, now Will Beer is going to put someone on the sweeping on the cover boundary. 58 for 1. Ingram on 23. Beer again, and this time Ingram just plays it into the covers where that fielder was, but now isn't, and picks up a comfortable single. So Ingram to 24, Glamorgan 59 for 1. At the end of the over, 33 overs remaining here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Or you may be listening online, or you may be listening on the headsets around the ground. Wherever you are listening, thank you for listening, thank you for your support. This game looks to be drifting towards a draw. Glamorgan 59 for 1, Cook 12, Ingram 24. Glamorgan needing 216 to win in 33 overs. And describe the next over is Nick Webb.
All a little bit frustrating today, as Carson bowls and Ingram pushes forward defensively back to the bowler. You have to take into account that this match has lost 101 overs to bad weather, and also that both teams are without key players. Glamorgan without their 2 overseas, and Sussex probably minus a complete 11 of various status, as Ingram on the back foot is beaten by that one. The spinners are causing a few problems, but they need to turn those problems into wickets in the next 40 minutes or so to put pressure on Glamorgan. Carson is in to bowl to Ingram, who plays and misses again. It's causing Ingram a few problems at the moment. Here's Jack Carson. Now he's turning the ball away from these 2 left-handers, of course. He's coming around the wicket. The fielder's crouched around the bat. Another dot ball played out to Head. Scrambling round. He's well padded there, the Australian batsman at second slip. There's Carson bowls forward, stretches Ingram to defend. There's Travis Head is so close at second slip that he's actually wearing protective gear, pads and helmet, in case, I suppose, of the reverse sweep coming out. Carson bowls and Ingram just works it off his legs down to the burly figure of Claydon, charging in from backwards square. Single taken. Ingram 25, Joe Cook 12, Morgan 60 for 1. 19 overs gone, 32 remain. More realistically, just under 40 minutes remaining, you would have thought.
Yes, we do have this cut-off time, I think at 5 o'clock. Or do you have to get to within 15 overs of the finish?
I do hope not.
I'm always slightly... You've got a long drive ahead of you. So, it's the slip, short leg slip, Beer around the wicket coming into bowl to Colin Ingram, who's on 25. Ingram just waits and plays defensively into the offside. And there is no run.
Does seem to be quite a degree of turn, but as Andrew Salter said earlier in the game, it's quite slow turn, so players are able to adjust properly to it. It's not causing as much of a headache for the batsman as it might otherwise.
Beer in longs, let go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
And Sussex presumably wanted a bit of turn in the pitch with the selection of 2 specialist spinners, even though they perhaps were hamstrung slightly in terms of selection by who was fit.
Beer in again, bowls clipped away by Ingram through the leg side. They'll take one, just an easy one, no thought of a two, or chase the ball back towards the boundary. Ingram to 26, Glamorgan to 61 for 1. Beer just waits if there is one. Got a few more emails in which I shall read as we go through. Beer is in and bowls, played by Cook into the offside, there is no run. Peter in Malaysia has been in touch. Hello Peter, he says, thank you once again gentlemen for your commentary on the last few days. May I pose an interesting question? Is it beyond the realms of possibility that we could see Archer, Garton, Robinson and Jordan all playing in the same England 50 over side? All the best, Peter in Malaysia. Here comes Beer, bowls, full toss, horrible delivery, and he gets away with a single as it's clubbed out to sweep on the cover boundary for a single to Ingram. He goes to 26. I think there's every chance that you might see, well, Archer and Garton most certainly, Ollie Robinson possibly, Chris Jordan I think is really just T20 now. I'd be surprised if Chris were to play 50 over. But it's great for Sussex as in comes Beer and bowls, and played into the offside by Cook, and he picks up a simple single, fielded out there by Jack Carson. End of the over. Cook goes to 13 and Glamorgan to 63 for 1. Will Beer 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Jack Carson, who's been bowling at the other end, 5 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. We've got a sanitised break, which has been displayed on the main scoreboard, which is not helpful because what we do know is there are 31 overs remaining and Glamorgan needing another 211 to win, and I think that is highly unlikely as the run rate starts to creep up towards 8 and over.
Byron Hopkins, Glamorgan Exile on Twitter, suggesting that Brown put his personal century ahead of a realistic declaration. I didn't get that. No. Didn't get that feeling at the time, to be honest, Byron. And man with 20 hundreds or whatever he's got isn't going to worry too much about another one. Ingram owes us a knock, says Rod Young. Colin Ingram, just the one serious innings in T20. We're back in action, and Ingram is facing and is caught at short leg as he pushed at that one. And Jack Carson does get the breakthrough that might just spark some life back into this match. Colin Ingram was looking to bat through and get some useful practice against the red ball. As it is, he's just prodded Carson to short leg and he's gone for 27, and Glamorgan at 63 for 2 is the door ajar for Sussex.
Well, it's another catch for Aaron Thomason. I think that makes that 15 for the season. First one was at slip, this one was at short leg. Well, we shall see. I think probably the feeling is it's a big ask to take 8 wickets in 31 overs, but well, where there's life, there's hope for Sussex. You never know. The spinners are doing the job, but the new man coming out is Billy Root. He wanders out to the middle, having made in the first innings 37. Billy Root, and he comes out to join Joe Cook. So Jack Carson, that's 4 wickets in the match for him, as he continues his very impressive first full season in the county championship, with spin at both ends from Beer with his leg spin and Carson with his off spin. And the field still very much an attacking one, as you would expect for another left-hander, who's Billy Root. 3 of the top 4 for Glamorgan are left-handers. So 2 slips and a short leg of the close fielders, as Carson is in, bowls to Root, who's forward, plays quietly with soft hands to backward point. There is no run. Leave over here from Joe. He says, good afternoon. You were talking about Phil Salt joining up with the England squad and said his finger injury isn't affecting his batting. If that's the case, why isn't he playing in this game? Well, Carson in again, bowls and forward comes Root, plays down the offside. There is no run. I think the feeling is that it's one thing playing in perhaps a T20 or a 50 over game as opposed to a 4-day game. would be the reason, I think, Joe. Carson again, bowls, and forward comes a route, plays back down the track. The other thing, of course, is that Phil Salt does keep in T20 as well. Before he was selected for England, Sussex would have been expecting him to play in the 320 games they've got left in the group. In comes Carson again, route solidly forward, plays to extra cover, and there is no run. I think the declaration came too late, says Ben. Not enough time to Glamorgan to get the runs, and not enough time for Sussex to take 10 wickets. He says Sussex at the bottom of the table, surely there's a licence to be a bit more aggressive. In comes Carson and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, who's also the subject of the email. And I have to say, I don't agree with you, Joe, that Ben Brown was thinking of his own 100. I think Ben Brown was really looking to get on with it from pretty much mid-morning, really. He didn't have an awful lot of the strike. So I don't think he was thinking about his own milestone at all, is my own feeling.
No, I mean, he did have a couple of youngsters around him for large periods of that, and Ali Orr made a very composed 80, but you wouldn't necessarily look to a 20-year-old guy in his second championship match to open his shoulders, and likewise Dan Ibrahim went about to run every other ball, but you wouldn't look to him for the impetus necessarily.
Will Beer covers into bowl to the left-handed Joe Cook, who plays back to the square on the leg side, and there is no run. Just a footnote from Pete, who says, just a footnote to cricket in Japan, as someone mentioned it earlier. I was based there for a while in the 90s. Cricket was first played at the Yokohama Cricket Club as far back as June 1863.
Wow.
Several cricket teams still play there, says Peter. His in comes Beer and bowls, and worked into the offside by Cook. And it's another single to the tall left-handed opener, who moves on to 14. Glamorgan to 64 for 2. Surrey have lost another wicket down at Hampshire, and it is the wicket of
Hashim Amla?
No. He is still there. 26 off 196 balls in 5 hours. Wow. No, yes. Is that right? No, not quite. Yes, 5 hours. In comes Beer and bowls. Played on the offside of the track there is. There are 264 minutes. Actually, that's 4.5 hours, isn't it? So. Well, I'll tell you what, Danny, for all the awful weather we've had during this match, it is now glorious. It had to be, didn't it, in the final session. Lovely sunshine and a lovely evening to both be playing and watching cricket. Glamorgan are 64 for 2, Danny, in their second innings. They still need an unlikely 211 runs to win this match. There's over 30 remaining wickets in the match as the Sussex spinners try desperately to bowl Glamorgan out. Will Beer and Jack Carson have claimed a wicket each. My feeling is they haven't got quite enough time left in the match to do so. As I speak, they nearly lose another wicket there, Glamorgan. Meanwhile, down at the Ageas Bowl, Surrey battling away to save an innings defeat. They're 88 for 6. Hashim Amla, though, is still there. He's made 26, but he's been batting, would you believe, for 4.5 hours. I think it's very likely, Danny, it'll be a draw. Sussex batted well today. Ben Brown scoring a very good 100, his 20th first-class entry, but perhaps they needed to score a little more quickly to really have enough time to bowl out Glamorgan. So I think with just 29 overs left in the day after this one, Danny, I think this game probably heading for a draw. Just a footnote to say, an encouraging news for Sussex and England was the sight of Jofra Archer, who's been recovering from an elbow injury, out on the outfield during the lunch break, doing some bowling, and looking to me as if he was bowling at pretty near full pace. So that's good news all round. Thanks, Danny. So 67 for 2 at the end of that. Will be over 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 25. And I think I said a wicket apiece for the spinners. Of course it is, and it's a wicket for Mika and a wicket for Jack Carson. I apologise.
And it is the said Jack Carson who is attempting to add to that. He's bowling from the Cromwell Road end in glorious sunshine here at the county ground in Hove. But Sussex keeping their fielders round the bat as Root pushes forward. Dot ball. Ball quickly back in the hands of Carson as they look to put pressure on these Glamorgan batsmen any way they can. Spinners getting through overs quickly is one way of putting pressure on, as that's a poor ball and Root has made the most of it. He's smashed it away on the leg side and that's gone for 6 on that short side of the ground away to the scoreboard area. Well, I thought for a moment that might imperil the window that was just being repaired after being smashed by Colin Ingram. It's in the same part of the ground. One of the fielders has disappeared into the probably vacant hospitality box. Oh no, it's just run down the side of the scoreboard. Oh dear, we're not going to need another ball change, are we? Please, no. 73 for 2. Root is on to 9. Joe Cook is on a painstaking 14 not out. He's faced 58 deliveries, I think it is, on the scoreboard. Can't quite read it in the with the sun shining directly onto it. Umpires looking at the ball. Umpire Debenham. Someone's not happy. Not sure whether it's umpire or bowler.
Oh, hi, you need a couple of lights.
Carson. Tell them to get on with it. Thank you, umpire. Glamorgan 73 for 2. And glorious sunshine here in Hove. Carson bowls again and Root this time treats him more respectfully, playing out on the offside, and there's no run. Short leg. Thomason took the catch to dismiss Colin Ingram. Slips, crouch and wait, and Root cuts and gets that down towards third man. They should come back safely enough for a second run.
I've no idea who the 12th man is.
It's number 35 is the shirt he's wearing.
Yeah, I don't recognise him. He's got a name on the back, but I need to ask Mr. Keir.
As forward comes Root, defending on the offside, and there's no run. So the batsman out, David Lloyd for 17, Colin Ingram for 27. Carson is into bowl, and Root drives on the half volley back to the bowler. No run. End of the over. 23 gone. 28 potentially remaining in this match, although we may be just half an hour or so away from the conclusion of proceedings. Glamorgan back in action on Sunday morning, home match against Northamptonshire at Sophia Gardens, with Labuschagne and Nisa hopefully restored to the ranks. Sussex, of course, have T20 action to worry about here on Friday night. Maybe it won't worry them. Maybe they'll be delighted for the opportunity.
Yes, question mark who. Just break off for a minute as Will Beer comes in around the wicket, bowling to Joe Cook. He's in and bowls. Cook is forward, present to the onside. There is no run. I mean, I'm assuming, having watched Chris Jordan running around today, that he'll be fit to play. George Garton will still be in isolation, so I don't think we'll see George. Tamal Mills limped out of the game at Cardiff last week, so we'll have to wait and see whether Tamal is involved. Let's hope that injury isn't too bad as in comes Beer bowls. Cook just prods away onto the offside, fielded at backward point. In there is no run, but an important game. I think an important game particularly for Essex, who will feel they will need to win that game to keep their chances alive. Sussex within 2 away games to finish the group. They go to the Aegeus Bowl next Thursday and to Canterbury next Sunday. In comes Beer again, bowls, and is that a drop, or is that turn from Will Beer? I don't think he got the outside edge. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. If he isn't buys, then it was a chance. I think he's going to signal buys. Yes, so it wasn't a chance, but it did turn. 75 for 2, so it is doing a bit for the spinners.
I've just flicked through the Sussex squad on the website and I can't find a number 35.
No, I asked next door and nobody knew.
It's unusual, isn't it, for someone to have a number, unless it's just a spare shirt from a previous season, knocking round for a sub to get on.
Yeah, Bowles. I think Cook took the bat out of the way at the last moment, then there is no run.
So Glamorgan heading almost certainly for second division cricket.
Beer in, Bowles played it offside by Cook, and again there is no run.
And yes, Sussex not quite as high as the second division.
Yeah, so that it determines who each county will play in the final 4 matches of the season. As in comes Beer, Bowles plays down in front of him by Cook. There is no run. End of the over, 77 for 2. Cook 14. Root is on 11. We've got 27 overs left to be bowled in this match. If we go the course, which I doubt we will, 198 is the target for Glamorgan, an unlikely target you have to say. And looking at those tables at the moment, you would have to say from a Sussex point of view, the likelihood is that they will be playing Derbyshire and Worcestershire, and possibly Middlesex and Surrey, because Surrey and Middlesex are currently occupying places 5 and 6 in the table.
Carson bowls, Root on the back foot, plays away through the offside and will take a single out towards the cover boundary. 78 for 2. Well, pretty definitely Middlesex.
Yeah, oh, definitely Middlesex, yeah. So Derbyshire, Worcestershire, possibly Leicestershire, but well, Surrey could finish 5th. Crumbs.
Cook sweeps that one away on the leg side, and the ball eludes Thomason at short leg, who, having nearly been struck by the shot, is then nearly struck by the return throw as well from fine leg from Claydon. 79 for 2.
I know who the 12th man is now.
As Root, ball pops up to slip, and he's given out. As Root looked in a bit of a mess there, and the ball bobbled up. He certainly didn't walk, but he is marching off.
I think he got a bit of a send-off there, actually, unless I was much mistaken.
Pushing forward, certainly the ball bounced up lookingly to slip, and Sussex do claim a 3rd wicket, so maybe this game is going to go further into the last hour than we thought likely, as they put some pressure on Glamorgan.
Ooh. Yes, another wicket for Jack Carson. That's 2 for Jack and 5 in the match. The 12th man who was running out, and I should have read my notes more carefully before the match. We do always get a press preview here, which is very well constructed by the press officer here at Hove.
Told you to say that.
No, but I feel I ought to. It was Harrison Ward who appeared in the T20s last week. But I think in those he must have been wearing a cap the whole time, because I don't remember him having. He's got quite a shock of blonde hair as Harrison Ward. Anyway, he was the 12th man who's now gone back to his 12th man duties. So 79 for 3. You'd still think with 26 overs to go that it's still a long shot, but when it's like this, it does make you wonder, and you think, I don't know, maybe if Sussex had given themselves a bit more time, maybe it could have been interesting. It could still be interesting, of course, you never know.
Yeah, I think they'll still go into the final hour with 7 now needed, and Glamorgan with some players in the lower order who are more naturally inclined to try and wallop the ball than bat it out for a draw. So, just a shimmer of light for Sussex now.
Well, certainly if a couple of wickets fell sharpish here, maybe a few anxious Glamorgan batsmen waiting. Jason Swift, the Sussex batting coach, is going on a lap of the ground. He's up at the far end. He's talking to Delray Rawlins at the far end, who...
New batsman Kieran Carson, who pushes forward defensively on the offside, and Carson dashes away to field off his own bowling. So the locations of the infielders. Now a leg slip, a short leg and a slip. Carson to Carlson, ball pops up off the pad I think, and short of Thomason at short leg anyway. So head fully padded up as leg slip, helmeted as well, as is Thomason at short leg, and Sussex just able to generate a little bit of excitement as Carson comes down the pitch to defend that one. As Carson dug it in, fired it in. Carlson just changing his shot at the last moment. And I know he likes to sometimes defend by using his feet, but that looked a little unnecessary there from Kieran Carlson. Still, the ball did not get past him, and we're down to 26 overs remaining in the game. But I think that Sussex will not now pack it in at 5 o'clock.
No, I think you're right.
Or 15 overs remaining. They might give themselves a few more, especially if they get one or two more.
Well, they might. Will Beer's going to see what he can do. He's coming around the wicket, coming into bowl to Joe Cook, and Cook is forward. Plays his soft hands out into the offside. So Sussex, as you would imagine, with plenty of men now clustered around the bat. Enough interest in the game to keep those spectators who are enjoying the sunshine and interested for a little while longer. Slip, silly mid off now and a short leg. As Beer is in again and bowls, and well, that I suspect caught the outside edge. It ballooned in the air. Had there been a silly point, it might have carried. Whether it came off the bat or off the pad, we shall see.
I think it was bat and pad, because Beer appeared to be appealing for a leg before initially, which might have been somewhat optimistic.
Around the wicket. Beer again, in and bowls. Cook, that was an attempted sweep. And it's just a few jitters here.
Yep.
Glamorgan batsman. That wasn't a great shot from Joe Cook, who's played very straight during his time. He's faced 68 balls and looks largely untravelled, but he was looking to mow that one away through the leg side, and Beer would have been encouraged by that. He comes again. Bowls wide outside the off stump, and this time Cook knows that's wide enough to let that go through to keep a Brown. And there is no run. We're in his 8th over. He had to take a wicket. The wicket's taken 2 by Carson, 1 by Mika. As Beer is in again. Round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Cook with a much more solid, confident looking shot, putting his foot right down the wicket, negating the spin and a possibility of an LBW as well.
Yeah, this is not a situation that Will Beer will have been in the first team for some time.
A long time, yeah. Beer again, in and bowls, Cook forward, plays out into the offside. Carlson was sort of thinking about a single, which would have been a little foolish. In the end, he decided it wasn't a good idea at the non-striker's end to call his partner through. End of the over, 25 overs remaining in the match. I think we can safely say that the 196 target is not going to happen. The question is, does Sussex have enough time to bowl Glamorgan out? 7 wickets in 25 overs. That's going to take some doing, I think. But you never know. There seems to be a bit of Jack Carson magic, who is now up to 30 wickets for the season, I think.
And Will Beer's most recent first-class match was here against Worcestershire in September 2019, last match of season before last. Obviously they only played the 5 first-class games last year, as that one has beaten everything from Carson. Maybe a bottom edge from Carlson. It's pulled up just inside the boundary by Carter, and they're coming back for third run for no apparent reason whatsoever. Now, was there a signal there? No, it was 3 runs to Carlson, and I think he might have wanted to get away from facing Carson. Not only a linguistic nightmare, but Carlson was in some early trouble, and he gets Cook on to strike at against Carson. who plays the next ball out to backward point. I've no idea. Well, that was crazy risking third run there.
Yeah, if it had got out,
absolutely pointless. 82 for 3. Carlson, a streaky 3 to get off the mark. Cook pushes forward. His tall man is Joe Cook, and certainly he's got the reach to get well forward to the spinners and hopefully minimise some of the risks being caused, as that one's tossed up and played back to the bowler. So it's past 10 to 5. I think we'll go some way into the final hour.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Carlson in bowls, Cook defends. 15 off 75 deliveries from Joe Cook, but just being at the wicket is doing a solid job for his side, and also for his own confidence as he tries to build a first-class career. Carlson bowls shortly, flatter. Cook has nothing to do with it. Ball through outside off stump. Another over ticks past. 27 gone. 24 remaining. 7 wickets needed by Sussex.
Yes. Lovely evening at Hove. Lots of blue sky around, as it has been for the last since tea, really. The best weather of the match. It is a little breezy. Well, the spectators, many of them are in shirt sleeves, which is good to see. Will Beer is going to carry on, and I suspect we're probably going to see spin right through now from Sussex, with men clustered around the bat, but just 24 overs in which to pick up these 7 wickets. Short leg slip, silly point. Oh, they're putting a sweeper on the cover boundary, which is a little odd. They've got a backward point in, well, always to gully actually. Where's Jack Carlson going? No, he was going to go to gully, and now he's bringing, oh dear. But they'd put Ali Orr back to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Now he's bringing him back to his original position, so that was all a bit odd. Anyway, Orr goes to point. Beer at backward square leg. Sorry, Carlson at backward square leg. Will be a bowling, he can't be doing both. He comes in and bowls a nice looping leg break, and a well positioned fielder, because it goes straight to Alistair Orr, who's fielding at point, and there is no run. Plenty of encouragement here from the Sussex fielders for Will Beer. They're quite chipper out there at the moment. And Brown clapping his gloves. Come on boys, he says. I think the umpire is just waiting.
Shut up.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too much chatter. Beer in again, bowls. Oh, and there was just a little bit of extra nip off the pitch there for Will Beer. Carlson's beaten, taken by Brown. There is no run. He wanders back to his mark, settling into a good line of length, asking 1 or 2 questions. Here is Will Beer. He's on his way again. Bowls, let go outside the off stump, turning away from the right-handed Carlson. Through to Brown, no run.
Thrusting as bad as far forward as he could.
Yeah, he's trying to take the LBW out of the umpire's mind if he can. Short leg slip, slim it off, all crouched around the bat. Beer in again, bowls, and Carlson is just solidly forward, plays onto the leg side. And again, there is no run.
What a story this would be. A little bit of a chat from the infield.
Beer again. Makes Zuain and bowls, and driven by Carlson through the offside, and that's going to go for at least a couple of runs through extra cover. Stuart Meeker is in hot pursuit. I don't think on this occasion that the Glamorgan batsmen will come back for a risky third, and indeed they don't. Karen Carlson happy to settle for 2. He goes to 5, and the total to 84 for 3.
Yeah, Carlson cover drive when hit properly is a beauteous thing.
We saw plenty of those, didn't we, down at Cardiff back in April when he batted really nicely. Beer again. over the wicket. Bowles pitching outside leg stump, didn't really turn. Played comfortably by Carlson to short leg. It's the end of another over. 23 overs remaining in the match. 84 for 3. Notional runs required 191, but probably more appropriately, Glamorgan with seeing here to bat out 23 overs to see if they can secure the draw. I think that Glamorgan will be desperately disappointed if they don't do that. I think it's fair to say, Nick, but Sussex will not want for trying those days. Ray Rawlings and Jason Swift just stand down below us here to our commentary box.
Carson bowls and
Ouch.
Cook sweeps and hits Thomason at short leg. Just doing the sums, if this is a draw, even if Lancashire draw, that'll be enough to settle the top 2
in this group.
In this group. As Cook on the back foot plays that one down to backward point. Claydon Fields, no run, so it looks as though this group will be pretty much settled before the last round.
Yes.
Cook has chipped that one up into the air and got away with it. He's cleared Van Zyl at mid-on, and that one probably came onto the bat rather too quickly for Joe Cook, and it looked as though he was putting a wedge onto the green there.
Yes.
It just dropped about the third halfway back to the boundary, but Van Zyl was in fairly close. Single taken. Carson to Carlson, who gives them the charge, and it's
stumping.
Running away to the boundary. Is there an inside edge to save Brown's blushes? There is not.
That was a
4 byes. Kieran Carlson, what are you doing?
Well, he was dancing down the pitch, and it was a chance, wasn't it?
Certainly was.
Carlson on at 5, the total on 85 for 3 at the time.
Yeah, he's not looking entirely sure himself. Carlson against Carson, as he plays that one neatly and defensively on the leg side. And, well, what do I know? I haven't played anything approaching the standard of cricket, but I can't quite understand Carlson's defence by coming down the wicket.
No.
As he's just trying to kill any spin. But he's looking rather insecure in doing it, and defends the last ball of the over. 89 for 3 are Glamorgan. As we tick up towards 5 o'clock, but Sussex are going to keep going, you can be sure, for well, maybe half an hour at least yet.
Yeah, I mean, he played a slightly skittish innings in the first innings, didn't he, Kieran Carlson? You're saying that in fairness and defence of him, he's been playing opening the batting in the T20, and you know, he played T20 1 minute, Championship cricket the next. Not easy, but even so, that I have to say that was another rash shot. Just very briefly elsewhere, Surrey 97 for 6, hanging on for a draw down at Southampton. We think Kent 134 for 6, similarly hanging on at Old Trafford. As Beer comes in, nicely driven by Joe Cook. I suspect he's going to get the boundary. No, he's not. Fielded out here at long by Ian Van Zyl, who nipped around the boundary. 2 more to Cook, who is on 18. He's faced 80 deliveries, which is an irrelevant statistic in the context of the game. But he's using the opportunity to get some runs under his bat and belt and get some time in the middle as Beer is in again. Bowles gives it a bit of a tweak. The ball turns with the spin towards the left-hander and just bounces out of the pad onto the offside, and there is no run. It could have been a big moment. I mean, still a long shot to bowl the side out in the overs remaining, but Beer again in the bowls as a full toss, and it's driven without timing into the offside by Cook. He goes to 19. The total is 92 for 3 as we come up to 5 o'clock here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales. And maybe around the ground, you may be watching on the live streams. In comes Beer over the wicket to right-handed Carlson, who's back and across and defending, plays to Clayton a bit on. Graham's been in touch. Sorry Graham, I saw this is a little while ago you sent this, and he said, I think the Sussex players may have found a different ball. That shot shattered the glass in one of the windows and there's a large hole. Yes, I think that's now been repaired. And I suspect the original ball is in the box, says Graham. Sorry, I've only just seen a revo, Graham, apologies, as Beer comes in, bowls to Carlson, who plays down the track. Beer fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, Graham Smith reckoned that Brown could still have declared 5 to 10 overs earlier, even given the pace of his innings, as Glamorgan weren't going to chase, as a draw works for them.
Interesting. Beer again, bright sunshine, bowls a well flighted leg break, which Carlson very obligingly plays into the ground, then picks up the ball and throws it to Aaron Thomason. To say Thomason the bowler of stretching over, which reminds me of stretching well. There's 21 overs remaining in the day, 92 for 3. Jack Carlson, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25 will bowl the next over. Will be 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 30.
It's a moot point, isn't it? Would Glamorgan have gone for something for 4.5 an over, given that would have then kept them in with just a little bit of an outside chance of reaching Division 1?
Yeah.
Carson bowls to Cook, who deflects it to short leg. Thompson blocks it, and there's no run. We're getting to the time of the day when I'm getting dazzled by some reflection, which we can't complain about the sun, so we complain often enough that there isn't any sun, as Joe Cook stretches those long legs forward and plays out to Ibrahim on the offside. Joe Cook on 19 not out, as he's defended another one back to the bowler. Well, this won't be a big contribution in terms of runs for Joe Cook, but certainly he's succeeded in so far of batting time where some of his colleagues have failed, as he pushes forward defensively again. So credit where credit is due, although that sounds horribly like the curse of the commentator. 92 for 3 Glamorgan, as Cook defends another one. I think this is probably Glamorgan's best way of working, that Joe Cook faces up to Carson as much as possible and leaves Carlson to take the leg spinner Beer, because Carlson is not at home against Carson. As Cook stretches forward again and defends. Another over ticks by. 31 gone, 20 to go, and it's sanitisation time. And we're just getting to the stage where Sussex are thinking, well, we need another wicket in the next 5 overs to keep going, maybe.
I said that Kent were clinging on for a draw at Old Trafford. It looks like they may be stumbling to an innings defeat, because they're now 8 wickets down.
All right.
And if Kent lose and Sussex draw, Sussex will move off the bottom of the group, and Kent will replace them, with the two of them playing each other next week at Canterbury. However, with Glamorgan taking away points in this game, Glamorgan would move
2 behind Northampton?
Yeah, 2 behind Northampton, and I think it would mean that neither Sussex nor Kent could catch Glamorgan. So,
job almost done for the Welsh side.
Beer comes in and bowls a slightly flatter leg break. It's taken an outside edge and it's flown past first slip. Ollie Carter there, I don't think, to be fair, that was a chance. It came to come off the shoulder of the bat, flew past Brown and flew past the left hand of Carter, who dived athletically across. I didn't think that was a chance, to be honest. And that he didn't get his hand to it. It was in the air, but he didn't get a left hand to it. Maybe that was a reprieve for Carlson. He's on 7, 94 for 3. Beer in and bowls, and Carlson's forward, placed only outside of the track. There is no run. Beer picks up the ball. Still a slip, still a short leg, and still a silly point, or would you call that a silly bit off? Either way, Travis' head is right under the nose of the batsman. I wouldn't like to be fielding there. Will Beery again. Bowls short, and Carlson again plays a shot down to backward point. He's in total control of the shot. Nonetheless, he gets a single. He goes to 8, and Glamorgan to 95 for 3. 19 overs left after this. Yeah. Lovely evening sunshine just around the wicket. Bowls to Cook. It's caught! Oh, that's a wonderful catch. That really is a fantastic catch by Aaron Thomason, who's making a little bit of a name for himself in the field. He's picked up 3 catches in his innings. I make that 6th of the season so far, and that was an absolute belter. It was turned away by Joe Cook. Aaron Thomason is in there at short leg, and he claimed the ball inches off the ground. That was a very, very fine bit of fielding by Aaron Thomason. And Joe Cook is on his way for 19. Glamorgan are 95 for 4. And maybe there is just a glimmer of hope here for Sussex.
Yeah, they just keep chipping away, don't they? Just every time we think, well, that's it, we're heading for handshakes, and Joe Cook wanders off to be replaced by namesake experienced captain Chris, but Carlson has not looked at home, and Chris Cook is going to have a calming influence, I think, on proceedings in the next half an hour or so, if he can.
Well, I think you're right. I think if there was a batsman Sussex wanted, it was certainly Cook, because he's looked pretty solid. He's only made 19, he made those runs in 89 balls ago. There's a change in the batting order. It's Andrew Salter who's coming out, according to the scoreboard. Is that Salter?
Interesting.
Why would that be, Nick? He batted at number 9. Is Chris Cook is injured in some way, do you think, or is it something tactical?
Well, I see Salter batting ahead of the likes of Douthwaite and Wheel in a tactical capacity. But, yeah, unless Chris Cook is feeling unwell in some way, but we didn't notice him
No, he kept wicket the whole time, didn't he?
take an injury, unless he has picked up a hand injury or something like that, and is in some discomfort.
So that adds a little spot of intrigue to the plot. We'll have to wait and see what's happening to the...
Yeah, I think my report is going to need a quick rewrite, whatever the situation now, because it's not quite the tame draw that seemed likely, because Sussex are keeping themselves in the hunt. 19 overs, 19.2 overs left, 6 wickets in hand, only for Glamorgan, as Salter is surrounded.
Beer comes in, bowls to Salter, and every delivery now is met with an ooh and an ah by the cordon of fielders who are increasingly closing in on the batsman. Slip, silly point, short leg. That was a cracking catch by Thompson, I have to say.
Yeah, it wasn't looped up off the bat,
No.
was it? It was a firm defensive prod at about an ankle height.
Like a clip, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Beer in, bowls, Salter just covers up and plays quietly onto the onside. It's the end of Will Beer's over. First wicket for the leg spinner, who's now bowled 11 overs and taken 1 for 33, including 2 maidens. So the spinners have taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall, the other one taken by the pace of Stuart Bigger. 19 overs for Glamorgan to survive. We don't know if there is a problem with the Glamorgan captain. We hope he's okay, of course, but there's nothing seriously wrong. It does seem a little odd that he hasn't come out to bat with his side. I think just needing a cool head to steer them through these final overs, but Sussex are just scenting that maybe this hasn't even gone just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Salter will probably relish the responsibility because he has slid down the batting order a little bit this season. As Carlson is in, bowls, and Carlson flicks it up in the air. They're claiming a catch, and it's given.
He's given him. I thought he gave him out. Did he give him out, didn't he?
The umpire's hand seemed to go up.
Well, his hand did go up.
That's extraordinary.
Well, I thought his feet went up. I thought they all appealed. They all looked at the umpire. Now, Aaron Thomason is having a word now. He seems to be a little careful here, Sussex, in terms of getting too excited. But the umpire said he definitely went up, or something went up.
There's a sweep from Carlson, and he's in all sorts of a mess here as there's an appeal for LBW, and
that looked tight actually.
Kieran Carlson is looking in terrible trouble against Jack Carson, as if he could go at any minute. Needs to get down the other end. Carson bowls and Carlson nudges it down into the offside, but again he's using his feet and opening up the potential for a stumping. Maybe he finds it's the method that works best for him. But it's certainly nerve jangling for Welsh viewers and listeners as Carlson pushes that one off the back foot through the offside. It may well run away for 4. That's just all back inside the boundary, and they'll go through for 2 runs. 97 for 4. Carlson on to 10. These are difficult times for Glamorgan, even though they have 6 wickets in the bank, as Carlson drives that one nicely. That is his prime shot. He's got that one away for 4. 97 moves on to 101 for 4 on the scoreboard. Carlson on to, well, sorry to say, a very convincing 14 not out, as Carlson is really causing danger to the visitors, who looked set to hold on pretty comfortably. But at the moment they're just hanging on, as Carlson does succeed in dead batting the final ball of the over, which has conceded 6 runs, but on the other hand there was a big appeal for a catch at short leg, which appears from this angle to have been given out by the umpire, and I'm not sure what the gesture was, since it clearly wasn't the dreaded finger of doom.
Oh, there we are. I mean, whether he was sort of tossing the pebble or whatever he used.
That might have been, but please, Mr. Debenham, be
more
careful about your signals.
Well, I thought he'd give it. There we are, but he didn't. So, Will Bear is going to come into our. We've got 18 overs left. I think we're seeing a good proportion of these, you know, as in comes Bear and rolls to Carlson, who looks a little happier against. Or is that Salter?
Salter.
I was going to say, he looked a little more assured.
Salter's just a little bit taller, but they're both not the tallest in the side.
Whereas Bear is back to his mark, and is going to come into bowl to the right-handed Salter. 3 fielders clustered around the bat. Plays the onside. Thomason fields at short leg. 101 for 4. Last 17 overs after this one. Lots and lots of blue sky. What a shame. If we hadn't lost 100 overs, we would have had a result in this match. I think we almost certainly would have had a result one way or t'other. As Beer is in bowls, Salter forward, just defends. A short leg fielder whose Travis Head is scrabbling around on his knees to field the ball. But it is a dot ball. And Beer waits again. And he's on his way. Bowls, and the ball spins up in the air. I don't know, the try of catching it flew actually in the direction of leg slip, of which there isn't one.
There's always going to be a cry of catch it, isn't there?
Yeah, wherever it comes off, catch it. But it wasn't an appealing cry. Jack Carson saying, should I come into sort of a leg slip position, as in comes Beer and bowls. Sort of defends to Travis Head at silly middle or silly point. Jack Carson's come up from a backwards square leg to sort of, he's not really leg slip, he's sort of halfway between a backwards square leg and a leg slip, just like that one that's maybe turned off the hip in the air. Spear waits. Comes in again, bowls, and played with soft hands by Andrew Salter, who negotiated that over far more confidently and competently than his partner at the other end, Kieran Carlson, had, who seemed to be dancing down the wicket and doing all sorts of things. End of the over, 101 for 4, Salter yet to score, Carlson on 14. Carlson has bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 31, is going to bowl the next over from this, the Cromwell Road ground.
Well, Carson caused Glamorgan a few headaches at Sapphire Gardens, even though he didn't take wickets in the second innings. And he's doing so again today as he bowls from the Cromwell Road end to Carlson, who smacks that through the offside for 4. That doesn't really matter if the odd ball is over-pitched by Jack Carson. Glamorgan not going to dash off in pursuit of victory. 105 for 4. Carlson to 18. Carlson in. Bowls, and Carlson tries to pull. The ball has hit something and run down to the fine leg boundary, I suspect. No, it didn't hit anything at all, apart from maybe the keeper's gloves. I thought there might have been a deflection off Carlson's pads, but no, it's run away for 4 runs down the slope, 4 byes. 109 for 4. It matters not, other than it's another ball in which Sussex haven't claimed a wicket. Carlson bowls, Carlson stretches forward, this time keeping his back foot thoroughly at home. Kills the spin there. Carlson bowls, Carlson again coming down the pitch, and Carlson bowled it a bit more quickly and Carlson managed to block it.
Not frightened to use his feet, is he, Kieran Carlson?
It's unusual. Carlson to Carlson. Shouts to catch it, but it's off the pad from the dull thud of the sound anyway, as it wasn't caught. Ball just bobbling up towards Claydon at short fine leg. Carlson to Carlson, comes down the pitch and blocks it. And another over ticks by, thankfully for Welsh listeners and viewers. 16 now left, 35 gone. Sussex need 6 wickets in 16 overs for victory.
Just looking at a few other games around the country, Surrey have lost another wicket down at Southampton. They're now 98 for 7. That's taken them 87 overs to score those runs. Hashim Amla is still there. He's on 30, having faced 224 balls, and he's been in for 309 minutes, so 5 hours plus now for the South African. Surrey battling away. If they lose that game, there's a reasonable chance they'll finish in the bottom 2 of that group. Surrey and Middlesex will be the sides who will be bottom of that particular group, which I think will be a surprise.
Well, cut down your travel expenses to whichever side Sussex get away from home.
Absolutely. Kent hanging on by their fingernails at Old Trafford, 137 for 8, another 48 needed if they can avoid an innings defeat in Manchester. Middlesex themselves are 55 for 2, needing another 365 to win at Cheltenham College. That's a game that's only in its 3rd day, as Nick quite rightly pointed out, so you'd think Gloucestershire heavy favourites to win that. Elsewhere, rained off for the day now at Birmingham, pretty miserable affair. Warwickshire 237 all out, Durham making 253 for 7, but there's been a lot of rain in the West Midlands. Now, more men clustered around the back, 5 in fact, as in comes Beer, coming into bowl to Andrew Salter. Salter is forward and plays with soft hands, and there is no run. So the field, there's a slip, in fact there are 2 slips, almost a slip and a gully, a silly point, a short leg and a leg slip. So 5 men gathered around the bat, The other 4 fielders are a point, a mid-off, a mid-on and a square leg, as Sussex with another 15 overs and 5 balls in which to take these 6 wickets to secure victory. Andrew Salter waits. Beer is in bowls, and good turn there for Beer through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Chris Cook, the Glamorgan captain, has not come out to bat in his normal position at number 6. We know not why. Clearly we hope that he's not unwell, but it does prompt the question as to why he's not out here. Beer bowls again, a looping leg break that comes off the outside edge of Salter's bat. Pierces the slip cordon of the close fielders, but Jack Carson dips round from backward point to field and prevents a run. Not that runs are really important. There's here again. Here comes the bowls. That go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, no run. Email here from Jonathan, who says, Will Beer is such a wonderful bowler. I was reminded of him when I hit him for a 6 in a club game. Next ball, out. There you see. Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. There's Beer. In again. Bowls. Ooh, I think that was probably the googly. Will Beer is looking. It went through to Van Brown. I can't tell from here, but I think he might have whipped off the bails, but it certainly seemed to go the other way from the leg spinner. Andrew Salter looks unmoved. He's faced 13 deliveries. He hadn't scored. No care a jot about that. The fact is he's still there for Glamorgan. As Beer is in again. Bowls. And hits on the pad. Andrew Salter is rubbing his, well, I think he's rubbing the top of his arm, round about the inside of his elbow. My feeling was, we only get one chance to look at this, we don't get the benefit of replay, so that probably pitched outside of the leg stump. Either way, for whatever reason, umpire Warren decided that it was not out, and a Will Beer over goes by. He's bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens, and taken 1 for 33. Morgan are 109 for 5, Carlson on 18, Salter yet to score. The most important statistic on the scoreboard right now is the 15, which tells us there are 15 overs left in the match. So it's what, 15 sixes and 90 balls for Sussex to get 6 wickets.
It's all a little bit hairier for Glamorgan than looked likely, and well, Ben Brown might say that yes, this proves there was a chance for the side, and it was the right declaration. Glamorgan finished 9 down. Carson bowls, Carlson defends, staying in his crease and pushing it off the back foot back to the bowler. Slip, short leg and leg slip for the off spinner, the right hander. As Carlson again comes down the wicket, and a diving effort by Thomason. Well, he's taken one brilliant catch. That would have been a miracle if he'd flung himself into the centre of the strip to take that one.
It would indeed.
Continuing to cause Glamorgan problems is Jack Carson, as Carlson defends back to him. 2 for 35. Should really have had Carlson stumped.
Yes, he should.
Ball that went for 4 byes. Carlson bowls. Carlson stretches forward. No ball.
That's unusual for an off spinner. Well, any spinner actually.
Gives him a chance to bowl another delivery, I suppose, so he might even welcome it, even though it's 2 runs on the scoreboard. 111 for 4. Mid-wicket is pretty short in a catching position now as well, as Carlson bowls, and Carlson plays it to backward point. Beer fields, and there's no run. As Sussex rattling through these overs, they're +6 on their over 8 for the match at the moment, which is always welcome, as that's short and flat. Extraordinary defensive shot by Carlson, coming down the wicket and squaring himself up, almost like beach cricket, that one. 111 for 4. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Carlson hits this one through the offside, slightly up his sleeve, but no real risk as it's bisected points and cover. And it's run away for 4 runs. Carlson to 22. Glamorgan 115 for 4. Not much for my blood pressure, Kieran Carlson.
You ought to remind him of that if you see him later. So, 40 overs left to be bowled. I think, to be honest, Ben Brown will probably want to bowl most of these. He'll probably think, well, you know, it's been done before. You get 3 or 4 wickets going down and over. It does happen, aren't they? I think Sussex will take this pretty much to the full 14, I think. Well, there's a chance of getting a result.
Yeah, Ray Blight on Twitter says I was winding down for a 5 o'clock handshake. The last 15 minutes have been frenetic. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ray.
So, in comes Beer bowls and pitched outside the leg stump to Andrew Salter, who watched it go through to Ben Brown. There is no run. Still those 5 fielders are circling the bat like vultures, just waiting for a chance to move in. The other 4 fielders saving a single in a square. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, Beer in bowls. Nicely flighted leg break, which Salter is solidly forward to. Played down the wicket, and Kieran Castle very obligingly picks up the ball for Will Beer and gives it back to him. So that was very sporting. Beer just pauses. He's on his way. Bowls and played nicely through the offside. Going to be a couple of runs here for Andrew Salter. They will be his first runs off the 17th ball that he's received. Fielded by Stuart Beaker, who throws the ball in. I think might have hurt his knee or something then. No, he's okay. Maybe just a little tweak or something, but he's alright, running along. Glamorgan to 117 for 4. Salter's first couple of runs. And he's back on strikers. Beer is in again, and bowls, and Salter plays very quietly down the track. Beer fields off his own bowling. And again there is no run. Come on, Beero is the cry. Beer in again, bowls and turned by Salter to mid-wicket. Mitch Clayton bends down and fields. And again there is no run. Breezy but bright evening down here at Hove. Beer is coming around the wicket now, so a change of tactic for the leg spinner. 1 ball remaining in this over, then there are 13 more to go. As Glamorgan count down the overs. Beer in again and bowls, and outside of the off stump, let go by Salter. There's quite a comparison between these 2 batsmen at the end of the over. Glamorgan 117 for 4. Salter 2, Carlson on 22. 13 overs for Glamorgan to survive. To go on the attack and score a very unlikely 158 to win. Salter largely looks very composed and has played very straight. And on the other hand, Carlson has been the exact opposite. Dancing down the wicket, playing all sorts of strange shots. Nonetheless, he's still there.
Yep.
And these 2 are just edging Glamorgan towards safety. And indeed, I'm sure if they were going back on the bus tonight, having lost their last 6 wickets in 13 overs, it would be a pretty miserable journey home to South Wales.
Indeed, so here we go then, with Jack Carson trying to weave some magic. Kieran Carlson pushes it wide of short leg. There's a strangled appeal. The ball flew between a couple of fielders. Obviously, I thought it was off the pad, did Carson. Wasn't caught. 117 for 4. Carlson pushes that one away on the offside and takes a single, gets down to the other end, and might be best advised to stay there.
I agree.
You don't have to run. Andrew Salter takes guard for the first time at this end.
Yes.
So he's faced 20 deliveries at the other end.
Yes.
It's Carson bowling from the Cromwell Road end, so he's coming down the slope towards us. Salter with his back to us batting, and Salter smashes that one away. A bit of a drag down from Carson, and Salter takes on the risk of a potential top edge, but he dispatched it fairly firmly down to backward square for 4.
Yes, he did. That's really the first sort of aggressive shot that Andrew Salter has played.
Well, almost instinct, isn't it?
It is. Actually, I sometimes wonder if it's quite a good thing to do, because you sort of, you're playing defensively now and again. It's quite good to maybe whack one for 4. And
well, yes, it gives the close fielders something to think about,
it does.
doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Maybe a bit of self-preservation. 122 for 4, as that one is squirted along the ground to leg slip and blocked by Travis Head. Salter on 6, Carlson on 23 here on BBC Sport Online in the final knockings of this championship game. But how long will Sussex keep their victory bid going? Salter sweeps and will get 4 more runs. Carson, I think, might be quite encouraged to see Salter playing shots like that as he moves to 10 and total to 126 for 4.
Yes. There was a little more risk in that shot. I thought he sort of pulled that off about middle stump. Nonetheless, it's another ball used up as far as Glamorgan are concerned.
Last ball of the over then from Jack Carson. To bowl to Andrew Salter. Tossed up. Salter pushes it on the offside and they jog through for a single, and Salter says, "Oh, I'm quite happy to take the strike." 127 for 4, 12 overs for Sussex to claim 6 wickets.
Just an update on another game around the country. Middlesex now 56 for 3, leading another 364 to beat Gloucester. Peter Hanscom, the Australian, who's had a pretty miserable debut year as Middlesex captain, is out for 14. Eskenazi is still there for Middlesex, but that looks like a long road back. A victory that I think will almost certainly secure Gloucestershire a place in the top 2 in their division. One more day to go in that match down at Cheltenham College. But here, it's Wilbeer. 72 overs, 72 balls left in the match. And Wilbeer is going to bowl the first of those. Got a change in the field, still those 5 men in a circle around the bat, but Jack Carlson has come up from backward point to a shortish extra cover on the drive. I'm still waiting for something, I'm not entirely sure what. Kieran Carlson is, I think someone got something to say there, I don't know, he's not happy. Or are they all laughing? I can't work out. I don't know. Anyway, Salter wasn't happy about something, but now he's waiting as Wilbeer is coming into bowl, and forward comes Salter and plays with soft hands, and the ball dribbles into the hands of Travis Head, who's fielding at silly, in between silly point and silly mid off really, but he's right underneath the batsman's nose. He's virtually standing on the cut strip as Beer is in again, and bowls and played down the track by Salter, and there is no run. Beer again. Yes, indeed, it looks very much as if this game is heading for a draw, but Sussex are still trying their hardest to pick up these final wickets. Glamorgan 127 for 4, so Sussex needing another 6 wickets. However, they only have 11 overs in which to get them. Jack Carson has taken 2 of the wickets the off spinner, the other to Wilbeer. My feeling is, though, that Sussex will run out of time and this game will be drawn. Meebo down at the Aegeus Bowl at Surrey are 114 for 7. They're clinging on for a draw. Hashim Amla has batted over 5.5 hours for his 32 runs, but Surrey 114 for 7 with a few overs to go down there. Sure how many overs. Just reading Keith Barker's analysis, 22 overs, 17 maidens, 3 for 9.
Oh, expensive now. Yeah. He was 2 for 2 off 16, I think, earlier.
Beer in and bowls, played by Salter onto the leg side. These two have sort of steadied the Glamorgan ship a little bit after a little bit of a wobble.
Great minds, that is just the phrase that I've written.
Ah.
Steady the ship.
That's where psychic, Nick. In comes Beer, bowls, and sort of just plays with a very high left elbow, just making sure that he's playing that into the ground. Another over drifts by, so 11 to go, and as the overs slip by, the less the possibility that we're going to see a positive result in this game. 1 for 4. Salter on 15. He's faced 30 deliveries and has looked pretty secure. Kieran Carlson rather less secure. He's 23 off 40 balls. Wilbeer has bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, taken 1 for 39. Sussex still with those 3 men around the bat, but you'd feel that it's going to take something pretty dramatic to take 6 wickets in these remaining 66 balls.
Carson is the man to do it, if at all. Carlson is the man trying to prevent him with the forward defensive to the first ball of the over. 65 deliveries to come, maximum legitimate balls. Carson, good education for him. Carlson goes for a sweep, there's an appeal for a catch, and he's given! As the ball ballooned up to short leg, and that is not really a surprise because Carlson has looked ill at ease at times. He's looked as though he was settling down, and he is now gone, and that's down with 10.4 overs left. And if Sussex win this one, Glamorgan, as you suggested earlier, kicking themselves all the way back to Cardiff.
Well, the catch was taken by Travis Head. I'm just looking to see who the new batsman is going to be, and it's going to be Dan Douthwaite. So I wonder whether Chris Cook, the Glamorgan skipper, is nursing an injury or is maybe unwell. Clearly, we hope there's nothing serious with Chris Cook, but he's certainly not coming out. Although I think I can see him actually. Over in the Glamorgan players area.
46?
Yes,
yeah.
He's at the bottom of the floodlight over there in the bottom of the pavilion.
He got his pads on.
Well, he was talking to the physio over there.
And he is putting his pads on.
Yeah, I think he is. So it does seem a little odd. It looks like he's going to bat if needed, but it just adds a little subplot here as to why Cook hasn't come in. Kieran Carlson walks off to a virtually silent ground. I have to say, he played beautifully at Cardiff, Kieran Carlson, in April. He made 200s, 1 in each innings, but he's looked a shadow of that player in this innings, I have to say, and not the greatest surprise that he was caught there by Travis Head at sort of a leg slip. But he's a fine player, captain of the T20 side, but not his day today, and I think a shot he won't be desperately proud of, to be fair.
Not quite sure what's going on there. So Glamorgan now with Salter and Douthwaite, and Douthwaite not always the best starter. Formidable striker once he does get into his stride, but striking skills are not required from Dan Douthwaite at the moment. Carson has 3 for 51. It really has been an excellent performance from him as Douthwaite on the back foot turns on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run.
This is still very much a long shot, Nick, but if Sussex were to win this game, they would then have a chance, if they beat Kent, of climbing above Glamorgan.
Indeed. As Douthwaite pushes forward, oohs and ahs from the bowler, but he'd got way outside off stump and was playing a shot, so there was no question of an appeal. Dowthwaite does have the advantage of a good long reach if he can get forward.
Ben Brown looks disappointed. I wonder if he's thinking there ought to be a silly point in there. Yeah, I think that's what he was. I think he was. Whether Jack Carson didn't want a silly point or whether Ben Brown is admonishing himself for not having a silly point. But
helmets flying.
Yeah, they are. He just looked really annoyed, didn't he, Ben? And now they have got a silly point. So I wonder whether that was maybe inside edge onto pad, but there's now a silly point.
Didn't go off the ground.
No, I don't know. There's a bit of kidology going on.
Carson to Dowthwaite. Oh, that's squeezed away past leg slip. It's running down to the boundary. I don't think that carried, but it wasn't that far away from the grasp of Ali Orr at leg slip.
No.
4 runs. 135 for 5.
Would have been an amazing catch if he got it in. As I say, I don't think it was a chance anyway, but everyone's getting very excited all of a sudden.
Now, Sussex have got fielders in all 4 quadrants around the bat. In comes the next delivery that Dowthwaite manages to kill the spin, pushes it to silly point. There was a silly point, a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg, as well as a shortish mid-wicket. Sussex are throwing everything at this, and if they do end up in the 3rd division at the end of this evening, at least they have given it a blooming good go. And, well, you just wonder whether there'll be what ifs if Glamorgan hang on 8 or 9 down, and Ben Brown will be thinking, why didn't I call it in another 15-20 minutes earlier?
I've just seen Chris Cook actually running at the far end of the ground, running up the little bank on the side of the pavilion, which suggests that he's okay. I don't think he's nipping in to get another bit of kit or a bit of a loo, I don't know. But anyway, he looked like he was moving okay, so I think we can assume he's going to bat. In comes Will Beer, over the wicket, comes into bowl to Andrew Salter, who plays on the bounce to one of those 5 fielders who are eagerly waiting for any little edge. Those fielders are a slip, a gully, a silly mid-off, a short leg and a leg slip. 5 fielders around the bat. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary as well. In comes Beer and bowls, a looping leg break that's played into the ground and then fielded by Travis Head in there at silly point. I'm going to call it silly mid-off. I need to make up my mind. Silly mid-off. He's not square of the wicket, so he's not point. Now Ben Brown is saying, what, we want Jack Carson up, who's sweeping on the cover boundary, but he's now come up about 10 yards from the boundary. Beer is in. Bowls, sort of kills the spin. Ball dribbles away on the offside. Thomason runs back and fields. And there is it Thomason who fielded? Not sure what it was actually. I think Thomason's at short leg. They've all got helmets on, and so it's quite difficult to distinguish the players whose numbers on their shirts are to the back of us. I think it might have been Ibrahim. Anyway, Beer in, bowls, forward comes Salter. He's doing a good job for his county here, Andrew Salter. He's faced 34 balls, and it's all about chewing up balls now for Glamorgan to see themselves over the line. When I say over the line, to secure a draw, which would almost certainly secure them 4th place in this group. Beer has got other ideas. In on bowls, and Salter again just plays into the ground. A tumbling save by Ali Orr. Now Jack Carson is being brought up to save the single, because I think Ben Brown is thinking we want to have a little crack at Darren Dowthwaite here, because Dan Dowthwaite I should say, because he does like to hit the ball. We saw that down in Cardiff last week. So perhaps they feel there's more chance of getting him out than Andrew Salter. Beer again. In the bowls and played onto the leg, so I cry of catching. In fairness, Salter had played it into the ground. It wasn't a chance. End of the over. 9 overs remaining. 50 balls in the match. Sussex needing 5 wickets to win. Glamorgan needing to survive these 54 balls to get back down the motorway. Ready M4, which which I won't be sorry to see the back of in the last couple of weeks.
I think we've both spent far too long on the motorways.
There's either roadworks or accidents or lane closures. Lots of work going on the M4 at the moment.
Yeah, those Bringlass tunnels had better be open this evening, that's all I can say.
Yeah, you don't need that, and by the time you get yourself out of here and down to Cardiff. Anyway, before that, we've got 9 overs to be bowled, and I think, Nick, we're going to see most of them.
Yep, as just done a quick rewrite on my report for the BBC website in order to promote the efforts of Jack Carson further up the tail. 135 for 5, Salter 15, Douthwaite 4. Those figures don't matter. 9 overs, 54 deliveries, 5 wickets. Those are the numbers that do matter. As Carson in, bowls, Douthwaite on the back foot, manages to defend that one to Orr at silly point. No run.
Douthwaite sort of looks as if he may just come running down the wicket here. He just gives that appearance.
One would hope not from the visitor's point of view, as he plays another one to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, Neil Thornycroft on Twitter suggesting that Carlson didn't believe he hit the ball that he was given out to. Douthwaite forward, defending on the offside.
Yes, he didn't look best pleased,
no,
that's for sure.
I think that's a fair conclusion, Neil, without having looked too much at the replay. Carson to Douthwaite, who deflects that one just wide of leg slump, and this time they will go through for a single. Andrew Salter on to strike. 8.2 overs, 50 deliveries, 5 wickets needed by Sussex. And the sparse crowds who have remained, certainly the Sussex supporters, have been given some unlikely hope, because really thought the odds in this game were for handshakes at 5 o'clock. There's an appeal for LBW as Salter pushes forward. Looked a bit optimistic, got a good stride in, it would seem.
He does bring motions with his hands, Ben Debenham. I just thought for a moment there that he was considering, then I think he just moves his hands maybe to move the marbles or whatever he uses from pocket to pocket, but he does make a motion.
Could umpires please keep their hands down unless they're giving a signal, as Salter plays that to short leg. End of over number 43 of the innings, which means that there are 8 left potentially for Sussex to claim 5 wickets, and they're giving it a good lash.
They are. 136 for 5, as you say. So 6 8s are 48. That's the amount of balls that Glamorgan need to survive. There's a bit of a debate going on in the middle. I think we've got a sanitiser break, actually, with 12 men coming on. Time ticking around to 10 to 6. Clearly none of the players have tickets to go to Wembley this evening.
What's going on then?
A game, apparently. But this has been a good contest today, and who knows what would have happened. You know, if Sussex had declared earlier, would Glamorgan have thought, right, we'll have a real dip at this, and won the game? Or maybe Sussex would have had time to have taken these wickets. All if buts and maybes, isn't it? But something could still happen in these remaining 8 overs, but you'd have thought that the odds are now heavily on a draw.
Yeah,
and I think they've been heavily on a draw for a while, if I'm being honest.
I don't think Ben Brown here today, and I can say this because I don't have to talk to him as often as you do, I don't think Ben Brown has given his side the best chance of victory with his declaration.
Here comes Beer. Bowls on the forward Douthwaite, who I sort of doubted his ability to play defensively. But he did play defensively.
It's not maybe his favourite part of the game. belting it into the river in Cardiff is probably more down his street.
Which he did last week.
Yeah.
Comes Beer again. Bowls, and Douthwaite defends stoutly into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, we'll get the views of the Sussex skipper after the game as to whether, with hindsight, perhaps an earlier declaration would have been better. I'm sure they'd have been thinking about their attack, but these two spinners have bowled well, and it's spinners who have taken 4 of the 5 wickets as Beer is in bowls. Douthwaite lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
I have a message from the dressing room which suggests that Chris Cook had a knock on the thumb, which is why he was moved down the batting order to let it settle, but he will be fine to bat. So a thumb injury.
Well, let's hope he's okay for a game next week, and some T20s coming up as well, as Beer bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite plays with soft hands into the onside, and there is no run. So there's 5 men clustered around the bat, but the ball's beginning to slip away now for Sussex. Just 7 overs remaining after this one. Beer on his way, bowls, and Douthwaite says at the pad there's an out appeal. Umpire Warren is looking and deciding that is not out. Beer looks disappointed. He would do, he's the bowler. Douthwaite survives. I wonder if Umpire Warren is just, Will Beer's just saying, what was that not out, umpire, or what was that one doing? Warren had a quick word to Will Beer as he wandered past him. The field settles again, 1 more ball remaining, and after this 7 overs remaining is Will Beer. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, comes in and bowls. Douthwaite solidly forward, plays away into the offside. The end of another Will Beer over. He's bowled 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 39. Glamorgan, a notional 136 for 5. More importantly, they need to bat out. The 7 sixes are 42 delivery to secure the draw. Salter on 15, Douthwaite on 5.
With presumably similar timing at Old Trafford, Kent have got 2 wickets left to bat out for a draw against Lancashire, but do seem to have found some resistance late in the day. That's the other match ongoing in this group. There's an aircraft drone somewhere overhead, and Andrew Salter facing up to Jack Carson, 3 for 56, but really has asked questions of all the batsmen as Salter defends on the leg side. The young spinner certainly impressed my colleague Edward Bevan, raving about his performance in the first match between these two sides at Fire Gardens. Salter defends another one, out on the offside this time. The 20-year-old, born in County Armagh in Northern Ireland, is in to bowl, and Salter goes for a swing. There's an appeal, but I think that pitched outside leg. I was expecting the ball, see the ball flying away to the square leg boundary there. Frantic appeals for virtually any event now in the middle, here on BBC Sport Online. As Salter on the back foot defends, and there's no run. So Glamorgan putting their supporters through it. Sussex having a real good go at this. Carson bowls, forward comes Salter, defends, or and ball back in the hands of Carson, who comes back over the wicket. Played at short fine leg is brought up a bit closer, and Salter goes for a pull, and this time the ball is racing away towards the square leg boundary for 4 and is thrown back by one of the Sussex staff. 150 for 5 then, Glamorgan. Salter 19, Douthwaite 5. And there are 6 overs to go.
There are. I think the umpires are just saying that I think someone threw the ball back and probably shouldn't have done, to be honest. So I think they're probably going to have to sanitise the ball.
Yeah, it's on the Sussex coaching side team, I think.
Yeah.
Who's that with the shorts on over there?
I can't see.
It's right into the glare, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't see who that is.
Someone with Sussex top and shorts on.
Right. Because of the balls. Anyway, we're back now. 6 overs to go. 36 balls. Can Sussex get 5 wickets? Tall order. Beer. And again, bowls to Douthwaite, who is showing admirable restraint. Because he does like to give the ball a bit of a bash. I'm not saying he's a slogger or anything like that. He batted very well at Cardiff last week, and he's batted well here at Hove. He's seen him bat very nicely in the past. But I think it's fair to say he's probably reining in his natural instincts. As Beer is in, bowls, Douthwaite, edges, past gully, where Dan Ibrahim wasn't a chance, but it's not quite going to hand here at the moment. 2 runs to Douthwaite. He goes to 7, 142 for 5. And there are now 32 balls remaining. As these 5 fielders are camped around the bat. These 2 have done a good job, really, particularly Salter, who's placed 44 balls. Beer in, bowls, Douthwaite plays into the offside.
Yeah, to be fair to Andrew Salter, and this is probably the curse on him, he has looked fairly unhurried, hasn't he?
Yes.
Defends for 40 minutes? Yeah, I can do that. Here we go. Block, block, block.
In comes Beer. Surrey have lost another wicket at the Aegeus Bowl. 8's down. In comes Beer. Bowls let go outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is none. It is not the wicket of Hashim Amla, who is still there. Got the wicket of Jamie Overton. He's gone for 11. Surrey 120 for 8 in 96 overs. Extraordinary. Hampshire, we're hoping to close in on victory, maybe get themselves a top 2 spot. All very exciting in this round of championship fixtures, as Beer is in and bowls. And forward comes Douthwaite and plays right off the bottom of the bat out into the offside. It's another dot ball, 1 more ball remaining in the over. So 31 balls left in the match. And I think we'll get a good proportion of those. I think we'll certainly go to the penultimate over. You never know what might happen. Beer in again and bowls, and Douthwaite plays into the offside, fielded by Alistair Orr. That's Slimid off. End of the over. 5 overs to go. 142 for 5. Salter 19. Douthwaite on 7.
Yep, I'll be back with you in around about 5 minutes' time after delivering an unexpected live update to Radio Wales listeners at 6 o'clock, because I didn't think I'd have to do this one.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you shortly. It's going to be another over, though, from Jack Carson, from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Odds heavily on a draw here now in the sunshine. What a shame the weather hasn't been like this for the entirety of this game, because we've lost 100 overs in the game. It's representing pretty much a day's cricket. As Carson comes in and bowls to Salter, goes quietly to mid-wicket. There is no run. 4 men gathered round the back. Slip, sitting mid off, short leg, and a leg slip. And come on, lads, is the cry. Carson again, bowls, and forward comes Andrew Salter, who's batted extremely responsibly for his side, when his side looked like they were, I'm not going to say sliding to defeat, but looked as if they were in a degree of trouble. There were some anxious times for Glamorgan. But Andrew Salter has been a cool head, coming in ahead of his skipper, who's got a thumb injury. Carson in bowls. The ball balloons up in the air. I think maybe off a bit of pad. And there is no run and no appeal, and a dot goes in the scorer's book. In comes Carson again. Bowls and played quietly to Travis Head, who fields that leg slip. And it's another dot ball. 2 balls remaining in this over from Jack Carson. He's in and bowls. Oh, now that's a good three. That turned a little. That turned to the right-handed Salter. It struck him. First appearances maybe a little high and perhaps pitching outside the line. Nonetheless, the batsman was beaten. So another good bit of bowling by Carson. Figures of 3 for 60. And he waits again at the end of his 4 or 5 pace run. He's in and bowls, and that's a little short. And Salter looks to play that one through backward point, doesn't time it. The silly point fielder jumps out the way, but the ball dribbles away. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Beer as well. He's bowled 18 overs, 6 maidens, taken 1 for 41. And just a sign here that Sussex are just going to try something a little different for the last couple of overs. We'll get a couple of overs of spin from the South Australian Travis Head, who has taken a wicket for Sussex. I believe it was the game at Northamptonshire. Let me survey my notes. Yes, he took 1 for 23 at Northamptonshire. And he's going to bowl a couple of overs as Sussex improbably now need 5 more wickets to win in just 24 deliveries. Still men clustered around the bat. A leg slip, a short leg and a slip. And Head is coming to bowl to the right-handed Dan Douthwaite. He's in and bowls, and Douthwaite is forward. Played on the onside, and there is no run. So 1 of the 24 balls remaining is negotiated by Douthwaite, who's hitting towards that leg side boundary. But he hasn't got his eye on that at the moment. He's just content to see out this over from Travis Head and plays it quietly into the offside. And Head just wanders in from his bowling position to field, and there is no run. 142 for 5. Head again in and bowls, and Douthwaite drives firmly but straight to mid-off where Stuart Meeker is fielding. And again there is no run. Head in bowls, Douthwaite not to be tempted, plays the ball to backward point, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. 142 for 5 the total remains. More importantly, 2 balls left in this over, then another 3 to ball as the ball comes off the pad of Dan Douthwaite. A loud appeal which lacked any real conviction. It was caught by Alistair Orr at leg slip above his head. But Russell Warren says that is not out. Head again, and Douthwaite, well, he wasn't going to hang around too long. He's hit that one out the ground, down the wicket, and just hammers the ball over long on for 6 runs, or over cow corner more likely. That's the type of shot that we see from Dan Douthwaite, who's been reining himself in the 25 balls previous to that, but he couldn't resist a nicely flighted off break and decided to hammer the ball away for 6 runs. So he goes to 30, Glamorgan to 148 for 5, 3 overs remaining, and barring an unlikely miracle here, this game is going to end in a draw. Of course, the question will be, should Sussex have declared earlier? Did they give themselves enough time to bowl out Glamorgan? Counter-argument to that is, Sussex without an attack without their frontline bowlers, would that have opened the door to Glamorgan if they'd given them an easier total to chase? Everyone will have an opinion on that. But as it is, it looks like we're heading for a share of the spoils. Jack Carson coming in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Andrew Salter, who plays with soft hand, facing his 51st delivery. Just plays it into the ground, fielded there by the silly mid-off, who is Ali Orr, standing with his hands on his knees. Carson in again, bowl short. Oh, he's hit on the pad, is Salter. That was he's been playing very sensibly as Andrew Salter, but he played rather across the line and he got away with that. The ball dribbled behind for a bye. And the total, which is academic, goes to 149 for 5. Douthwaite comes down on strike. I wouldn't fancy being one of those close fielders when Douthwaite is batting, because he's already shown that he likes to hit a long ball. There are 16 balls remaining in the match. I suspect we'll get this over and one more, then they'll probably all shake hands as in comes Carson and bowls. And Douthwaite. Did the ball get logged in his pad? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's dribbled down in front of him. And there is no run. Carson, in his 20th over, figures of 3 for 60. Has bowled well again today. Comes in and bowls. Douthwaite defends to mid-on, fielded there by Dan Ibrahim. There is no run. 2 more balls left in the over, and there'll be just 2 overs to go. As Carter bowls. Forward is Douthwaite, plays his knee on the side. There is no run. And this will be the last ball of this over from Jack Carson. And I suspect we'll get one more, and then I expect we'll shake hands. We'll have to wait and see. Carson in and bowls. Oh, that kept a little low. And the ball ends up in the hands of Ollie Carter at first slip. Is Ben Brown okay? I thought for a minute perhaps he got hit by something. Anyway, he's okay. I wonder if we're going to get one more over. I think we probably are. 2 overs remaining in the match.
5 wickets and 12 balls. It's a for 6, but they've fought hard this evening.
They have.
And they've given the visitors a few headaches. And batted to Joe Cook to some extent, 19 off 89 deliveries. He lasted longer than some of his more experienced colleagues, and then Andrew Salter, who's come in and batted responsibly as well.
The game at Old Trafford is drawn, Kent finishing 149 for 8, so Kent escaping with a draw from Manchester.
Glamorgan still won't be able to catch Lancashire. Van Zale is in, ahead is in then to bowl, and that's defended by Andrew Salter.
Done well, Salter, Nick.
He has. He's looked calm. Head bowls and Salter pushes forward. He wants to get a little asterisk next to his name for not out. Improves his batting average, of course.
Yes, of course.
In fact, he's only been out once this season, which is going to put the mockers on him. He wasn't out to that ball as he defends it to short leg. 9 balls left, 5 wickets for Sussex to get. And, well, I don't think they'll bother to bowl the final over. As Head bowls forward comes Salter to defend that one. 19 not out, Salter. 13 not out, Douthwaite. All the Glamorgan batsmen have got into double figures, but no one really has had quite enough permanence as Head bowls, and Salter plays it down to short leg. Little cheeky flick at the stumps from the fielder in there, but Salter hadn't moved his back leg. 149 for 5 as Salter pushes forward, and that has gone through everything, and Ben Brown doesn't look too happy with life. It's run away for 4 byes, 153 for 5, and that surely will be it as we approach the last over, with Glamorgan still having 5 wickets in hand, and it looks as though they're going to bowl another ball or 2.
He does. I think perhaps Ben Brown is thinking, well, for the sake of another over, you never know, but the odds are heavily stacked against anything other than a draw here. So we are going to get the final over, or at least 1 ball of it. We can have 1 ball and they call it a day, we'll see, or 2 balls probably, actually, to be honest. Anyway, it is Carson who comes in, fielders gathered around the back, Douthwaite forward, played to backward square leg, fielded by Mitch Claydon. So 5 wickets needed, 5 balls remaining, and maybe after this ball Sussex will call it a day, having taken 5 of these Glamorgan wickets. 3 of them to the man who's bowling now, Jack Carson, who's in and bowls, and Douthwaite steers that through backward point, and that's the shot that ensures, and that's the end of the match as Ben Brown shakes hands, handshakes all round. 4 balls remaining in the match, 5 wickets needed for Sussex to win the match. And the game here at Hove is a draw, with Glamorgan finishing on 145 for 5, with Andrew Salter not out on 19 off 58 deliveries, Dan Douthwaite not out on 14, Jack Carlson finishing with 3 for 61, and ironically the game finishing in bright sunshine, a game where we lost 100 overs through the rain, and ultimately Nick Sussex just didn't have enough time to take those wickets. Maybe not brave enough, who knows, but ultimately Glamorgan fairly comfortably holding on for the draw, I think we have to say.
Yeah, there were a lot more nervous moments in that last session than I'd expected, with Glamorgan 1 wicket down at tea. Had they survived with maybe just a wicket or 2 in the first part of the session, but Sussex kept on chipping away. 3 to Carson, 1 to Beer. Glamorgan looking a little bit frenetic at times. In the end they finished 5 down, so it's not quite hanging on, but 154 for 5. It's a question of what might have been, I think, for Sussex, but Glamorgan have got the result that takes them into the second tier of the 3 divisions at the end of the season, which, having been ranked 5th in the seedings, they will finish either 3rd or 4th, which is a reasonable outcome from this block of county championship cricket, which for Glamorgan will conclude with a home match against Northamptonshire starting on Sunday. But in this match they've been without their 2 overseas, Labuschagne and Nisa. Sussex have been without a whole host of players. We've had 101 overs out of the match because of rain, but in the end we've had an interesting final day, or an interesting final session, which didn't seem to be likely at various points.
Indeed, a very good summary of the match, Nick. So, the next action here at Hove will come on Friday night when Sussex play Essex in the T20 Blast. That's the final home game of the Blast. If you're not coming to the game, you can listen to the online commentary or watch via the Sussex feed. It just remains for me to say thank you to Nick. Always a pleasure to work with.
Thank you.
And good luck with your commentary on the Wales-Argentina game at the Principality Stadium on Saturday. You never know, we might see each other again this season, Nick, if we do so in the 50 over competition. But thank you for your company, and thank you for listening, everybody. Thank you for all your emails and your tweets, and keeping us company during the 4 days here at Hove. So we'll be back on Friday. It's a 7 o'clock start for the game between Essex and Sussex. But from me, Adrian Harms, thank you for listening, and I wish you a very pleasant evening.